We're about news, commentary, conversations, truth, liberty, and God. We stand for American values and our flag. We believe that the Constitution is a document that fortifies rights already given to us by our Creator. We will not apologize for our love of God and country, ever. We are Right America Media.
Hey, everybody, and we're live again today. I want to talk about what happened in Minneapolis, obviously, but I want to preface it this way because the left is so predictable, and they're so entrenched in their radical, rabid ideology that there are always carryovers. And I want to remind you of the Obama years. I want to pain you with the Obama. I know we're past it. We've moved on past that guy, the demon himself, but we got to talk about Barack Obama. Remember under the Barack Hussein Obama, the Christian, his administration, do you know what his golden rule was? This may just be a thing that I came up with, but Obama's golden rule was that you remember this. Anytime there was an obvious act of terrorism, right? Radical Islamist terrorism, a terrorist attack carried out in America, and there were many, many examples. He would always make sure that he separated, obviously, the religion from the radical Islamist terrorists who said they did it because of religion. And he would always, after a terrorist attack, he always made sure this was the golden rule to defend Islam. And this is why I say, too, Barack Hussein Obama was America's first Muslim president. I mean, he claimed to be a Christian. That's not my point. My point is he viewed his role and responsibility as president as being some kind of the Billy Graham of Islam. He didn't do this for any other religion, but he did it specifically for Islam. And what you're seeing after this horrific slaughter in Minneapolis is very similar because, this is not an isolated incident in terms of the obvious reasons that this took place. And look, let me say this too. When you talk about radical Islam, for example, under the Obama years, I mean, it was proliferating because part of the reason it was proliferating is because he was incapable because of his own worldview of addressing the problem, right? He'd say things like, you can't blame the many for the acts of the few. Now, this didn't apply to incidents where, white police were involved in physical violence, with blacks, whether it was, the white cop's fault or it was, the black individual's fault. It didn't matter, but he would apply that to the, systematic racism. So they don't even apply the same principle to these things because, of course, they're radical ideologues. But, to acknowledge, let me do it this way. I want to stick with this analogy because I want to drive this home. I think it will be beneficial and helpful for our understanding. But let's go back to Barack Obama, and everyone's familiar with how he reacted to, Islam and terrorist events. He would downplay it, obviously, and he'd insist that, Islam was peaceful and so on and so forth. Pit bulls. I'm sorry if some of you love pit bulls. My father-in-law has a pit bull, very sweet, wonderful pit bull. But pit bulls are one of many, many breeds of dog, and they are disproportionately responsible for the majority of maulings and violence. That's a matter of fact. I mean, almost all episodes of violent attacks from dogs involve pit bulls. And despite them not being the only dog breed out there. And so if you're going to point out that, there's something with the pit bull breed, whether it's temperament or whatever it is, breeding, there's something about this dog that makes it more dangerous than other dogs. Now, is that saying that every single pit bull that lives on this earth is violent? No, but it's acknowledging reality, which is there is something in pit bulls that makes them more dangerous and more inclined to maul, attack, and kill children than, other dogs. You know, your Chihuahua's not doing it. Other big dogs, golden retrievers aren't doing it. So anyway, that's the point here. And that's what makes me sick to my stomach with this, is that we're not actually able to address and fix anything in this country, because that's not the intention of the left. They're not interested at all in preventing violence. Let me be clear. We're all Americans, most of us. And I don't, there are plenty of libs out there who are good people. I mean, they're misguided, they're indoctrinated. So there are plenty of liberals, plenty of Republicans, plenty of Americans across the spectrum that don't want to see what happened on Flipping the other day happen. A bunch of innocent kids be shot and killed while at school, at mass. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see what happened in Nashville, okay? And what irks me is I am serious about the problem. You people out there, yes, I'm talking like you people out there that every time this happens, you say, it's the guns, you're a problem. Because you don't know what the hell you're talking about, and you're not a serious person in terms of solving these problems. It's not the freaking guns. It's not the guns. We have a moral crisis in America, and that's number one. And you know who's most responsible for these shootings? And I mean this seriously. It is Democrats. This particular trans shooter, had, that he hated Trump on his gun. Who is it in this country that incites hatred 24/7, every day, 365 days a year? It's the media, the people that push Trump-Russia collusion, the people that won't give up these hoaxes. And what do you think the left's response would be if this was some, Christian nationalist? Or just a Christian that had, I hate Barack Obama. I mean, I don't know who they hate right now, but, I hate Democrats. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen just like if you look at terrorism around the world, Islam, radical Islam, that's it. Okay? You don't have, there's no jihad from any other religion. Whether it be Jew or Christian or Hindu or Buddha, it doesn't exist. There is no comparison to Islam and Sharia law and radical Islamist terrorism, extremism, whatever you want to call it, around the world. It is unique. And Democrats or Barack, they don't want to look at that. Why is that? That's weird. Why aren't Christians out there trying to name a successor to Jesus Christ and ordering us to kill all the infidels that won't convert to Christianity? Barack Obama would do this, by the way. He actually went to a prayer breakfast, a national prayer breakfast, which, of course, it's a room filled with Christians. And he actually said, Christians have done this throughout history, too. But no, they haven't. It's not even remotely that he tried to compare it to the Crusades, which were territory wars. I mean, that was pretty much akin to what nations do over Jerusalem, the right, to have Jerusalem. So anyway, it just blows my mind. I've got a lot of clips I want to play. I want to get into Cracker Barrel in a little bit. There's some lessons there. And I can tell you, too, because I used to work for a big company, Marc Jacobs in fashion. And I went through something similar with a CEO that took over there. So I want to give you some insight into what happened with Marc Jacobs and how it can be applied to all these things. These CEO class, it's locusts. These people are making, multi-million dollars a year. And they are some of the dumbest people. I mean, these CEOs in many cases, not all cases, the CEOs that really are amazing people are the ones that actually start the companies. Not the people like this who just go from company to company, destroy it, and get hired somewhere else. But I'll get into that in a minute. I want to stick with this. We got John Bolton coming up. I mean, the irony there. This guy on TV, we got to get Donald Trump because he's got classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, and now we find out that he's been mishandling classified documents, and he obviously was never president of the United States. But anyway, this is Drew Allen, your Millennial Minister of Truth. If you're just joining me for the first time, many of you have been with me for a while. It's great to be with you today. I'm glad I was able to sit here. But I want to dig into this. This is frustrating to me. There is a wave of trans violence that is washing across the country. We saw it with Nashville last year with that manifesto shooter. And notice they're attacking schools that they went to in both cases. There are a lot of eerie similarities. They're not really eerie. They're similarities that are staring us in the face, begging us to say, hey, this is the problem. I want to just catch you up if you don't know here. So August 27th, right, 2025. That's yesterday. You had a bunch of students, children, attending mass at school. And during that morning mass, 23-year-old Robin Westman, a transgender woman, a man, and a former student opened fire with a rifle, shotgun, and pistol. In under 2 minutes, 2 children were murdered, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and 17 others were wounded, including 14 kids and 3 elderly parishioners. And Westman killed, this always says herself. It's not a herself. It's a freaking dude. It's a dude, okay? This is a guy. Investigators discovered notebooks, coded writings, online videos posted shortly before the massacre. The evidence showed he had carefully planned the assault, mapping out the church, writing disturbing screeds. The weapons were covered in hate-filled slogans, anti-Catholic, anti-Semitic, racist, and political, like kill Donald Trump. Now, which political party promotes killing Donald Trump? Would that be the Republican Party? Would that be MAGA? Would that even be the whatever? I don't know. I'm trying to think. The libertarians out there. Everyone, this is I'm not going to do this, by the way. I'm going to sit here and I don't care if I take the heat. I don't care if this episode plays and people try to destroy me with it for the rest of my life. The people that would try to do that are idiots. And they're wrong. I'm going to sit here and stare you in the face and be honest about this. We cannot sit here and play this game anymore because truly our children's lives are at risk. So we know what's going on here. The Democrat Party and their hate-filled rhetoric that we have been listening to that has been just total hyperbole, hysterics, since 2016 in particular, is out of control. You know who's responsible for, these killers are being manufactured. Now, I'm going to get into the trans thing. Trans is a mental illness. That's part of the reason this is happening. It's not because they're trans per se. It's because that is a mental illness. Just like Trump derangement syndrome is a mental illness. Just like bulimia is a mental illness. I mean, tell me this. It's considered a mental illness. It's considered a bad thing if you have body dysmorphia, right? If you look in the mirror and you don't like your appearance because you're too fat, and so you resort to going to the bathroom at school during lunch and sticking your fingers down your throat to throw up your food to keep skinny, everyone agrees that's a problem. And it's based on what? Your view of yourself. A transgender person, because it's not real, looks in the mirror and they don't like their appearance either. But it's not their weight they're concerned with. It's their sex and gender, which cannot be changed. The big irony here is that you actually can get skinny if you stick your fingers down your throat and throw up every day. Bulimic can actually achieve their end. It's not healthy. It's wrong. It's horrific. I'm not encouraging it, obviously. But it can be achieved. You know what can never be achieved, though? Becoming the other opposite sex, becoming the opposite gender. And the idea that people in this country would encourage, look, it's bad enough that somebody over 18 is afflicted with that type of mental illness, that they're so dissatisfied, that they're so lost, that they think that they're trapped in the wrong body. It's bad enough that it happens at 18 and people encourage it and allow it to happen. But when you're talking about children, and I live in California, right? When you're talking about children in this situation, and you are encouraging young people that don't even have fully developed brains yet to go down this mentally ill, this is what's happening. We are taking perfectly innocent children and we are robbing them of their futures. Not we, because you and I aren't lunatics, but the left, the Democrats, the people that support this in the country. You are You are intentionally destroying their innocence, and you're putting ideas in their head. You're basically giving a lobotomy to these children. And that's the Democrats have done that forever with the schools. I mean, they've done it with their ideology, the anti-American hatred. But this is the point. The whole Democrat message is one of hopelessness, of one of hatred, of one of disappointment and misery. What do you think happens to any human being? It's like, the left says, Guantanamo Bay, waterboarding. We can't waterboard these terrorists. Oh my God, this waterboarding is beyond the pale. You can't take away their Quran. That is a criminal act. And these same people torture American citizens every single day in ways that are far worse than any torture that could be exacted on some terrorist in some dark room, wherever we have, special forces or CIA or whatever it is. I mean, that's effectively what's happening. You're taking a young person, you're sticking them in a room, and you're not playing loud music like they do to torture people or whatever else, You are inundating them 24/7, 365 days a year with hatred. Donald Trump is evil. He's a Russian agent. He's Hitler. Republicans are this. MAGA is this. This country's horrible. It's racist. It's awful. You should hate yourself for being American. You can never overcome the history of slavery in this country. This is a rotten place. You must feel terrible every single day. What do you think that does to a brain over time? You think it has a psychological impact? So I'm just sitting here telling you what the problem is. We're not allowed to be unified as a nation. We're not allowed to have any moments where we celebrate and enjoy this rich history that we have. We're not allowed to come together. We're not allowed to ever view each other as Americans. We're never allowed to feel a sense of true community and pride because the Democrats want to chip away at that every single day for their own political ends. And that's what I have no tolerance for. Let me play some of this. I want to get, look, some of the, I don't really need to apologize, but I didn't have time to edit down some of these clips. So, they might be 52 seconds and it might take me a second to get there. I'd rather them be shorter, but just bear with me. I hope you'll listen to these clips because these are moments that are tragic, but they also show us who the Democrats are. They show us what the problem is in America. And I may stick on this, I don't know, most of the show today because you can tell I'm riled up. I'm very passionate about this and I'm sick of it. And you know why I'm sick of it? Because I do love these kids. I have 2 young daughters. Many of you out there have children. None of us want to see this happen. And we actually know what the problem is. And the Democrats and others in this country won't allow us to address the problem. So it's them who are perpetuating the murder of children in this country because they refuse to address the issue. And the reason they refuse to address the issue is because they are the problem. Let's go Jen Psaki.
Already out there about how the shooter was trans. You're going to see narratives about how the shooter appeared to be anti-Trump and anti-Semitic and clearly was in the midst of a mental health crisis. There's no question about that.
Let me just pause there for a second. I actually couldn't hear the beginning of the audio. I hope that all of you heard it. Just put a note on there and let me know if you heard the beginning of that or not. You're going to hear reports out there that this killer was transgender, that this killer had, F Trump or whatever it was on their gun. In other words, you're going to hear the facts. And God forbid you hear the facts and draw the obvious conclusions. Let me go back to a story from the Obama years. It wasn't the first act of terrorism. It was the second. And it was at Fort Hood. Now, there have been a couple shootings there, but let me refresh your memory with this one. Fort Hood, you had a Muslim member of the Army who was a psychiatrist. And where they have like a recruitment center, I think it was, he went in armed with 2 handguns and he jumped on the table and he yelled, Allahu Akbar, before opening fire on other soldiers present. And he killed a lot of people. He injured a lot more. Now, it was reported at the time by the people that witnessed it, that were in the room, that he shouted Allahu Akbar. Now, for the Democrats out there and people on the left, you may not know this. This may be like really shocking news to you, but Allahu Akbar, when that's being shouted before an individual starts shooting people that aren't, Muslims, that's a pretty good indicator that that person is a radical Islamist terrorist. Doesn't leave a lot of room for confusion or speculation. So that's what took place. And what we found out about that case, of course, was the FBI had been actually monitoring his communications for a long time, because he was in touch with somebody who was shortly after put on the kill list. It was an American Muslim imam who eventually joined Al-Qaeda and was Al-Qaeda's biggest recruiter, English-speaking recruiter. And this guy, the Muslim that carried out the attack, I forget the names, unfortunately, but he'd been communicating with him for over a year. And the FBI had been monitoring these communications. And he even at one point suggested and was asking and probing this Al-Qaeda operative, hey, when is it appropriate? Is it appropriate to, kill my soldiers, if they're, fighting against, Islam, whatever it was, something like that. Anyway, the point is, it was unmistakable that this was a groomed, radical Islamist terrorist, and that was the act. Well, this particular act, Obama buried. He labeled it workplace violence, and he stuck with that, the whole time. Because he wanted to bury, didn't want there to be an association between Islam and everything else. So, here you have another example. These, coded writings, kill Donald Trump, anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic. Where is all of that coming from? Anti-Catholic, anti-Semitism, all of it. These types of mentalities are similar if you look at across the board at these many people who carry out these attacks. But I want to tell you about this Robin Westman, okay? So Robin Westman was born Robert Paul Westman in 2002. Identified as transgender and legally changed his name in 2020. The process wasn't done alone. Robert's mother, Mary Grace Westman, filed the petition herself, affirming to the court that her child identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification. Mary Grace, the mother who was deeply tied to the Annunciation Catholic community, she had worked there for years as an administrative assistant and parish secretary, and she even appeared on lists of donors who financially supported the school. Colleagues remembered her as a steady presence in the office before her retirement in 2021. Or you just keep, like a sponge, keep all this information in your brain. Robert Paul Westman, who the trans shooter, identified as Robin, a woman. Well, he was the youngest of 3 children. His parents divorced in 2013 after more than 2 decades of marriage. Do you notice something else that's come up here? A broken home. Now, I want to stop there because this is another point to make. It is a matter of fact that children who grow up in broken homes, without a father or without a mother present, are more inclined, to get involved in crime or drug use or things like this. Now, is that saying that every person who grows up in a broken home is going to be a mass shooter? No, it's not saying that, you a-holes. Not you a-holes. I mean the Jin Sakis of the world. So it's the same here. So how can we fix these things, right? How can we try and prevent these things from happening besides saying, let's pass more gun laws that don't work? I live in California, right? We have the strictest gun laws in the country. Everything the Democrats are calling for now in Minneapolis and elsewhere, we have all of it. Do you know that California leads the nation in mass shootings? There are more mass shootings in California than anywhere else in the country. But I thought all this stuff worked. It prevented mass shootings. So it's a fact. Get this out of your freaking brains, liberals. Guns are not the flipping problem. That's not the solution. There is cultural rot that has to be addressed. It is, everybody wants an easy fix. Like, even the people out there, let's pretend they have good intentions, and they just really, I want my kids safe. And if we get rid of the guns and that does it, then I'm happy. Yeah, that would be an easy fix. You know what, guys? Let's just get in there and let's get rid of the Second Amendment. Let's all give up our guns like we're in communist, USSR. The government will tell us what to do. They'll control everything. There'll be no crime because they pass a law that says murder is illegal. And once we say murder is illegal, there will be no murder left, right? Because that's how these laws work. If we pass more laws with guns, criminals aren't going to get guns because everybody obeys the law. No murder. There's no murders in America. Go after yourself. Live in reality. And I'm pissed. And I'm sorry. I don't love to get angry like this on episodes. Sometimes it can be hard to listen to. This isn't really like my personality all the time. But when it comes to this, I cannot sit here and pretend like kumbaya, calm voice, whatever else, because I'm so sick of this crap. So anyway, society doesn't want to take the hard route, right? We need to encourage, the nuclear family. What do Democrat policies do? They disrupt and eradicate the nuclear family. That's not to say that every married couple is perfect either, that every kid who grows up in a nuclear family with married parents is going to turn out perfect either. But that should be the gold standard. That should be what you encourage and aspire to in society because you know that it works. While his immediate family kept a relatively private life, one relative, Bob Helleringer, a former Kentucky state representative and Robin's uncle, publicly expressed regret and anguish after the massacre. He admitted he barely knew Robin. So this is Robin's uncle, and here you go. Robin doesn't have a relationship with his uncle. I'm sick of this name, Robin. This is a boy, a man, Robert, a mentally ill, evil, trans person. So Robert, that's the name. I'm not going with Robin. This is Robert. Okay. Robert attended an Annunciation School and graduated from there in 2017. Afterward, he went on to Minnesota Transitions Charter School and later transferred to St. Thomas Academy. I mean, and this is so similar to what happened in Nashville. Aiden Hale, a transgender man formerly known as Audrey Hale, stormed into the Covenant School armed with rifles and a handgun. Now, somebody put something on here, D&, mixed mental illness with psyche meds, hormone therapies, and children, and it's a disaster. That's exactly right. The point is, what Deanne has said is we know, this is the thing, we know what the problems are. We know what the problems are. So why aren't we addressing them? Moral crisis. And so, the Democrats are going out of their way to apply Obama's golden rule to this the trans community out there. They're so persecuted. Yeah, Roscoe, I think it was male to female, brother. I'll look at the thing in a second. It was male to female. Somebody else can check too, but I mean, I honestly, the trans stuff confuses me so much, honestly. Like a trans man, a trans woman, anyway. Let me just play this Jen Psaki clip again. Let's finish the clip. I'll play the whole thing and won't interrupt.
Already out there about how the shooter was trans. You're going to see narratives about how the shooter appeared to be anti-Trump and anti-Semitic. and clearly was in the midst of a mental health crisis. There's no question about that. But here's the thing. There are trans people all over the world. There are anti-Semitic people, unfortunately, all over the world. And people filled with plenty of political hate all over the world. And mental health issues are not unique to the United States. And yes, we should do more to address them. But it's also an issue all over the world. But this is the only country where shootings like this one happen this often. The United States not only has the highest rate of gun violence of any country in the world, it's become a leading cause of death for young.
Yeah, because no other country has a Democrat Party. That's why. But first, before I continue on, I got to do something. Are you and your partner struggling to conceive? You've heard me talk about this last week. If you took the COVID vaccine, there's cause for concern. You're not alone. A recent study led by Danish researcher Dr. Vibeke Manichi analyzed birth data from women aged 18 to 39 over a 2-year period starting in 2021. The findings suggest a significant decrease in birth rates among vaccinated women. Naomi's talked about this a ton, by the way. Naomi Wolf, that is, Dr. Wolf, with data indicating a reduction in egg count by nearly 60%. Since 2021, fertility rates have significantly declined in many regions around the world. The wellness company, though, has created the 3-in-1 Ultimate Spike Detox. It's crafted with 100% natural ingredients, specifically designed to help your body clear harmful spike proteins, reduce inflammation, and support overall health. You can experience this formula that was approved by Dr. McCullough, a top freedom-fighting doctor who risked it all. Head over to dailycloudhealth.com and use code DailyCloud to get 10% off plus free shipping. Spike Detox your body today. All right. All right. I guess I need to move pretty quick here. You know, it's just tough. You know, I got about 50 something minutes, I guess, to go. I mean, I guess we could technically go over for a little bit. Depends how many of you are sticking around with me. So anyway, there's Jen Psaki. You know, people are going to talk about this. Here is the actual mayor of Minneapolis. Now, what gets me, you have an obvious targeting of Christians, innocent children who are attending mass. And the left, let me say it this way. Well, let me try and come up with an analogy to really drive this point home. Let's say a MAGA. Now, I can't do it. I can't even do it because I don't even want to like bring this stuff into existence. So anyway, let's just stick with what actually happened. You have a transgender individual who is mentally ill, which is the same thing, who shoots up children, murders children while they're in mass. And the instinct of the Democrat mayor of Minneapolis and Democrats in the media is to defend transgender people. Do I have that right? What do you think they'd be doing if, like, I don't know, some white Christian came out and did it with a MAGA hat on? Now, hold on, everybody. This is not indicative of MAGA. This is a standalone incident. Everyone calm down about MAGA and Donald Trump. Now, they could never say that because they've been spewing these lies about MAGA and everything else forever. And yet every time it's effectively one of their own that's carrying out these acts of violence. And by one of their own, I mean, it's these ideologies that they not only defend, but think that are healthy for people to have. So here we go. Let's play the mayor first. Here we go.
And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost.
I hope that guy can shut the F up. You piece of SHI garbage excrement. Kids were just slaughtered in a trend by somebody in the trans community. There is no, this is what pissed me off about Barack Obama too. There was no burning of mosques in this country by Christians. There was no danger posed to the Islam community because they were a special protected class, just like the trans class is protected in this country. It's gaslighting. Oh, I'm the problem because I'm sitting here talking about what happened with this shooter. Oh, you can't even talk about, don't even think about calling these people radical Islamists. You're attacking. Well, there's a problem with Islam, isn't there? No, it's not everybody in the religion, but there's a problem. There's a problem with trans people. You know what the problem with the trans people? You know what? It's because it's a mental illness. You know, this is the thing. These people aren't actually like trans. There may be a handful, and this is actually funny. This is kind of what the LGBTQ plus people did to gay people too. They hijacked the movement. So there probably are, and there certainly are, a handful of people throughout history in this country, very, very, very small percentage, it's an outlier, that are born and there's something effed up, and they do believe they're trapped in the wrong body, and they yearn to be something else, and they feel like a woman or whatever else. You know, it's like some kid that's born, and you know, and at the age of 4, they're gay. Okay, same thing I'm sure is true with the trans community, but now it's almost like a designer handbag. You know, what the Democrats are saying is like, it's basically a way to show that you are an ideological ally of the left. That's what it's become. And it's also encouraged because once you're trans, man, you're really special. Nobody can come after you. You're persecuted. You're a victim. So it feeds into this entire ideology. Now, I don't care. There are people out there that criticize me all day long. Oh, I'm under attack. No, they're attacking me. Oh my gosh, I'm a victim. Shut up. I don't care. So, this guy goes out, defends the trans community that's not even under attack, just like the Islamic community was not under attack in America, even though radical Islamist terrorists just murdered a bunch of Americans, like in San Bernardino, California, with those radical terrorists who went to a Christmas party for the health care company or whatever that the husband worked out, and they shot him up. All right, let's play another clip. Here he is on CNN.
When you talk about compassion, I don't want to tiptoe around the edge of this, but the shooter's name was in question, the gender of the shooter. No one's really sure what's going on there. 5 years ago it was Robert, then a name changed to Robin. Okay. This is being seized in all corners, as you can imagine, in all sorts of ways. And you know that, Mayor. And perhaps that's why when you spoke about this so profoundly and powerfully as you are even here now, but when you spoke about this today publicly, you voiced concern for the transgender community, for the community overall. And obviously you chose to do that in that moment because you thought it was important. And I wanted to give you a chance to say why you felt it was important to do that in that moment.
Obviously, I've heard about the rhetoric and the narrative that is being pushed out, but here's the thing. Anybody that is going to use this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any community has lost touch with a common...
Okay, shut up. You people villainize MAGA, me, the people watching this show right now, 24/7, 365 days a year. You villainize us. And we're not out there committing acts of murder. And now you want to lecture us about what happened here. And, I want to bring up a point that Roscoe makes here. I don't know if he means that I offended him or whatever else, but the message on the screen, that he put up was as a person who's had mental health issues, has them actually. I'm offended. This is good versus evil, not sane versus insane. I want to address that because it brings up an important point. There are plenty of people that suffer from mental health issues, and more because of technology, Instagram, all these things. These mental illnesses are developed because of what the media is putting out there all day, this constant stream of negativity. All of that contributes to mental illness. And some people are more resilient than others. It's genetic, and some people break. And so, yeah, it's true that not everybody with mental illnesses is going to go out and shoot up stuff either. That's not what I'm saying, but my problem is mental illness is not something that should be encouraged from the standpoint of, hey, that's really cool that you're suffering from mental illness. It's not cool. It's something that we should have compassion for, which is to say, hey, let's help people out. This could be me too that has a serious mental illness. How do I heal this person? How do I make this person whole? This is my brother. This is my sister. This is my neighbor. This is, an American citizen. And that's the attitude we should have. But when it comes to the trans community, which is, and this is the problem, nobody views the trans thing as a mental illness. Well, some do, but the left won't let you say it. I don't hate somebody if I point out that they have a mental illness. I don't hate somebody if I want to help somebody with their mental illness. That's compassion. If you're an alcoholic out there down in a bottle of Jack, a handle of Jack every day, and you're killing your body, you're killing your soul, you're killing your mind, you're numbing yourself, is it compassionate to go and buy that person, Jack Daniels and deliver it to them while they're on a binger? Or is it compassionate to say, hey, man, you're killing yourself here. You don't have to live this way. I can help you. That's compassion. But this person goes on TV after a trans person, another trans person targets a Christian group, children, and kills them. And this person tells us he won't tolerate anybody like me, I guess, right now, villainizing the trans. I'm not villainizing the trans community. I want to help these people. You want to pump out as many of them as you can and wreak havoc on this country. We're the compassionate ones. Those of us who look at how you want to indoctrinate children and tell, somebody's son who's 4 years old to cut off their penis. We want to stop that. That's compassion. We want to protect and save these kids. That's compassion. We want to, I would have loved Robert, who succumbed to absolute evil here. Robert turned Robin. But you know what the mother did in this case? The mother affirmed this, who worked at a Christian school. I'm sorry, folks, if you're a Christian, it is impossible to support the trans agenda. And I'm so sick of being lectured by people who don't know anything about Christianity that bastardize it. Jesus was not, quote unquote, tolerant. Let me explain something to you. Jesus condemned sin. That doesn't mean he didn't love people. In fact, it was his love of mankind that made him call out those sins. He wanted us to live our best lives. He wanted us to live up to our purpose. He wanted us to fulfill the image of our Father, his Father. He wanted us to be happy. And that's why he called it out. Jesus wouldn't take this transgender situation and sit down and say, hey, that's so cool that you think that God put you in the wrong body. That's right. As a matter of fact, I'm Jesus. I'm going to go help you cut off your wee-wee. Yeah. No, that wouldn't happen. Insanity. But here we are, entertaining this bullcrap. So, I want to play this clip now of Trey Gowdy. I've noticed a trend. There are Republicans now who are just so tired of these shootings that they're willing to join the left. They think that's going to solve and prevent this. They're tired of like all of us, but they now want to move left on gun control. Listen to Trey Gowdy talk.
Our system is reactive. Something bad happens, we react to it. And what people are crying for now is, how can we prevent this? How can we stop it? And the only way to stop it is to identify the shooter ahead of time or keep the weapons out of their hands. And so we're going to have a conversation of freedom versus protecting children. I mean, how many school shootings does it take before we're going to have a conversation about keeping firearms out? It's always a young white male, almost always. I mean, did anyone this morning think, I wonder if that was a female? Did any of y'all think that? I mean, there's been one school shooting involving a female.
It was in Tennessee.
One. Yeah, Tennessee. But other than that, it is usually.
Oh, yeah. Other than that one, like the biggest one, before this one, other than that one, it's always white male. Listen to this guy. Listen to Trey Gowdy. You got the mayor of Minneapolis where the shooting took place saying, this guy was a transgender shooter. Don't you dare even point out that he's a trans. Jen Psaki, you're going to hear people out there say this was a trans person you're going to hear, don't say that. You can't say that. You're villainizing. You got Trey Gowdy on there being like, hey, man, all these shooters are white. Look at all these white dudes. They're all white men. Look at them killing everybody. Are you villainized by this, by the way? Now, it has nothing to do with race. But anyway, actually, there is a takeaway from all these people being like, white guys. It's that they seem to be susceptible to the Democrats' propaganda. But anyway, there's Gowdy there. So we're all tired of this. We want to solve this. The only way to fix this is to keep the hands out of the guns or whatever else. Look, we know how to solve this, but it's not easy. We've had guns in this country since our founding. The left has plenty of lies about this and that and whatever. But the point is, when my father was going to school, you had a shotgun rack on your truck and you showed up with a shotgun on the back. These mass shootings are increasing, despite the fact that the one constant is what? Guns, Second Amendment. And as a matter of fact, the more that the Second Amendment has been limited, the more the greater the efforts have been to, kind of take that right away by requiring more, instituting more laws to try and solve these things. Guess what? Is it solving the mass shooting problem? It's not. So if you have a scientific mind, even if you're a rational person, you have to look at that and say, look, we tried that. It's not working. The problem is different. Why are mass shootings happening like this? Why are they going up? Look at what our society looks like today. Look at what it supposedly values. Nothing. And these people are targeting what? Christian churches. I can't emphasize this enough. Because Christianity imposes values. Christianity imposes morals on a population. And in fact, our country was built on those very morals and ethics. And so it's anarchy. All of this is pushing back against Christianity, against our founding, against who we were. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. I'll probably talk about this more later. Let me get into a couple other stories here. But first, one more thing. Are you ready to move easily and independently without pain or stiffness holding you back? Do you want to look in the mirror and see a plump, hydrated glow instead of more fine lines and wrinkles? Discover Native Path Collagen, made with only type 1 and 3 collagen fibers, the two most important types that make up 90% of the collagen in your body. It's a single ingredient formula. It doesn't have fillers, no additives, no artificial sweeteners. This is something I use. It is completely flavorless. It's peptide formula makes it bioavailable. That means that it doesn't clump. It absorbs more easily, and that's true. And you can add it to anything: coffee, smoothies, oatmeal, you name it. I've done it in coffee and smoothies mainly. 4 million jars have been sold, 1 million happy customers. Native Path is a trusted choice. They offer an 800 number for any questions about usage. That person even speaks English. You can join their private Facebook community to share success stories, recipes, and support each other on this journey called life. Visit getnativepath.com/dailyclout and start your transformation today. That is getnativepath.com/dailyclout. I'll just briefly tell you about John Bolton. I don't think people realize this. So, John Bolton, let me just actually play John Bolton here, this clip. Listen to him. This is him celebrating the raid of Mar-a-Lago.
It's maybe of the highest level of sensitivity, or they may not. We just don't know. So we could speculate all night here. I'd prefer that the Justice Department move as rapidly as possible as they can through this in order that as much as can be made and would be made public is done as quickly as we can, because otherwise the department is left out there twisting in the wind, to use a Watergate phrase, and it doesn't have adequate defenses against the political onslaught of Donald Trump.
So he totally supports the raid of Mar-a-Lago. It can't happen fast enough, move swiftly and everything else, because he's got classified documents. Anyway, I'm not even going to get into that. Of course, just like Adam Schiff, who's probably guilty of mortgage fraud, Letitia James, mortgage fraud, the people that were accusing Donald Trump of being a criminal, that wanted him persecuted, they wanted to politicize the Justice Department and use it to weaponize it against the American people and their political enemies. Well, of course, they're all criminals, not just because they were committing crimes in that, but specifically in their personal lives. They have no respect for the rule of law. So John Bolton, he wrote this book. Let me see if I have it here, just so I get some of these facts right. I wrote about it on my Substack, drewallen.substack.com. Get over there and subscribe if you haven't yet. I will be posting stuff there regularly. I haven't lately because I've been finishing up this book on Trump-Russia collusion. Anyway, drewallen.substack.com. So John Bolton was accused in 2020 of publishing classified information in a memoir he wrote called The Room Where It Happened. And the Justice Department argued that he rushed the book to press. He didn't go through the mandatory pre-publication review process. You know, you have to make sure that this is approved. It doesn't have classified information in it. He didn't do that. He published it anyway. And so you actually had the Justice Department opening a criminal inquiry into Bolton during the Trump years, which explains also why Bolton hates Trump so much. So they opened this investigation, and they discovered that he was sending classified emails to family members, like Clinton, in terms of a non-government, non-secure server. Just like I got a Gmail account and I'm sending classified documents. Well, the Trump administration was investigating that. Joe Biden came in and shut that investigation down. So Donald Trump has reopened that investigation, and they have now determined that, in fact, classified emails were sent from John Bolton to family members, and those were intercepted by foreign adversaries. John Bolton. Man, isn't it mind-blowing? These people. All right, let's do Cracker Barrel for the last few minutes here. If you have any questions, post them on the screen. I'll try and get to them at the very end. So Cracker Barrel unveiled this new logo just like less than a week ago, and there was great public outcry, and now they are scrapping the new logo that people didn't like. But we got to back up. I want to start and revisit. I want to revisit this with what happened. So about a year ago, you know, they got this new CEO, I think 2023, you know, a couple years back. And they announced this big revamp. They're going to evolve the restaurant. And it was going to be this 3-year plan. Well, 1 year into the plan, there was all this pushback. What was the Cracker Barrel revamp plan? And by the way, the CEO here, her name is Julie Fells Massino. And there's a big lesson in this. But look, I grew up in Texas, in the Dallas area. I'm familiar with Cracker Barrel. I grew up going to Cracker Barrel. And I want to say something in transparency. I'm not a Cracker Barrel person anymore. Okay? I got too bougie. I'm conservative, but I lived in California too long. I live in Napa Valley. My wife is a chef. All right? So I'm just not a Cracker Barrel guy. And that's fine. That's fine. I was a Cracker Barrel person at one point, back when I would go to Macaroni Grill and all those chains. And then I just got spoiled. I got too interested in my health. I don't like eating out at places like that anymore, these big chains. That's not to say you shouldn't or can't. That's just where I am. That's my own evolution over time, right? But Cracker Barrel, if you don't know, it's very specific. The branding actually was quite good. It was inspired by these old country stores, so they filled it with antiques. Every store was kind of like being in a museum. It was a little cluttered. And, what was central to Cracker Barrel in that logo too, I don't have the picture of it to pull up, but it was Uncle Herschel, who we called the old timer. He's the guy sitting down, leaning his arm on the Cracker Barrel, the barrel. He was even, I think that on the menu, there was even like Uncle Herschel's, eggs, Uncle Herschel's plate or something, bacon, eggs, whatever. So he was a fixture, the old timer, Uncle Herschel. So this CEO comes in and gets rid of all of it. They basically just like cleansed it of its identity. And you could see it in the logo. I mean, it's reflected in the logo. They got rid of everything. It's just a Cracker Barrel. Oh, we kept some of the colors. But look, so they went into these stores. They started renovating a year ago, and they got to like 40 of them. They painted the walls white. They put in modern lighting fixtures. They took out the antiques effectively. And this was their shtick. This was their identity. And they're getting all this negative feedback over the course of the last year as they're doing these renovations. But the CEO and Cracker Barrel, they refused to address reality. So they didn't care what the customers thought. They were doing these renovations, and the feedback they were getting was like, we don't like this, but they pressed on anyway. And this is where the lesson comes in that I'm going to convey to you. This CEO at Cracker Barrel had nothing in common with people who actually eat at Cracker Barrel. And she did not care to get to know these people. And I am telling you, because this CEO's mentality, like the left, I don't know if she's a Democrat, probably, but it's an attitude of elitism. So that's why I say I'm not a Cracker Barrel person anymore. But if I were to go and take over Cracker Barrel, I wouldn't make it like, I don't even go here. I've never been to the French Laundry, but I'm just using the most expensive restaurant that's famous right here in Napa Valley, the French Laundry. I wouldn't go in as CEO as Cracker Barrel and say, this doesn't fit what I like because I live in the Napa Valley. I like expensive fine dining. I like caviar. I like, whatever, lobster. I wouldn't go in and force that on the people that eat at Cracker Barrel. But this is the takeaway from this. They didn't care what the customers thought. Because in their opinion, the customer, the person that eats at Cracker Barrel, was a bunch of retards. A bunch of lowbrow, poor people. And their mentality is, we don't care what you like. You shouldn't like this, and you should like what we're going to give you. You're going to like this because we're superior to you. It's very like communist, like you will own nothing and be happy, right? We're going to change everything about Cracker Barrel because we know better, and you're going to like it. But they didn't like it. And here's the response, like when they were complaining about the renovations. As with any change, we recognize that there may be a vocal minority who feel differently. However, the strong performance of these locations affirms that we are moving in the right direction. They don't live in reality. They don't want to live in reality. So Cracker Barrel was Southern country charm. And they got this new campaign slogan, all the more. I don't even know what the HE double hockey sticks that mean. What does that mean? All the more. I don't know what that means. It's like the Jaguar thing. I don't even remember what the slogan was, but it meant nothing. And like liberals and Democrats, like they mean nothing, just vapid phrases. So they got rid of Uncle Herschel. I mean, it's like updating Disney and you get rid of the castle in the beginning. How do you do that? So anyway, this CEO, Julie Fells Messino, she previously served as president of Taco Bell and Mattel before being tapped to head Cracker Barrel. She held senior roles at Sprinkles Cupcakes and Starbucks. Here's what she said about what Cracker Barrel meant to her in June 2025, not long ago. There's something here. This is a great place where people connect. People were there with their families. They were there with their friends. I mean, imagine this is your takeaway. There's a restaurant, right? And your observation is there are people here eating in the restaurant. Yeah, there are people in this restaurant with their friends. There are people in this restaurant with their families. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Anyway, she goes on, and everybody I talked to in the journey, when I was evaluating the opportunity, everybody had such affinity for the brand. They loved the brand. Like everybody has an origin story for Cracker Barrel. So then what does the CEO do? People love the brand, so she completely destroys the brand. She scraps the new logo. She goes in and said, no antiques. Let's modernize the place. Let's get rid of the Southern country charm. These are leftists. You know, they invent problems. They create problems. The problem with Cracker Barrel was not its quote unquote identity. Maybe some of the food sucked. I don't know. Maybe it needed some updates. Maybe there were things here and there. But the solution wasn't to go in and make it modern. It's Cracker Barrel. And you want to turn it into like what? So this happened to me with Marc Jacobs. So I lived in Italy 2 years. I opened the first Marc Jacobs store in Italy. It was in Milan. Ended up managing stores in West Hollywood in California as well, a men's store there. I worked in the stores in New York at times as well. So this was me. I did this for many years, on and off actually, as a store manager. And Marc Jacobs, when I started, was very prosperous. I mean, I opened a store in Milan. Obviously, it was doing quite well. And then, you know, fast forward, you know, a little less than a decade, and they bring in some new CEO. They got rid of the president. I'm not going to get into all that sort of stuff, but they brought a new CEO that came from some other fashion brand. And he just didn't like Marc Jacobs. Like, he wanted it to be different. He didn't take time to understand who our customer was. He didn't ever appreciate the brand. And I'm talking specifically the Marc by Marc Jacobs brand, the kind of secondary brand that still had $1,000 coats, but also had affordable things. And he came in like an arrogant SOB, and he just changed everything. And I could see it happen day by day. Customers come in and say, what happened to this place? This isn't the place that I used to come to. I don't even recognize it anymore. Well, the CEO thinks that it should be more like Chanel. That wasn't the Marc Jacobs identity. So this person, too, isn't smart. She's making $6 million a year, by the way. CEO class. They're like the government bureaucrats. They just stay in there forever. But that's the takeaway. It's the mentality of the CEO class, like this person. They're elitists. They don't care what you like. They acknowledge you like it, and they come in and they want to change it. And when you push back, they say, oh, it's a vocal minority that's pushing back. This is the problem even with the mass shooting. You know, refusal to address reality, what the actual problem is. Yeah, Roscoe. Vocal minority equals everybody. That's right. Code for everybody. But anyway, look, this is we hit an hour here. Man, I love being with you guys. One of these days, I'm telling you, one of these days, this show will take over my life, and we will do this show 5 days a week. I got to have your support. I don't need you to give me money. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not a grifter. But you know, I've got to get to a place where I can make that happen. Right now, obviously that can't happen, but it will with your support, and you're sharing the show, and you're following and keeping up with the Drew Allen Show. But man, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being with me today. God bless you all truly. Pray for this country. Pray for this country. Pray for our leaders. Pray for one another. Pray for these families. You know, the left is mocking us Christians who want to pray. Prayer is important, and this country could use prayer. And those people that are mocking Christianity should too. But we will pray for this nation. God bless you all. This is Drew Allen, your Millennial Minister of Truth. Until next time.
On today's episode we have a very special interview. Let me put my headphones on because I'm slacking. I'm making myself look bad. We have a very special guest. We have Stephen Eugene Kuhn, is a globally recognized business leader, speaker, advisor, entrepreneur with over 30 years experience, scaling companies, securing funding, and engineering transformative exits across 10 countries. He is also a decorated U.S. military combat veteran, and as a combat veteran myself, you know we absolutely love that here. Service over self is what it's all about, right? You know, he's got networks that that would baffle most people, you know, rock stars, singers, actors, business leaders, politicians, and he is very well adept at foreign policy, politics, markets, business, and everything of the like. And I have found his content to be extremely refreshing. He's got a book coming up. We're going to get into that as well. Unleash your humble alpha, own your presence in life, and become the epic leader you are meant to be. Thank you for coming on the show, sir.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
So I ask every guest the same thing. What got you into this? What sparked this in the first place? Everyone has that halo moment, that epiphany that says that I got something to say, people need to hear it, and nobody else is saying what needs to be said. What was that moment for you?
Well, it was a process. So basically, I was living in Germany after I got out of the military, which is where I was stationed, and from 96 until 2002, I was running my businesses. And 2002, I met a guy on a boat ride in the river in Berlin, and we hit it off. Turns out he's one of the royals, and we started talking about politics. And it turns out that I actually, based on common sense and sort of my intuition, I had a lot of answers that he was surprised about. So he introduced me to one of the ex-prime ministers of Germany and the defense minister, and they asked me some questions out of curiosity at a dinner, and I happened to be right about my forecast about what was going to happen under the current president at the time. And that got me into their den, so to say. And they started asking me for advice. So over the last years, not only was I the co-founder of the Civil Coalition of Germany, which turned into the AfD, which is the Alternative for Germany, Alternative für Deutschland, the most popular party right now in Germany. But I kept going on and consulting them. Then I branched out and I consulted other governments and other leaders. And at the same time, I was doing celebrities and businesses, and Andrea Bocelli, Mick Jagger. I worked for him, Olivia Newton-John, and things like that. And it was always based on a few core models that I live by, which are integrity and all this kind of stuff that we can talk about later. But in the end, I got married 3.5 years ago to a Ukrainian woman. Sorry, 4.5 years ago to a Ukrainian woman. And when the war broke out, we took her family from her mother and father from Ukraine and brought them to Turkey, where we live. I'm currently in Hungary, but we live in Turkey. And after about a couple of years, I forget what it was, in December 24, they were talking about sending rockets into Russia. Mm-hmm. And it was like, come on, are you serious? So I just made a video, just me talking about a video. And Alex Jones shared that video, and it got, 30 million views or something like that. I waited a month and I did another video. Hey, it's me. As you may remember, that got 30, 40 million views.
Holy shit. I remember the video you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually remember the video you're talking about. I've been on a couple of Alex Jones shows. He does some of his stuff on Spaces, and his booker Chase has had me on to discuss quite a bit. So, I remember the video you're referring to.
So I said, well, maybe I should. People seem to enjoy what I'm talking about, so let me just start doing videos. So, I'm at video 185 since that day. I've done a video every day, and it comes quite easily for me, because I see the connections between people, politics, impact, society, and because I've lived in 10 countries. And I've worked and owned businesses in most of those countries as well. So I got a really good feel for people, right? Yeah. For different cultures and sort of the mix of what's going on in the world. And I know sort of how people think, because I had cocktail bars, I had nightclubs, and insurance agencies and things like that. So it was always with people. It was never like, some agency or something. It was always with the people.
With normal people.
Blue collar, some white collar, just normal people. Which brings me to today, where I do funding for projects, large projects. My partner and I, we've raised almost $3 billion since January.
Nice.
And that's literally from my kitchen table. It's like, it isn't even office suit and tie, like we were talking earlier before the show, t-shirt, and it isn't about, what I know or how good I am or if I'm this, that, or it's about who can I connect where both people win.
Yep.
Right? And that's how I think about politics. Like, what are the relationships that I can build within the political realm that can bring a balance to what's out there? Because the only way we're going to make through any of this is through unity. Mm-hmm. Right? Right? Unity doesn't mean we have to be kumbaya and hug and kiss each other. That means unity. We agree to disagree. We have a balance between each of us. Each person has their own role, and then we can move forward like that. So everybody think it's got to be this or that. It's absolutely not going to happen.
I gotta say, so similar backgrounds, obviously military service. My parents, my whole family served for 140 years, 150 years, basically since the end of slavery, and on the Italian side of the family since World War One. Every
What's the
generation
other
has
side?
served.
Italian and what? Are you Italian and what? What's the other side?
Italian and black.
Okay, I'm Italian German, so I have the
Yep.
same thing. Our family served as well. My German grandparents, grandfather served in. I'm so sons of the American Revolution kind
Yep.
of thing. Got that little thing going on there. Yeah.
I'm the only
So, amen.
the only Marine in the family, but
Oh, well, there you go.
yeah, our Thanksgivings involve a lot of shit talking, but you know
Someone's
how it
gotta do
is.
it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
the brotherhood.
You guys got the best uniforms. Yeah, you guys got the best uniforms though, man. You can't complain. It's,
Oh no,
it's,
yep, that is true. Women rate the dress blues as the top uniform every single year, and then I think Navy dress whites, officer dress whites comes in second, and Silkies comes in third. Ranger panties comes in third. But so like I have a similar background. After the Marine Corps, went back to college. Went from being a homeless veteran to going back to college studying Homeland Security, anti-terrorism, business, and psychology, because most of my experience in the military as military police, combat side, not the asshole, not the Blue Falcon kind, but I did celebrity protection for a while, did private protection, worked a lot, bars, security gigs. And I got to know, even throughout my service, my parents always instilled me with this idea of, when you're wrong or you don't know, you keep your mouth shut. Yeah. But when you're right, you never back down. Yeah. And your intellect and your intellect and your knowledge is going to get you into rooms that your pedigree never that a pedigree otherwise would be required to get you in. And I was able to have cigars with General Mattis, with colonels and generals, playing golf, stuff like that. And I realized, because I have an insatiable addiction to knowledge, I read constantly, it opened a lot of doors. And that, because I spend the majority of my time around normal people, obviously lower enlisted guy, I understand how normal, average, everyday troops, and when you're talking to general officers, they don't hear a lot from average, everyday troops. They hear from staff NCOs and officers who are kissing their ass. And my whole thing was, well, that's not how we look at it on the ground, and that's not what we're experiencing. Yeah. So, and even in the business world, I brought that same sort of methodology of, regardless of the situation, we all put our pants on the same way. I'm going to be honest with you, no matter what the situation is. I agree with your statement about unity, because I very much have the same ethos. I am a hardcore conservative at heart. I lean very libertarian on a lot of social issues, because I don't care what people do with their daily lives as long as you're not asking me to pay for it, you're not trying to force agreement, and you're not trying to shove it down my throat or, talk to my kids about it. Like, if I don't have to fund it, I don't care. However, when I've been looking at a lot of the stuff that's been happening in the world, and the way I got into politics was my dad's been on budget committee since I was 12. And I got into politics listening to Rush Limbaugh in our cleaning company, because I was my dad's first employee. And throughout that process, I realized, and what I'm grasping from you is this diverse set of experiences throughout both military, business world, conversations with normal people that allow you to be able to see things in a way that the average person within the Beltway in DC or on Fox News or CNN or MSNBC can't look at things, because they're so embroiled in ideology and political think tank pieces that they don't understand how to talk to normal people, or how to take the 1,000,000-foot view of everything outside of their ideological perspective and disperse it.
Well, it's because most people are bought into a system where they're profiting from it or are dependent on it.
Yeah.
So they have to deliver a certain message, a certain way, a certain vibe. They have to fit in, all these things, and that's what it's like when you have a job, right?
Yep.
You have a job. You got to do what they say. And so people are scared to speak out. I knew a cop during COVID, he threw someone on the ground, like broke his nose because he wasn't wearing a mask.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, dude, what are you doing, man? He said, look, if I don't do this, if I don't do what they tell me to do, we're supposed to be really harsh with these people. I'll lose my job. I'll lose my pension. I can't pay my mortgage. My kids can't go to school. So he's infringing on civil liberties for a 40K a year job, a pension. And it's like, it sounds rough, but it's true. The problem aren't the elites. The problem is the millions of people underneath them that do the little pieces at a time that all fit together to give them the power. That's the issue. And then they do it through debt and they do it through fear, right? So debt is absolute slavery. You mentioned that, absolute slavery. When you have a mortgage to pay, you're not going to step out of line.
No,
right?
No, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. So these people that actually are typically good people, they can think for themselves, they're intelligent, they buy into it and say, I have to do this, so I'm not going to think about is it right or wrong. I'm just going to do it because that's what I got to do to pay my bills. I'm here for my family. I'm paying the bills. I'm making sure my family's solid. So in their minds, they're doing the right thing, right? And in theory, they are, because everyone says family first, right? But in the end, what are they actually building that may be impossible to tear down later? That's where we are right now.
Yeah. Well, most people aren't building anything. That's the problem.
No, exactly. That's the point. They don't want them building anything. They want to be a piece. They want everyone to be a piece of the cosmos, right? Like, everyone has a little piece of the puzzle, and when it's put together, it's there.
Yeah.
Right. So you'll never know, maybe, what you're actually doing and what it contributes to.
Yeah, in most cases,
Yeah, they don't want you to know. Oh, just do this thing. It's what do I do? I don't worry about it. It's part of the job. Okay. And you're like, okay, I don't have to worry about it. It's not my problem. I'm not doing anything wrong, right? Whereas that piece is pivotal for the next piece, for the next piece, and for the next piece. And a lot of people don't understand that. I tried to break it down in a video 2 days ago, and I got a lot of good comments from it. A lot of positive feedback from it. One of the very few videos where I didn't get any negative feedback, except for the occasional, was it Russian propaganda or whatever?
I think that's the one where you were wearing the gray shirt. I literally just finished watching that video. I sent it to Juan because I wanted to touch on that. And I'm glad you went there because that is, it touches on something I've said often on the show, which is real conspiracies actually involve very, very, very few people. And it trusts on everybody else just to act in their own self-interest. And because of that, like, the more you start to get introspective into examining yourself and then start to examine how you've interacted with the world around you, and you start to see how the different pieces start to work together, the harder it is to look at yourself in the mirror, because you're going to have to sit there and do that. What have I been doing this whole time?
Yeah.
The harder it is to sleep at night, because then you're wondering, how the hell do I get out of this hamster wheel? And two, how do I stop contributing to the machine that is ultimately keeping me right where I am?
Well, it's self-preservation will trump integrity almost every time, unfortunately. It's like, am I going to send my kids to school, or am I going to lose my job because I spoke out? And, some people, and this is what happened in Canada at the last election. They did a poll on who voted, who didn't, and who thought conservative but voted status quo. It was all the baby boomers.
Yep.
All the baby boomers think conservative, but they said, no, I don't want to rock the boat. I got my pension. Everything's fine. I'm relaxed. They're the ones that don't want to rock the boat. Okay, it's bad, but hey, I'm good.
We're seeing that here too.
Oh yeah.
I've often excoriated baby boomers, going, look, I'm sorry to tell you, greatest generation baby boomers. You guys are awesome for the wars you fought in and the things you accomplished and the greatness you brought to the world, but you're also responsible for a lot of the things that we are dealing with now. Because there were moments where you could have gone through short-term pain to solve long-term problems, and instead you chose short-term ease and created bigger long-term problems. And now it requires Trump to do the incredibly unorthodox in order to fix a lot of things that we shouldn't be dealing with right now.
Absolutely. And, I don't want to, blame one person, but as you get older, you're supposed to get more critical.
Yeah.
It seems like as you get older, I mean, they always say the older you get, the more conservative you get, like literally. But it seems something has happened to our society where that stopped.
Yeah.
Where it seems like they're like, okay, yeah, it's too much now. Let me just sort of back off and enjoying the fruits of my efforts for the last 60, 70 years.
Yeah.
You know, and that's for me, that's a big problem, because, you know, look where we are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a scary. I mean, if you think about it, it's pretty amazing if you think about how the world was formed, as far as philosophies go.
Yeah.
And you have basically the world split into two, Plato and Aristotle, right? So Plato is all about collectivism, mysticism, the group above the individual, which leads to communism, fascism, radical Islam, and socialism. Then you have Aristotle, which is logic, reason, observation, and individual rights,
Yes.
which led to the Renaissance, Enlightenment, and the only constitution on the world that was based on individual rights, and that's the American Constitution.
What I always found interesting, about that is Plato at the end of the Republic actually came to the conclusion that it was impossible because it was against human nature. That the collectivism, the idea, everything you have to do to get to your utopia, your collectivist utopia, is so against human nature. You tear down everything you need to create. I've gone down the rabbit hole on Marxism, all that stuff, and I've examined it, and I'm sitting there going, you have to destroy everything between the individual and the state. And in order to destroy everything between the individual and the state, you destroy everything that creates responsible, critical thinking, community-centric individuals who actually care about the people in their community outside of government force. So you're collapsing society. So you get to the collectivist enforced system, but everything that's required to make it work without people taking advantage of it, you get rid of.
Yeah, and it's happening. You can see it happening right now in America, especially.
Yeah.
You know, it's more crass in America. In Europe, it's happened slower. In America, it's happened quicker. So that's why it's sticking out. I mean, in Germany, for instance, it's just slowly oozed in, and then now we're suddenly there. It's like everybody's waking up going, like, "What the hell are we doing? What are we even here?" But politics is only one part of the whole thing. You have, politics is just like how society is supposed to be run, but then underneath that, you have ethics, what's good versus bad, which you're talking about is losing. Underneath that, you have metaphysics, which is basically what's real. Is there a God? Isn't there a God? And you have underneath that, you have epistemology, which is how do we know what we know?
Yeah.
And when Plato is like, let's just delete those bottom three and go with politics and then make everybody a talking head, and then people will follow. And so you're right. It's destroying society. It's destroying the wholeness of any society that's healthy. And this is one of the reasons I live in Turkey, is based upon core family values.
Yes.
If there's a family value in that society is going to be healthy, right? One way or the other, there's a way around it.
Mm-hmm.
And I live in Turkey, and I'll tell you what, there's kids can walk down the street 10 o'clock at night, 10 years old, 12 years old, and every adult has an eye on that kid.
Yep.
There's no mobbing, there's no bullying, there's no name calling, there's no, even for adults on the street, there's no road rage, and believe me, they drive crazy. No road rage, no flipping people off, no arguments in the grocery store, none of that. There's respect for the elders. They even have a name for anyone who's older than you. It's Abi, means older brother.
Mm-hmm.
So you would call me Abi right now because I'm older than you, right?
Yep.
So just out of respect. That's how a society based on family values works. An older woman, you call her Abla, which is sister. And so when you live in a society like this, you feel whole. You feel a responsibility for those around you. You feel you have to do your part. Otherwise, you're ostracized. And now in our society, in the West, it's almost opposite.
Yeah. We've completely destroyed everything that built the family. So I made this back in the early 1900s, between, I want to say 1890 to around 1939, 1940. There was this push towards getting rid of the extended family and making a more nuclear family-centric society. And the extended family, we do a lot of talking about the power of the nuclear family being a burgeoning force, a wall against anything in society. But it was really the extended family prior to that. It was the ability for your grandparents, for the elders to pass down wisdom and experience. And while they're not still the heads of the household anymore, they're not the patriarch anymore. They're there to pass down those wisdom and lessons through life experience that they learned. We're not having that anymore. And then
and
we
they passed
started to
it down.
deconstruct the nuclear family as well through the radical
Right.
feminist movement, third and fourth wave feminism, so on and so forth.
It's funny you say that because they passed it down because they lived with you.
Yeah.
You took care of your grandparents, like they still do in Japan, like they still do in China, like they still do in Turkey.
I take care of my mom.
Yeah, exactly. That's how the wisdom is passed down. It isn't like, hey, let's sit down every Sunday and do schoolwork. It's passed down every day, daily, little things here, little things there, sometimes story night or whatever. And when you destroy that, that makes the family unit tighter and less secure. And now they're taking that away as well. They don't want us to be strong, right? I'm just saying, whoever the globalists are, don't want us to be strong. And so the way to do that is frontal attack or piece for piece, like you're doing now, putting people in debt, putting people in positions where if they do something wrong, they'll lose. Look at COVID, same thing, right? It was a litmus test to see if people would comply. And it's a scary thing. And I'm telling you what, if people don't stop arguing with each other, we can kiss our life as we know it goodbye. And I mean that. We can literally kiss it goodbye. You'll be controlled. You're going to have a certain amount of money a month that you can spend. And if you don't spend it, it's gone. And you get the same amount next month. You can't save money. You can't own nothing. All this kind of stuff. It's getting more and more. The prices worldwide here in Hungary, I just cannot believe how expensive it's gotten here in the last 2 years. In Turkey, 400 to 500% increase in costs of everything.
I completely believe it. Like here in New Hampshire, it's housing prices, energy costs have skyrocketed. It's to the point where the average elderly person is looking at losing their house due to property taxes or not being able to keep up with their energy bill. We had multiple elderly people over the last few years die because they couldn't keep the heat on in their house.
Incredible. That's the world we live in, man.
And we're supposed to be the most advanced country in the world, or at least we like to think that we are.
Well, you're not. America's not. Definitely not. Look at the infrastructure. It's the 1950s. That's pretty much it.
Well, that's the problem.
They have the worst broadband coverage of any Western country.
Yep.
Like you can't even get internet. Like that commercial. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Whatever that was. That doesn't happen in other countries. Like, what does that mean? Can you hear me now?
I do. I live that in New Hampshire on a daily basis. That has been a promise of our representatives in Congress for like the past 10 years. We're going to bring better broadband to New England. Juan, we still don't got it, do we, buddy? It is bad. But you hit on something. Our infrastructure, and I think there's a reason for this, though. One, perverse incentives in how contracts are being dealt out. Politically, to buddies and stuff. And as somebody who's actually had government contracts, I can see the amount of waste when we bid for a government contract. We have to bid 3, 4, 5, 6 times over what we would actually charge to do a job. And they look at us like we're trying to scam them if we actually give them a bargain for what they're doing. I'm like, I'm giving you a bargain because I want more government contracts. And I'm giving you good labor and good quality of work. Why are you telling me that I need to bid 6 times more than what I normally bid?
Because if they don't spend their budget, they don't get it next year.
Use it or lose it spending. I absolutely hate it. The other thing is, it's not sexy to talk about infrastructure during a campaign cycle. Because that's not when people think about the stuff that hits them in their pocketbook or the stuff that hits them daily. One, the fast way to win an election is to get people emotional, right? If you can get people emotional, talk about social issues, stuff like that, you can rally people to the polls. The other issue is the infrastructure stuff isn't sexy. The reason why Flint, Michigan had their issue is because at a local level, they had the ability to fix it. Then they kept pushing it back till then it became a citywide issue. Then it became a statewide issue. Then it became an issue that now presidents are being asked to step in to solve something that could have been solved 20 years ago by just updating their system. But that's not sexy. That doesn't get you reelected.
No, exactly. Look, I'm a big proponent, especially in business. Identify the problem, seek a solution. Right? Identify the problem, seek a solution. And the world, the media, the press, the online, social media, everybody talks about the problem.
Nobody talks about a solution.
Nobody. So I put out, here's 3 things that you can do right now to start changing your world. Because let's face it, I'm not going to walk up to Putin and say, hey, stop the war. He'll say, okay. right? I can't change that world. I can only change my world. And my world I change by first changing this, listening more to this, right? Getting faith in whatever it is that you believe in, and then moving forward, causing what I say, radiant value or a ripple effect to those around you to help them see the light as well, whatever light that is, right, for you. And that's the only way that we're going to change this world, is if each person does that in their microcosm. It starts in your house with your family, then it goes to your neighbors, maybe it goes to your community. When everyone does that and people start looking, the problem is, what are we talking about? Where are we going and where are we headed? There's no one out there saying we have to do this, we have to do this. Everyone's saying something different. People are against the left, people are against the right, people are against the middle, the back, the front, the down, the LGBT, whatever it is. It's all these different things. For me, it's real simple. You and your family, safe, sound, secure, psychologically healthy, financially and financially and geographically independent, so that if shit hits the fan, you can move, right? You can get out of there. If it's 20 miles down the road, like when 3 Mile Island in 1977 was about ready to explode, I was sitting in, I don't remember, 5th grade, looking out the window at 3 Mile Island. They put us on buses and took us 100 miles away in case it blew up. That's for me. That's a memory. It's like, okay, that's how I have to live. Because if something happens, what am I going to do? Hunker down in my basement? Like, come on. So how do we do that? You got to get debt free. You got to get debt free. And America is the #1 consumption society on the planet. The biggest consumer on the planet. When I go home on vacation, it's all about shopping and eating. That's all we ever do. I can't spend more than 2 weeks there. Otherwise I go crazy, right? Where's the time with the family, chilling out, relaxing, have a good time, not worrying about buying anything, ordering food, going to the store, getting the groceries, constantly. It's like this endless thing. And so much money is spent on garbage in America. And then there's so much garbage in America because they just throw it away. So what don't you need in your life, right? I'm not talking about prepper. I'm talking about, can you pick up right now if you had to and move? I can.
I'll be honest, I can't. I'm heading in that direction. I mean, I started to put myself on a path a while back I changed how my kids ate. I changed what we bring into the household. I changed what my expectations are for them. As a leader in my household, I have very rigid expectations that it doesn't matter whether you had a good day or a bad day. It doesn't matter whether you're tired or whether you're sick. The world expects you to perform. You have a burden of performance. I expect that same burden of performance. Your room will be clean. You will carry yourself with a level of self-respect. You will take care of your personal hygiene. You will do certain things. And that has changed things. And throughout that process, I've been getting rid of debt, trying to get myself in a position where if I need to bug out, I can bug out.
Well, it's about how do you leverage your network. Now we're getting into business. How do you leverage your network to earn as much as possible for as little time put in as possible? Like, how do you do that? And I remember when I was starting out, so I had cocktail bars and nightclubs, like I said, and I was working my ass off. And I said, man, this isn't working. Like, I have to run 20 businesses to make, a couple $1 million. So how do I do this? How do I make a couple $1 million without running all these businesses and actually not doing nothing? So I said, what's the biggest thing I can sell? Right? What's the biggest thing? A house. I don't want to sell houses. So if I had an employee, she's like, her dad sells the industrial size washers and dryers for hotels.
Okay.
Like wash your own sheets and stuff. And they cost like $150,000, right? And I said, hey, what if I sold one of those? How much commission would you give me? He's like, usually I give you like 15, 20K. I'm like, to sell one washing machine? He's like, yeah. I'm like, shit, I'm going to make 100K this month. So I'm like, all right. I don't need anything. Just tell me who to call and I'll go out and call them. And I guess, here's a list. And I went out and I sold like 3 machines in my first month. And I was like, damn, that was easy. And so that's how I started thinking, like, what's the biggest thing? And now I'm into, okay, you have a project, you need $150 million. I know a funding partner, get $150 million, give me a fee to get that relationship going. Then I get a success fee on that as well. $150 million, probably between $4 and $6 million. Right, for an introduction, a little bit of helping you out with your data and with your data room, and finding maybe a bridge investor and things like that, and boom, there you go. Right. So, what kind of networks do you have where you can do that at a smaller scale and then build up from there? Right. I remember there's someone said to me, why do you always like introducing people? I said, that's what life's about, man. It's a patchwork. You need someone to paint your house. I know a guy that can paint your house. I'll go tell that guy, hey, dude, I'm going to give you a client right now. I want 10%.
Yeah.
Here you go. You made some bucks. That's how I do everything. So I do everything. So I don't sit down 9 to 5 and work. I do that. And it took me years of doing this. Even when I was running the businesses, I was doing that in the business for the business. Barter deals and tit for tat and all this kind of things. And so it's about a win-win for everyone in that situation. Look, you get someone who paints your house who you can trust because I know them and I make a little bucks off of it, and there you go.
Well, that's how things work in politics too, and that's why I've tried to. I'm a political strategist, so I leverage my understanding of the business world, marketing, behavioral science, how people think and how people operate, and I apply it to politics by explaining to prospective politicians and think tanks and other political strategists that, you guys have your green papers here, but let me explain to you how it really works on the ground and how to explain to the average person. You're speaking intellectually about a topic. You're speaking theoretically about a topic. Hypothetically, you need to explain to this average person how it hits their kitchen table. So let me explain to you, let me introduce you to average people and get you on par with them so that now you guys can have a good conversation with each other. And now you can address their grievances. Because as a business mindset, when I walk into somebody's with a commercial cleaning company, I never tell a client that I can't solve their problem. I always apply whatever solutions and tools I have in my belt to whatever grievance they have, and I take that same methodology to politics. So very much like you leverage relationships, I leverage relationships as well.
Great, and it's the only way to go. People have to deal with people, and then people want to deal with people in the end anyway. Mm-hmm. And we're the ones who solve each other's problems. It's as simple as that. And you said something about politicians, and you teach them how to talk to normal people. I teach them how to be people.
Yes, that is pretty much what I'm doing.
No one talks like that. Only politicians talk like that. Stop talking like that.
Yep.
I've literally, you can't imagine the people that I've spoken to. You cannot imagine the people that I've had in front of me, and I had to talk to them like that.
Oh, yes.
And I'm talking like people you would know and everybody would know. And it's just like, look, you can't be too far that way, and you can't be too relaxed. You can't be too that way. You got to be you. Who are you? And that's where, in my book, Unleash Your Humble Alpha, the first chapter is all about identity. If I ask somebody who they are, they say, "Oh, I'm a father, I'm a CEO, I'm a business owner." That's not who you are. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Who are you? Right? And 99% of society do not know who they are. Right? So once you realize who you are, your purpose almost crystallizes in front of you. I remember when I figured out who I was, and my purpose was like, I'm the connector. I'm a powerful connector. That's what I do. And so I focused on only that, and that's when everything exploded. And so I teach people this in the book. There's actually, after each chapter, there's 5 models to live by. And after each chapter, there's exact action steps that you can take to get you to where you need to go to build a foundation, or what I call your hard drive, your operating system, right? Where you'll never fall from that again. Because I was homeless too. I didn't have an operating system, right?
Yep.
I lost my job. Next thing you know, right? I'm like, shit, what am I going to do now? Well, that can't happen anymore because I have an operating system by which I live by, which is core principles and values, and like what I call investing in relational capital, creating space, honesty, integrity, and transparency. How do you operate in the world? How does your reputation precede you as a person of integrity, and all these kind of things? It's all in the book. That book is so successful that it's in universities now in America. Harvard and Stanford even has it on their desk right now. And the only reason that is because after each chapter, I was reading all these books growing up, and even in the business world, one thing that always pissed me off was like Think and Grow Rich, right? You have to have a highlighter, and you're you're putting tabs on the, and then when you want to remember something, you got to go back and where was that? And you have all these notes, the book's completely destroyed. Well, in our book, my book, every chapter has its own action steps.
Okay.
So you know exactly where to go. You don't have to remember and highlight and all this kind of stuff. That was one of the things. See, keep it simple.
Yep.
Right? Keep it simple. Keep it super simple. And that's politics. I speak on my videos at a 5th to 6th grade level. Right? I speak very, very basic. Some words I can't help using, but very, very basic, very poignant, very short and punchy, so that there's not too much blah, blah going on. People just understand the main message. And I do that because you remember when John Kerry was running for president and he said just one thing, he said something in French. That's when he lost.
Yeah.
Because he spoke French. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
everybody's like, oh, look at him, Mr. Big Shot, speaks French. Oh, next thing you know, no one wants to vote for him anymore. Who was the other guy who went, yeehaw? Remember that? He lost it.
Yep.
Remember? Well,
Yeah.
I forget what his name was. He was leading in the polls, and when he went crazy and raised his hand and he did like a cowboy thing, immediately dropped off. The entire press, sort of massacred him. So you as a politician, you got to be genuine. You got to be real. You got to be who you are. And in the end, you cannot give a shit about what other people are going to say about you. And
Exactly.
That's the issue. That's it. Trump doesn't have that issue, obviously.
Yeah. No, that's his greatest superpower, as a matter of fact, is not caring.
Yeah. So, most politicians want to toe the line. They're owned by some lobbyist group or lobbyists. And getting into politics, and I was slated to be a senator in 2012. A certain group came to me when I was living in Zurich, Switzerland, and they pitched to me to be a senator of Illinois, a Democratic senator. I'm like, I'm Republican. And they said, doesn't matter. They said, you're the perfect poster boy for the Democrat senator. You're 6'4", you're 240, you're muscular, you're good looking, you've never been indicted. I thought that was a strange qualification.
In DC, it's surprising how many people have criminal records. Trust me.
Like, you've never been indicted. And I went through about 6 months of interviews with people that you would know that are very devious and on the left.
Oh,
right?
yes.
At the time, I was, leading businesses, and I was like, man, I want to be a senator. I got caught up in it. And then one thing stuck with me, poster boy, they said to me, you're the perfect poster boy. So, and they also saw what I did in Germany with building the AFD and all this kind of stuff. And so they said, if you can activate 500,000 people within a year and a half in Germany, you can sure as hell do that in America from zero. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then one day I said, look, guys, I need to know what's going on here, because if we're going to do this, and there was like they had to find me a job in the UN and in NATO because I was a civilian.
Yeah.
And I just can't move from Switzerland over to Illinois and be a senator. I have to be in the system. So they organized jobs for me in NATO and the UN. I could choose from one or the other. And they were just basically positions. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to pretend that I was working for a year, and then I could go over. This actually happened. For me, it blows my mind, because at the time I'm like, wow, this is really cool. Only a few people get, no, it's absolute crookery.
Yes, it is.
Anyways, I said, so guys, what are the issues? Because I have things that I care about. And they're like, what don't you understand about poster boy? You're going to have the best life of anybody in the world. There's only 100 senators in America. Mm-hmm. Everyone's going to know your name. You're going to be popular, famous, the whole works. What do you care about what you're talking about? And the first thought that went through my head was, I will be the first senator ever assassinated.
Yeah.
Because
trust me. I ran for Congress, and I talked to senators and congressmen on a regular basis. I completely understand. I got the pitch too. I got sat down across the table from lobbyists, military background. They're like, oh, we're going to immediately sit you in front of the guys from Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon and all that. And I was like, yeah, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. As a matter of fact, one of the senators that I know that I was down there for a meeting with, he didn't even know they were going to be there. He apologized to me. He knew straight out the gate, because we've had bourbon together, and he's like, yeah, as soon as they showed up, he's like, I'm sorry, I already see where this is going. I was like, yeah, it's all right. They can buy me drinks. They can buy me the Wagyu beef steaks, and I'll eat them, but I'm not going to do what you want me to do.
We can talk to him all day long. You can understand where I'm coming from, what I'm about, why I do what I do, how I think what I think. You can talk about all that stuff. But I'm not doing what you say for money, period.
Exactly. And you know what?
If I agree with you, maybe we'll do the same thing. But I'm not doing jack for money. Then you're an operative. Then you're a paid. Then you're a paid operative, and that's just not how. Like right now, I get information from everywhere. I'm talking intel. I'm talking from Russia, from Ukraine, from Germany, from Italy, from France. Like real intel. I have people on the ground. I have people working the intel. So like people talk to me. I cannot take money for anything that I do. Then I'll be an operative. It'd be illegal, wouldn't it? So everything I do is because I do it. And all these videos I do, I don't get paid for that, right? I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do, damn it. And I'm tired of people giving up. I'm tired of people giving in. Just giving in. It's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I got to protect my family. Yeah, you should protect your family, but you're not protecting their future.
Mm-hmm.
We need change right now. And the only change that we're going to get is through unity. And again, we don't have to hug and kiss. right? We agree to disagree. Like I remember growing up, my mom said, I didn't even know who my mom voted for until I got in the Army, because she never would tell me.
Mm-hmm.
We never talked politics, ever. In our family, friends, anybody. So I was 18 years old when I found out my mom was Republican. I had no idea.
I can honestly say that my house was definitely not like that. My parents have both been really big into politics since I was little. Like my mom was an activist as a teenager before joining the Air Force. My dad was big in the union after he got out of the Air Force. It was like it's always been just a staple in our household, but it's always been whatever position you have, you need to justify it. So make sure you do your own research. Don't take us at our word. Make sure you know what you're talking about.
You get beaten down for it. You get beaten down for it,
Yeah.
dog labeled and called names and tied up and hog-tied. Like that's what happens now.
Yeah.
It's just the level of discourse on social media is sickening.
I stopped logging on.
Yeah, I mean, I do the videos because that's how I reach people.
Yeah,
right. That's the best way to reach people. And just some of the comments here, like, is this a real person? I mean, how can someone even think like that?
In a lot of cases, from what I've seen from the data from X is looking at probably about 40% of the population being bots. So they're definitely not real people in a lot of cases. But what I've seen, and I wanted to touch on this because you were talking about getting intel and having insights from all over the place. Your insights when it comes to Ukraine and foreign policy, I've found to be absolutely fantastic. I'd like you to go a little bit deeper into that from your perspective, having been all over the place. I mean, we have different perspectives than most people. I've been to 30 countries, 48 states. You're now living in Turkey. You're in Hungary right now. You've been stationed in Germany. What's your perspective on all this?
First of all, the obvious is Zelensky's never been in charge. Obviously, the European Union is sticking their nose in everything. Why are they sticking their nose in anything? Ukraine's not in the European Union, and they're not in NATO.
Yep.
Right. So why is the EU even involved? Right. When they talk about he's talking about Article 5 the other day. Like Article 5. First of all, Article 5 doesn't force anyone to take any military action. It forces them to take political action.
Yes.
So that's a big mistake. And second of all, you have a president unelected from a country that we're pouring billions of dollars into, telling the West that they have to invoke Article 5 if something happens and they get attacked again. You got the European Union lobbying for this guy all over the world, preaching constantly about Ukraine and saving Ukraine and sovereignty from Ukraine. Ukraine's being destroyed, absolutely destroyed. Over 1 million people have died there, right? Soldiers have died. The numbers say 35,000, whatever, bullshit. It's double what World War II, Korea, and Vietnam combined. The deaths that we had, American soldiers, it's double that in Ukraine alone. That right there should tell you something. Why are they still going? Why are they still going? Why is Trump flip-flopping? Why is he going back and forth? Why is he, one day he says, oh, Putin and I in Alaska, we have a great deal. We're going to work in the Antarctica. We're going to do an Antarctica deal. We're going to do this, that, and the other. And 3 days later, he's like, you got 2 weeks. It's like, why? Think about that, right? So for me, it's real simple. You got the European Union who needs this war. There's actually documentation they want a war. It's planned by 2030, one way or the other. They're going to make it happen. That's just the plan, right? Then you have the Balkan states. The Balkan states are the tripwire. They're the ones who are going to fight the war. They're the ones who are going to die for Europe.
Yep.
Right, and for the West. That's the plan, right? People think I'm crazy, but I've seen it written. It's the plan. Written plans don't always come true, but that's what it is. And then you have Zelensky, who's in a place right now where he can't do anything else but what he's doing right now because he's owned, completely owned. Just like Macron is owned, just like Merkel was owned, just like Merz is owned, just like von der Leyen is owned, just like they're all owned, right? And I got myself in trouble here, man. It's being so deep in politics like I am in more than one country, but specifically in America and in Germany. I see it every day, and I see the people. I can tell you a story. I can't tell them now because it's too recent, but there's stories that you can't believe that the party that you think is for what you think it is for is the one trying to stop people to talk about a certain thing that would make them look better and make them stronger, make them bigger, make them more popular. And it's a shame. Or the fake sort of division when MAGA went against Trump, You know, that was all orchestrated. That was all orchestrated. I saw that before it even happened.
Yeah.
I saw that it was going to happen before it even happened. You know, and that was to give him room against the globalists to be able to say, look, I can't act right now because look at my base is splitting. So he had to play a role in order to, you know, not to have to face the globalists right off and do what they say. You know, it's a shame. In the end, it's like this. My in-laws are living in Turkey. They're not at home. They miss their home. They don't speak Turkish. They can't earn any money. They're both pensioners, you know, retirees, and their pensions were cut when they left. I think they get like $150 a month each, and $150 doesn't even pay for groceries, you know, now in Turkey. So, you know, we're supporting them, you know, their apartment, their car, their food, everything, right? Plus our apartment, car, and food, you know. So it's like it's a lot, and it's because there's a non-sovereign country called Ukraine that's completely owned by the West, completely. And whether it was the biolabs that were in there, there weren't sort of disputes, but it's there and it's proven. They were there and they were proven. That's why Putin went in as well. One of the reasons, first thing he did is he went into the east and he destroyed all the weapons labs. You know, took them over and destroyed them. And of course, you have the Donbass region where the Ukrainians were being bombarded for, you know, since 2014. And then you have the outlawing of the Russian language, which makes absolutely no sense because the entire East, that's all they spoke was Russian. And no one even spoke Ukrainian. Not no one, but many of them didn't speak Ukrainian. You know, and all of a sudden it's outlawed. You can't speak it. And if you didn't speak it, you lost your job. I mean, this is how they started working against ethnic Russians in Ukraine. And that's not because they hate Russia. That's because the West wants Ukraine and the avenue of approach of Ukraine for theirs as their own, put it that way.
I mean, at one point we were even trying to put missiles in the Donbass region in Ukraine, which to me, when I've always said our foreign policy is schizophrenic at best. And I'd often say that foreign policy really devolves down to about a measuring contest between world leaders. When I say I'm going to do something, you have to believe I'm going to do it, otherwise you're going to walk all over me. And every time a new president comes in, he gets tested by one of the smaller dictators in the world. At the behest of China or Russia, it's either Little Kim or some, pot to piss in dictator in the Middle East or whatever. It's Iran. It's somebody. And Trump being the guy that refuses to back down and being actually willing to drop a Moab on somebody changes the game in a lot of ways, because it lets you know when I draw the red line in the sand, I will follow up on that red line. So it changes to some degree the level of discourse. But what I'm looking at Ukraine, I'm going, how is this any different than the Cuban Missile Crisis? If we were going to put missiles in the Donbass region, we wouldn't have allowed that. We didn't allow Russia to do it to us.
Nope.
Like, why did we allow ourselves to be manipulated and pushed into this?
And that's the whole point, is that people forget, you know, people choose history. Oh, Putin invaded. Why did he invade? Because he's a tyrant and he's a dictator and he's a murderer. Okay. So your neighbor, right, keeps throwing stuff over your fence. You're like, hey, stop throwing stuff over my fence. He does it for 14 years, right? Keeps moving this fence a little closer to yours, a little closer to yours, a little closer to yours. How long are you going to put up with that before you do something? Just to make it simple terms, right? And that's what happened. And he warned and warned and warned and warned and warned. And when I tell facts like this, people automatically say, oh, he's pro-Putin, he's pro-Russia. No, I'm pro-facts, man. I'm pro-facts. This is what happened. This is what we're looking at. If you go back in history and you see, you know, Victoria Nuland and the whole team that, you know, basically ousted in one night the president, the duly elected president of Ukraine, to take it over with a puppet, and then sort of wield influence there. And then you got Biden going in there, billions of dollars and this, that, and the other. What do you think that is? It's a freaking washing machine, man.
Yeah.
All that billions of dollars that went to Ukraine went right back into the contractor's hands. That's how it works. That's when for instance, South America, you know, like I don't know if you've ever seen the Economic Hitman series of books or anything. The World Bank, the IMF, and all these guys, they'll go into to a president and say, hey, we'll give you, you know, $500 million to build infrastructure in your city. You know, we'll build your internet, we'll build this, that, and the other, but you'll never see the money. We're going to build it for you, right? But you get to go out there and you get to say, look what I'm doing for my country, this, that, and the other. But in return, their kids get seats in Ivy League schools. They get to, all these perks for him and his cabinet, or her and their cabinet. And so they're bought by the system, just like I said. Now they're beholden. And that's why a lot of these presidents end up dead.
Yep.
Because they finally get a conscience and like, look, I'm the president. I can make this decision. Wait, you're delusions of grandeur, my friend. You're nobody. And all of a sudden they get this power trip and they think they can do. Look at Saddam Hussein, same thing. He thought he could work it. Saddam's another thing. Weapons of mass destruction. Do you know why we went in there?
Because I know it wasn't weapons of mass destruction.
They were there.
I know they were there, but that's not why we went in.
You know whose they were, right?
They were ours.
Yeah. And Saddam's like, look, you want to mess with me? I'll tell the world that there are weapons of mass destruction here and they're yours, and you gave them to me.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to start that. Netanyahu's like, you got to go in. He's the one who made us do it because he did it on national TV. There's weapons of mass destruction there. America has to go in. So he basically made us go in because we had to cover our own ass to go in there to make sure that we got the weapons of mass destruction out of there. And guess who blew them up? I was one of the guys, my unit, we blew them up. And what happened? We poisoned ourselves with sarin and cyclosarin nerve gas. Mm-hmm. I was sick for 25 years, man. And a lot of people died. A lot of people had issues. All these nerve gas agent things were going off. All these nerve gas alarms were going off. They said, oh, they're defect. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We were crawling around on our hands and knees with no underwear on because we had no control of our bowels.
Well, that's
couldn't even walk.
That's one of the things that
we were there.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I always found to be incredibly dishonest about the media and the way that people conduct themselves in regard to the Iraq war is the idea that we didn't have weapons of mass destruction there, and weapons of mass destruction are characterized as nuclear, biological, or chemical. Yeah. There were chemical and biological weapons there. Hell, we even at one point did have nuclear weapons there. But the reality is, the media took over and it becomes this battle of, one party versus the other party, the political gangbanging here in America that seems to always supersede the truth. And, of course, you can't tell the American populace the truth. I held the position that we should have never took Saddam out of power. My position was that what we should have done is... Yeah, my position was that what we should have done is, if you're going to go in there, because he was a stabilizing force in the region, if you're going to go in there, walk over his military in the course of about a week, because we had the capability to do so, walk right into his office, and the highest ranking officer walk up to him and bitch slap him across the face and say, the president's on the phone, don't make us have to come back. Yeah. And just make it that clear. Because if this guy is really that bad of a guy, put him in check. Put him in checkmate. But don't destroy the entire region by creating a vacuum.
But we created him.
Yes, we did.
You know what I mean? Like, how bad can it be? Really bad.
Because
we created
we created most of the dictators in the Middle East.
That's the whole point. Exactly.
I mean, you go back to the Rockefellers and the Sierra Nevada Club convincing us to stop domestic oil production all over the country and to go start getting our oil all over the world. And when each one of these tin-pot dictators and royal families refused to sell us their oil, all of a sudden we find a reason to have to change regimes. And then we wonder why each person we put in that regime no longer wants to be a puppet, ends up being worse than the last as we destroy heretical bloodlines and royal families and stuff generation after generation. You wonder why the entire Middle East hates us.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say the entire Middle East, but a lot of them do, yeah. I mean, I have some very good friends and some Emirati locals, Saudi Arabians. They absolutely love the American mindset. They absolutely love the American can-do attitude. They absolutely love the way that I do business. Candor, straightforward, but understand their cultures and act accordingly. So when I'm there with my wife, she doesn't wear burqa, but she wears proper dress and everything. And they absolutely respect that. And they love the fact that there's an American that understands culture, can adapt, but still keeps that American mindset without kissing up, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not trying to be somebody I'm not. I am who I am, deal with it. Right? That's the kind of thing. But I'm not going to disrespect you. And so I have a lot of, I honestly, as an American, I've never had anything distasteful anywhere, in any country that I've ever lived in, anywhere. It's always a bonus to be an American. And so the media is what spreads that stuff. The media, oh, America, this, they're bad, look at Trump and all this kind of stuff. But when you talk person to person, no one's ever said anything to me. Maybe it's because I'm big and, they're scared. I don't know. But no one's ever said it.
I've always found in every country that I'm in, as long as you're respectful of them and their culture, they will be respectful of you and yours. And that's the American arrogance I hear often being that trope in the media is often from people who go to other countries and expect other countries to, I guess, make themselves subservient to the Americans who visit there. But I do want to give you a chance to push your book.
You don't speak English? You know,
yeah.
Like, you don't speak English? Like, no, we live in Germany. We live in Germany. We don't speak English. You know, it's like, why would you everybody speaks English. No, they don't. Or even worse, you don't speak American?
Oh, God. I would settle for most Americans speaking the Queen's English. But I want you to push your book. I want everybody to know, well, one, what inspired the book? You touched on it a little bit earlier, and where can people get it? Because,
Sure. Well, what inspired the book is that people kept asking me, like, how did you go work for Mick Jagger? How did you work for Olivia Newton-John? How did you work for Andrea Bocelli? How did you get to work for the Parliaments? How did you get to do all these things? I'm like, I just did it. You know, I walked up to Mick and said, I'm your new guy. You know, I walked up to Olivia Newton-John, I'm your new guy. And they're like, yeah, but it's got to be more than that. I'm like, no, not really. But then people said, well, what was your mindset? What were you thinking? What was the feeling you had inside? So I said, I guess I better write it down. So it took about a year. And I had a buddy, Lane Balone, who's an SF veteran, Special Forces veteran, combat. And he's much younger than me. So I wrote my part, and I said, add what parts you want to add in there that are relevant to what I wrote. And basically what I did is I decoded my entire life. I wrote it down, and I said, where were the highs, where were the lows? When I was homeless, what wasn't working anymore? When I was at my highest peak, making millions, what was working, right? And then I looked at all these different highs and lows, and I made models out of each of the ones that I could turn into a system that I could teach. And that's what the book ended up being. So like I said, 5 core models of which to live by to build a foundation, your operating system for your life where you won't fall anymore. If you do fall, you won't fall below that foundation, and you always know where to stand. So anything I talk about, whether it's politics, whether it's business, whether it's relationships, it doesn't matter what it is, based on those 5 core models. And those 5 core models carry you through life. And when you know where you come from and you know who you are, you know where you're going, you're more powerful than 99% of the people around you. And that's why I can walk into any room. That's why I've, been in just about every room you can imagine, speaking to just about every person you can imagine, all the way up, without even having to say, hey, it's me. It's just because of that, because I know how to carry myself. I know what they expect. I know what they need. I know how to talk to people. And it comes through owning who you are. Certainty in your abilities to deploy your genius in any given situation. That's the whole book. That's what it boils down to. Gaining certainty in your abilities to deploy your genius in any given situation. When you have that, my friend, life is completely different. Because you don't think about what they want, what they need, how they're going to act, who says what, none of that stuff. You're coming from a place of core integrity. You're moving forward, knowing your value, knowing your worth. That's what the book's about. That's what you learn when you read it. And you actually do the work, you'll come out the other end a changed person. And thousands of people. You get on Amazon, you get on Audible.
I'm definitely going to have to read the book because I absolutely love that. I do want to know, because you did touch on it a little bit earlier, what were the tools that you used to get people to understand who they really are?
You mean as far in the book, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, you had touched on the vast majority of people don't know who they really are. Most people, they describe what they do, but...
Well, it's like you got to look at what how are you at your base. So basically, how do you treat animals? How do you treat other people? How do you treat your kids? How do you treat your neighbors? Right? How do you treat yourself? That's the core foundation right there, and you have to answer those questions truthfully. Like, are you looking in the mirror going, you loser, right? Or are you going, you winner, right? Are you looking at your neighbors jealously? Why are you jealous? What is that triggering in you? Why are you jealous of them? What does that mean to you? Like, how do you treat animals? Why are you rude to animals but only good to cats? Like, what does this mean to you? Why are you like that? Think deeper. Figure out what that's all about. You start decoding. Because look, every single person is already 100% who they're supposed to be, but it's covered up with masks, shields, costumes. All you need to do is peel that back. And those questions help you peel that back, and you become the full version of who you're supposed to be. and it's evolving. It never, you're not just like there and that's it. It's evolving because those layers, there's centuries of our parents, our grandparents, our great grandparents giving you that luggage, those beliefs, those core values, those morals that's passed along. And we have to, it's our job, if you want to be one of the ones, to actually peel it away and make a difference. Look, there's more strength in knowing who you are than there is sitting in an Abrams tank.
Yeah.
There's more strength in knowing who you are than any speech you can give, any politician you can speak to, it doesn't matter who they are. I can walk into a room, in any room, and own that room without even thinking about it, because I don't care. And if I don't care, I'm not sending out that vibe. Look at me. Who's that? Who's this? Who's why? What do I need to go? I just walk in and I own it. I spoke on stage a year and a half ago. It was Tucker Carlson, and then I came on, and it was in West Palm Beach. No, it was in West Palm. No, it was in Tampa, Florida. And I walked in that room, and there was 2,500 or 3,500, I don't know, entrepreneurs, and the room stopped when I walked in with my wife. Maybe it was because of her. I walked in, and then later I asked, and there were some veterans there, and they said, dude, when you walked in, I knew you were somebody. I said, why do you think that? It's because you didn't look at anybody. You just walked in like you owned the place. But that's not how I'm walking in. I'm walking in like I'm me. I'm just doing what I'm doing here. All is well. But I own my presence, right? It's mine. I'm not doing it for anybody. I'm not trying to be anybody. I'm not trying to act like anybody, and I can give a damn. Right? But it's not a negative I could give a damn. It's just, it doesn't affect me and my operations.
I absolutely love that. I want to have you, if you don't mind, I'd definitely like to have you back on, because I absolutely love this conversation, and I feel like we could go so much deeper in a round two, if you don't mind.
Let's go.
All right. All right. It has been such a pleasure to get to talk to you. This is I'm definitely gonna have to read the book. It's gonna help me in my journey, because what it does is it solidifies what you already know, but it breaks it down real simple for you to be able to utilize and implement. It's that simple. And you're like, damn, I should have been doing this all along. This is simple. This is great. This is amazing. I feel amazing. I had a lieutenant colonel. It usually takes, maybe if someone does the work hard, they can do it in a day or two, write the whole book and doing all the work. There's a lieutenant colonel, it took him a month and a half, because he said he couldn't get out of his soldier identity. Mm-hmm. That's what he did for 30 years, right? Because when you lose it, when you lose that identity, look, you're in the military. I don't even need to hear you speak. I don't need to know your name. I look at you, I see your rank, where you've been, your combat pad, I already know about what, where, how, and when. Suddenly, the next day when you leave the military, you're a doorman at a club, like I was. You have a 14-year-old kid walk up to you and says, oh, look at you, old man. Why don't you get a real job? Yeah.
A day after you were just serving freedom, so to say, right?
Yep.
That identity loss is what causes people to go crazy.
That actually damn near destroyed my entire life. I literally was just talking to a therapist about that. I've been on this journey for like the past month and a half, realizing where my depression came from, realizing where my codependency came from, and realizing that it was losing that identity, that pillar of who I thought I was, leading to a cascading series of events and choices that led me to where I am now. And now I'm on this path of fixing everything. And I've been slowly on this path for years, but it got more defined as I was able to find my center of who I am and what I'm supposed to be doing.
Well, hopefully, as we get older, like I said, but when you get more conservative, you put up with less BS. You start looking for the straight and narrow instead of the windy road kind of thing. I was just talking to my wife about this last night, actually, and about that purpose that we had in the military. That we knew we were serving the highest of high, right? At least that's what we believed at the time.
Yep.
And when you have that purpose greater than yourself, that's why faith is so important.
Yes.
Because it's something greater than yourself. To have that faith in something greater, and faith is even an understatement, because everyone says they have faith, but they go to church and pray for the same thing every Sunday. If you had faith, you wouldn't keep praying for the same thing, would you? You would say it one time and know it's taken care of, right?
Yeah.
So that's certainty. We're talking about certainty right there, and certainty comes from knowing and not hoping. So that certainty that you have, certainty again in your abilities, right?
Yeah.
To deploy your genius in any given situation. That comes from here, your solar plexus, your nuclear reactor, right here. That's where it comes from. And that's why it's humble alpha. Humble on the outside, alpha on the inside.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on, sir. Again, everybody, this is Stephen Eugene Kuhn. He is the author of Unleash Your Humble Alpha. Please go buy it on Amazon or Audible. Make sure that you get the book, you read it, and you implement the lessons that are in it so that you can get to that point of self-actualization and becoming the best version of yourself and peel back the layers of everything that's been holding you back. Wow. I'm absolutely dumbfounded. I keep having on these rock star guests that are right at the perfect time in my life where I need to. It's like every single episode we're having on somebody that's like right at the perfect time in my life where it's like, wow, I'm implementing things right now, and I appreciate that.
It's your frequency. It's your frequency. Your frequency is what's attracting it. No, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. You attract your frequency. If you have a low frequency, you attract low frequency. You have a high frequency, you attract high frequency.
Well,
simple as that.
I will take that, and hopefully I can keep it up, because that's at this pace. I'm going to be somewhere next year. So
well, let's look forward to it, man. Looking forward to that. Man,
all right,
keep me posted.
Will do.
And if you guys want to have me on, just let me know.
Definitely. All right. That's it for this interview. Make sure you go check the replay on RAMTV.LIVE. Make sure you follow, like, subscribe. Make sure you follow Stephen Eugene Kuhn on TikTok and listen to some of the videos. I've found them very, very refreshing and very, very informative. And I bet you're going to want to share them with a lot of your friends. All right. Have a good day, sir.
It's the Elsa Kurt Show with Clay Novak. Serving up trending news and conservative views. Brought to you by the Elsa Kurt Collection. And Refuge Medical. And now, it's time for the show.
So I'm looking at this guy on this screen here, and I'm like, you look familiar. Do I know you from somewhere? I feel like it's been forever. It's been like a million years. It's been 2 weeks. I know. How are you, Clay?
I'm good, and it's been 2 weeks, but in those 2 weeks, we actually met in person for the very first time. I know people, it's weird, but after 3 years of knowing each other and 2 years of doing this podcast, Elsa and I finally met. I don't know if y'all saw it on social media or not.
But here it is.
There it is.
Here is Clay and Elsa finally together in person for the first time ever. And I'm with you, Clay. I don't know how many people had any idea of this. Like, I don't think probably a lot of people don't really even know the backstory, because we've been so blessed to acquire some new friends who follow the show and join us on here. So very quickly, guys, Clay and I met, like Clay said, like 3 years ago, right? I interviewed you for your book, Keep Moving, Keep Shooting, the original version. And here's where it got kind of funny. So we did our interview. It was great. Liked each other right off the bat. It was just a really easy time. And then, as what happens, we didn't, we were friends on social media, I think, but hadn't spoken to each other in a while. And then you had the idea to reach out and say, hey, if you're, looking for a guest again, I'd love to come back on and, talk some more about, because I think you're working on your second book and all that kind of stuff, right? And at that same time, in the same time frame that you sent that email, I was in the thought process that I wanted to add a co-host, because I was just doing it by myself, and it was fine, but it gets for me, and maybe even for you guys, the viewers and listeners, it gets a little boring listening to just one person blather on about their thoughts and opinions and blah blah blah. And I was like, gosh, I'd really like a co-host, but I just don't know who would I pick? How do I even go about finding somebody that would be interested? Oh, it's going to be such a process. And then I opened Clay's email and I went, hang on a second. And I pulled up our interview and I went, yeah, this guy is like the perfect counter to me, to my personality, because we're very different. We have the same kind of values and and beliefs generally and all that kind of stuff, but different perspectives, different ways, and everything. I'm like, and that's I don't want another. Who wants another me? Everybody is supposed to say we all do, Elsa. We all do. It's okay. It's okay. Stop, guys. Stop. No, I'm kidding. So I was like, oh, this is perfect. This is a great balance. And so without really honestly giving it more than a few minutes of thought, I'd love to say I'm a big, deep thinker like that, but it's not impulsive. It's just quick decision making. I was like, Clay would be perfect. I'm going to ask him. And I did. And you were like, are you serious? Right? Did you actually think I was kidding or?
I thought so, but it was very, a little bit surreal. And so I was like, yeah. But it's been 2 years and truthfully, it was really right about now because I think we came back, like I did, I think one episode and then you were like, hey, I've got like 2 weeks of vacation planned, which has now become normal for us every year in August. And you were like, so we did the one episode and then we've been back since then, and it's been 2 years solid. So, but we had never met people, like never in all of that time, had never met in person. And I was, up near Elsa a couple of weeks ago, seeing some family and saw an opportunity, and we went and had lunch together, and had a blast. Listen, we were sitting across the table from each other, and it was literally just like this. It was the exact same. It was so funny.
It was so abnormally normal. Like
normal, yes. That's a great description. But we took that photo before we left, and then you posted it, and I reposted. And I was just telling Elsa this before we started recording. I got more responses from people that were like, "That's a lucky guy. I wish I was him." Blah blah blah. And let me tell you, folks, I will tell you that Elsa is everything in person that you see on the screen. No, that's honest truth. She is exactly what you think she is, and so it was great. It was great to have lunch and great to meet in person. But listen, awesome. We had in 2 weeks off. We got a bunch of stuff to catch up on. So story time's great, but we got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah. So I'm actually really glad that we. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so glad we started a little bit light because we have to jump right into something that's really heavy, really upsetting. And I'll be honest, Clay, I was absolutely dreading even talking about this. I have such a hard time, mother, grandmother, father, I have such a hard time talking about things like this. Like I'll be honest, I would like to bury my head in the sand and pretend that it didn't happen. It doesn't exist, that these people aren't dealing with this reality right now. And obviously we know that that is not the case, especially in what we do as part of our chosen job here to talk about the incredibly difficult, upsetting things. I know that everybody already knows. All of our watchers and listeners already know the story. I will recap this very quickly for you. A brutal act of violence shook Minneapolis, Minnesota this week when a 23, I thought it was 22, but I have here 23-year-old biological male, Robin, formerly Robert, legal name change, so I'm referring to this person as Robin, Westman opened fire at Annunciation Catholic School, killing 2 children and injuring 17 others before taking his own life. Despite claiming a transgender identity, the facts are clear. He was a man who targeted innocent kids in a house of God. Federal investigators are weighing hate crime charges against Catholics. The tragedy has reignited the debate over mental illness and security in faith-based schools and the destructive culture that lies and denies truth and enables this kind of chaos. So that's my personal takeaway on that. What are your thoughts, Clay, and your perspectives on this, please?
Yeah, just a little forewarning, folks. I'm pretty salty about this. I'm pretty upset for a lot of reasons, and my language might be a little harsher than it normally is. But when this happened, the first reports came out. My brain did what it does. And so I went through analytics right away And we've all learned, I learned in the military for years, first reports are always wrong. So I waited. I honestly didn't follow for probably the first hour, maybe 2 hours. I didn't read anything about it other than headlines because I knew the details were going to be probably misreported or misrepresented. But my brain was cycling. So it was, initial reports of Minneapolis, initial reports of a Catholic school, and my brain went to probably Somali, because there's a heavy Somali Muslim population, as we all know, in Minneapolis. So I went to domestic terrorism or terrorism in general. And then, the thoughts of Catholics specifically, because you don't see that often, targeted religious site. So then I waited and everything, kind of unveiled itself with some clarity. So then the reports came through of a trans, individual, and then it went immediately to mental health, which is what this is about. And so, for those of you that do or don't know or follow this, there's a manual for mental illness. It's the DSM, I think 5 is what it is. Gender dysphoria, which is what leads people to a trans procedure or trans lifestyle, is no longer classified as a mental illness, which is tragic, because what it also says in there is, while it's no longer classified as a mental illness, the people who suffer from gender dysphoria, and they've renamed it to something else, something lighter, something less offensive, tend to suffer from significant other mental illness issues or mental illnesses. And so, they've clouded the issue by saying, yeah, they've got mental issues, but this isn't one of them, which I completely disagree with. I think gender dysphoria, especially when it leads to mutilation of your own body, is a mental illness. That is a mental illness. I think that we are, softening this to the point where we're excusing it. There was a lot of follow-up yesterday about how many trans or trans-associated people have been responsible for mass shootings in the last few years. The number is astronomically high if you haven't looked at that. And then immediately, of course, everybody turns around and wants to blame guns instead of some of the key facts, which are mental illness, 1, 2, parental responsibility. By the way, this transition started before this individual was 18 years old, endorsed by the parents. Yes. Who I found out this morning, and I don't know if this, I would assume 24 hours or 18 hours afterwards, this individual's mother worked at this school. Yes. So now you've got a religious hate crime, like there clearly was motivation against either the Catholic Church or the mother who worked at the Catholic Church. I hate my parents because they allowed me to do this to myself. We all know that there's, in the trans world, there's tons of stories of regret that happen as these people who transition as children grow into adults. I think that this person was suffering from that and lashed out. I think there was tons of mental instability, anger issues. But of course, people, and I'm taking a breath, people like Jen Psaki, and I've got a list of names in the back of my head right now that I would like to call her and others, their immediate reaction is to blame guns and not everything else associated with it. And she, of course, also went after religion in a very backhanded way. I don't know if you saw her comments, but it was the typical thoughts and prayers aren't enough. Yeah. Praying is not enough. Basically she said your religion is irrelevant in this discussion and that action needs to be taken. Well, that's exactly what Jen Psaki and people like her, the liberal left, want. They want to whitewash and rid the nation of religion. They want a godless thought process in anything and everything that we do. Right. And it's relevant and it's apparent in everything they say. When you've got an adult like this who has severe mental issues, who has no problems going in and shooting and killing children, this starts with the legitimization of abortion. I'm sorry, I don't care what your opinion is, but when you start with it's okay to kill unborn children, then all of your, belief system is based there. The irrelevant value of human life goes out, that is your baseline. And I don't want to hear any other sympathy. And I am so sick and tired of the excusal of the oh, well, this person's trans. The mayor of Minneapolis yesterday, was blaming Christians, was telling Christians to stop praying, to this is stop blaming the trans community. Stop, seriously, shut the F up. I'm tired of it. I really, really am. And everybody who is on board with this, truthfully, is sick. They have serious moral and ethical issues. And Jen Psaki is the epitome of it right now.
Absolutely. Listen, if I nodded my head in agreement any harder, I would have whacked my forehead on the microphone, because you are spot on 100% in everything that you just said. I fully agree. And I especially love your reference to justifying and excusing and accepting, normalizing, because I love that word, normalizing abortion. Yes, the devaluing of God-given, God-created life is unacceptable in any way, shape, or form. And excusing it and justifying it is the beginning of the depravity, really. And to allow, and then we move into this agreeing with someone with gender dysphoria that their body that they were born in is wrong and bad, and they should mutilate it, and they should take hormones and drugs and things to stop the natural biological process of your body and your brain. We know now the impact. We have enough cases and enough studies that have been done on the long-term effects on this. We witness what is happening with these people. Mental illness, period. Like, that is what this is. It's not guns. It's not. And by the way, I'm not going to, Clay and I have had a pretty long-standing agreement that we're not going to give platform to these evildoers, to these people. So I'm not going to be showing the videos of the person. They're out there. They're all over X. If you want to see them, we won't have our feelings hurt if you step away and want to go watch those. And I'm not knocking you if you choose to watch them. We just agree that we're not going to be ones to give them more of a platform than what they deserve. I would rather give the attention to the victims and the victims' families. And the other thing that I have been doing and will always continue to do, despite the Jen Psaki's of the world, is to pray for the victims and for the families and for the communities and for this world and for this country and everyone and everything in it. So no matter what these jackasses say to the contrary, prayer is incredibly powerful. It is comforting. It is effective. It does so much. And for those that tell you that your thoughts and prayers are invaluable and they mean nothing in cases like this, you are incredibly woefully misguided as to the power of prayer and the purpose of prayer. Prayer is not like rubbing a genie bottle and getting wishes granted. And I think that's where some of these people tend to get maybe willfully confused about it. When we pray, we're not making wishes to a genie. We are praying for the outcomes and the things that we want, but we are trusting in God, and that His will is greater than our own, and that His comfort can sustain us through the most horrific moments and times in our life. These are man-made incidents. These are man-created, not God-created. God did not create what happened here. He is not responsible for it. Evil people are responsible for it. People who promote evil and who instigate evil and who justify evil are to blame here. So we turn to God to comfort us and to guide us in our words and our actions and our behaviors. And yeah, I mean, that is the purpose and the power of prayer. And I do think that prayer is one of the most powerful, meaningful things that you can do. So if anybody tells you otherwise, pardon me, but they can suck it. So sorry. I had to go lowbrow there for a second. Somebody will come at me for it, like, oh, you were doing so good, Elsa, until you said that. Oh, listen, well. There's so much more that the me in me, and this is my phrase that I like to use, the me in me would like to say the very same words that Clay wanted to say as well. So yeah. And I learned from you, Clay, in taking that pause in the commenting and the sharing and all of that, because as I've been open with before, I have bitten my own bottom in the process of, doing that, sharing things too soon and without knowing. And I did, as I researched some images and things for this topic, I came across the first early postings of what was happening. And of course, it was a picture and a name of somebody completely different than who it ended up to be. And they were like, this is the, reported shooter, and this is their name and their a picture and all that stuff. And like, it's just some dude. It's just some dude who has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, what it comes down to is that we have to actually address the deeper issues here, which is the mental illness, which gender dysphoria is 100% a part of that. That needs to be reinstated into those documents that you were mentioning, needs to be put back in there. And honestly, I think anyone who is, and maybe I'm getting wild here, but I personally feel like anybody who is performing these surgeries and prescribing these altering drugs and medications, and these parents who are, championing this, I feel like it's criminal. I feel like it's criminal. I truly and genuinely do. There needs to be a greater, broader accountability for the mental decline that is happening. Because it's not just like, wow, how did this happen? There's a very clear path that you can see how it's happening. So to deny it is just simply sticking your head in the sand and pretending that that's not the case. And the other thing, Clay, I wanted to touch on with that is, and this is definitely a big left and right divide, obviously. I want to see armed guards outside of these schools. I want to see I want to see people who are able to be armed in these facilities, whether it's a school or a church, whatever the case is. Get those damn no guns allowed signs and rules out of your spaces where especially where there are children. Bullshit that you don't think those kids should be protected at all costs. You're going to protect celebrities and politicians and government people. I mean, are you kidding me right now? They're protected by armed guards and gates and walls and locks and all of those things. But our children, the most precious thing on the planet, is not going to be protected. Screw you. Bullshit.
Yeah. And I'm, I've always been an advocate for the number one thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Mm-hmm. I've also said many, many times that there's an entire veteran population that has, that would love to be involved in this type of protection. Yeah. And I'm honest, and I understand who I am and where, my background lies and the people that I have served with over the years. Not everybody, just because you're a veteran doesn't mean you're cut out for that kind of work, and there still needs to be vetting done and those kinds of things. However, I think there's a lot of availability out there and a lot of people who would want to do that, to take that on. And I think it's appropriate at this point for all the reasons that you said, which is we guard everything up to and including our money with armed guards, but we don't guard our children. And I think it's misaligned. I think, this is an environmental nature versus nurture kind of discussion as well. The state of Minnesota is clearly a place that has some issues environmentally. And I'm not going to blame everything on Governor Walz, okay, as much as I would like to, because the guy's a big dum-dum and he's got his own issues. But, this is well before him. But it's nurtured by people like him in that state, clearly. So, and I'm not hating on all of Minnesota. People don't freak out. But if you live there, you probably know and realize what you're living in. Very much like, people who live in and around New York City or live in Southern California or live outside of Chicago. Like, those folks know the debacle that their states and their localities are in. And I'm sure if you live in Minnesota, you probably feel it as well. Especially if you're a conservative. So, that is it's an issue across the board, and please, Jen Psaki again, comparing us, I think it was her comparing us to Europe, like, oh, all these European countries have figured this out. Why, yeah, I know, but they have knife attacks every day and they're horrific. Right. Yeah. And truthfully, for a bunch of liberals who keep calling President Trump a dictator, you would think that getting rid of guns is about the last friggin' thing that they really want to do, right? Yeah. So it's all disconnected and it's all messaging and it's all bullshit because they just want to get rid of guns. I'm not a conspiracy theorist to the point of where this was a planned and planted incident for that specific purpose. There are a lot of people out there who are like that. I believe this is severe, just a simple case, not a simple, but a case of, mental illness, and a severe problem with an individual, and that's kind of where we sit. Let's not belabor this anymore. This is terrible topic, and I think we've hit it all. So, not that we've got a lot more light until maybe the end, but
we'll get there, guys. We will.
Yeah.
We got a couple lighter ones. We got to get through the tough stuff first, and to close out, for my Christian family out there, I want to close out that topic with just saying to you, the Lord is near to those who have a broken heart, and that is from Psalm 34:18, and that's a little stick it to the Jen Psaki's of the world. So yes, I close it out with a little faith and a little snark. Let's move on to the troops in our cities, law and order or political theater. You take it from the top, Clay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of this, and I know there's a lot of folks who are fans of President Trump and Sec F that are fans of this. The reason I'm not for this is because it's not sustainable. Mm-hmm. Clearly, in the short term, there has been a massive impact in Washington, D.C. All the stats show it. Crime is down. Violent crime is down. Mm-hmm. Street vendors are saying this is great. I can actually walk around and not be worried about getting mugged or whatever. And the impact has been immediate. So that's I'm not against it for that reason, but I'm against it because the policy in the city of Washington, D.C., and as this expands to other cities, which is probably what's going to happen, until you change the policy, until you implement more law enforcement, capability in terms of officers or whatever it is, or even just policy and prosecution by state's attorney, district attorneys, this doesn't change unless you keep the National Guard there forever. I wrote a blog about this week, and they can't stay there forever. None of us need them or want them to stay there forever. So there has to be a better solution. And in the meantime, most of those National Guard members are not trained to do this. And now we're going to arm them. They've been authorized to carry pistols and in some case rifles. Mm-hmm. And things have been fairly quiet in Washington, D.C. I would tell you if it expands to places like Chicago, it may not stay quiet. And now you've got these kids, these National Guard members, men and women standing on street corners who are now at risk. Mm-hmm. And not just of getting injured, but of injuring someone else, right? And I know it's easy to say that's what they signed up for, but in a law enforcement capacity, and you understand this as a cop's wife, these kids are not trained police officers. They're not trained to enforce the law. They're being put in place to augment the police department. But if you're short, pick your number, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000 officers, when the National Guard leaves, these cities go back to what they were. And that's why I don't like this as a solution. It's a great short term, but I think in the long term, this is a horrible decision. And we can't, as a nation, be comfortable with soldiers on our streets as part of law enforcement. None of us should be happy about this as a long-term solution. But the problem is there is no other long-term solution. And that is my greatest fear.
Right. No, those are great points. It's, I have felt conflicted about it. You see, I agree. You see the short-term results where the crime stats have gone down dramatically, and that's that's a big yay. That's exactly what needed to be done. So I guess my perspective would be pretty similar in that, like, listen, if we're calling this a reset, like this, we just hit the restart button and just kind of brought it back down to more normalcy, I guess, more law and order. Wonderful. But yeah, what are the next steps, and how do you walk them back now and give this power back to, and I think the answer is that, we have to, it goes to even the courts. Like, we can't get the courts to do what they're supposed to do, which is lock up bad people. They keep sending them out, so and my heart, as is obvious, and of course and anyone who knows anything about me, my heart always immediately automatically goes to law enforcement, because they are out there trying to do their damn job, which is make the streets safer for people and for citizens, and to just simply do their job. And they do their job, and they do the job, and then the courts let them out again. And it's just this, and this has been going, this is decades long. This isn't anything new. This is why we've gotten to where we're at, right? To why it's so bad.
Exactly right.
Yep. So, I guess the answer is it even an answer? Like, the solution has to become, how do we get the courts to do what they're supposed to do? And I know that that's, easy to ask and harder to answer, because you're talking about overcrowding in prisons and this and that, and how we categorize crimes, and all. I know that this is such a bigger conversation than what I'm making it sound like here. But it has to be addressed. Like, we can't just go, well, that's really hard. Well, I guess we can't do anything about it. No, you kind of have to do something about it. And, and I love that. I love this as a first step. I love this as, what feels like the reset button for, these cities and these areas that are just so overrun, where people, just don't feel safe going out anywhere. So great restart, but make a plan for what's next. And I don't know, Clay, I mean, have you heard anything like, okay, so we've done this. We've got the National Guard out there. We've kind of restored the peace and law and order here. Next, we're going to. Have you heard anything? No. So I agree. That is a problem. Like, we need what's next? Like, what do we do? What are we going to allow the police to do? Basically my question is more of, are we going to allow the police to actually do their jobs? And are the courts going to enforce the laws? And I think that's kind of where I'm standing on it, that, are the courts going to enforce the laws? And if not, what are we going to do about that? Right? I don't know.
Yeah. You've got, and I've seen people like, oh, well, they're targeting all of these blue states when really crime rates in red states are higher. And the reality is that, the crime rates in blue cities inside of red states are where the problems are. Right.
Yeah.
But when you've got a place like, let's just take, you could take New York, you could take Chicago, you could take LA, where you've got a, Democratic governor, you've got a Democratic mayor. I mean, listen, Chicago hasn't had a Republican mayor in over 100 years, 100 years, right? So, again, a Democratic governor, a Democratic mayor, the district attorneys and all those, like all of that, this is the result of decades and decades and decades of just decay. And I hate to say this, but I think Seattle falling apart, Portland falling apart, San Francisco falling apart, which they are, as we've talked about on this show, is not enough. One of our top 5 major metro areas is really going to have to collapse for there to be the backlash against local politics, in other words, mayoral politics, to fix this. New York was, in the 70s, was a mess, right? And then, you had Giuliani and right, some things changed, and that was but people have forgotten, right? People have forgotten how bad that was, and the pendulum swing to better, and now they're swinging back the other direction. And I think you need to see that again in a place like Chicago or Los Angeles, and or back in New York again, for that matter, for people to take this seriously. But there's no exit strategy for the National Guard right now. So I'm dismayed that this is people are settling into this. I don't like it. We should remain uncomfortable and truthfully demand out of the White House, who implemented this, to say, okay, like you said, what's the next step?
What's next? Right.
Where do we go from here? We can't sit back and say, okay, all right, everything's cool. We're selling hot dogs on the street again. That's great. Right. The National Guard's got to go home at some point. Like, this can't be permanent. So we got to figure that piece out before it becomes permanent. And none of us should want that.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Want to move on to something I don't know if I'd call it fun, but is it even funny? I mean, it's kind of funny in the sense that, wow, we are as a society spending a lot of time talking about a chain restaurant logo change. Like, we are spending a lot of time and energy invested in this. And I didn't have a whole heck of a lot to say about it. So I wasn't saying anything about this, Clay, for, I don't know, the first several days, if not longer, of this whole saga. Frankly, because I didn't care. And I just didn't. I mean, like, I feel a little bad, seeing how emotional people got over the whole thing. I got, as you know, Clay, I got an email from somebody. Well, let me backtrack just a tiny bit here. I was perusing, which I don't often do, and I do very short amounts of it. I was perusing the comment section of one of my videos, and someone had it had nothing to do with Cracker Barrel or anything like that. And somebody had made the comment that, also, I haven't heard you say anything about Cracker Barrel yet. I'm curious what your opinion is. Something I'm paraphrasing, but that was like the gist of it. And I was like, somebody wants my opinion on Cracker Barrel? I mean, who am I? I'm losing my headphones here. Who am I to disappoint somebody who wants my opinion that I just love to give? So I gave the whole thing a little bit of thought, and I kind of just evaluate my thoughts and opinions on this. And I was like, okay, so let's see. I have been to Cracker Barrel maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. My opinion is that, it's cute and quaint, and like, this is the gist of what I posted basically. It was cute and quaint. The food was kind of just average. It's like stuff that's like pre-made and heated up, I think. I'm sorry, Cracker Barrel, if that's not correct, but that's kind of how it seemed. I don't know, maybe it is made fresh, I don't know. Sorry guys, because people, as you're going to find out, get very emotional about this. I thought the times that I've been there that I can recall, the staff was very nice and friendly. I personally thought the little store to the side of the place was, overpriced, but cute stuff in there. It's just not stuff that I would buy. But it was a pretty underwhelming impression. I'm not really knocking it, but I'm also not like raving about it either. It's just whatever to me. Well, I got an email from somebody. Like, somebody took the time to email me to tell me that they were extremely disappointed in me, and they don't vote for me anymore, and they don't endorse me, and they don't like me, and they're mad at me, and they're not going to follow me anymore because of the terrible things that I said about Cracker Barrel, which is like an institution and, an iconic, like, I don't know. The guy just, he kind of lost it on me a little bit there. And I was so stunned by it. Like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that my opinion, first of all, was that valuable. I will be more careful. I will be so much more careful with the weight of my words going forward. Like, it was the most bizarre thing to me. And, I bring it on myself by making my email address accessible to people. It was kind of meant as a, listen, if this is business, like this is my job, this is my business, this is what I do for a living. I know that there are people in the world that do not consider what I do and what you do a job, that it's not real work. I'm sorry to disappoint you and to anger you further, but it is actually a job. I spend many hours a day every week doing this stuff. But that's one of my emails there. That was
Mr. Elliott,
yes.
Which you posted on social media,
yes.
who I still think we should have on the show.
Elliott, come on the show.
Yeah, but so interestingly enough, folks, so we haven't done this yet. This is oddly Thursday morning. Yes. Thursday morning. So you're going to see this tonight. Mm-hmm. But Thursday morning, we're recording this. I did, in our normal rhythm with Elsa, I sent a list of topics on Monday. And of course, Cracker Barrel was one of the top 2 or 3 on the list. This was even before the Minnesota incident yesterday, which we added this morning, by the way. But Cracker Barrel was on there. And from the time that I sent that on Monday to this morning, Thursday, this is all flipped over, right? Cracker Barrel has reverted. They are going back to their old logo. I don't know if they're going to, they had a handful of restaurants that had been converted from this old, like, cedary, antique crap hanging on the walls, right? That was their vibe. It always was.
Yeah.
But they kind of whitewashed it a little bit. They went to a lighter color gray and some other things. And, so I don't know if they're going to flip those restaurants back or not. But they are going back to the old logo. But I read a thing yesterday, and this was about an investor. And I'm not going to try and remember his name. I do know that he is a high-end investor in Cracker Barrel. I know that he owns some other things. The guy's a high money guy. But in 2024, this CEO who's responsible for all this came out and sent a letter to the shareholders and was like, hey, these are all the things that we're going to do. And a lot of it was, make friends with the LGBTQ community, make Cracker Barrel a safe space, blah, 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 blah. And he threw a conniption fit. And he was like, this is crap. This has nothing to do with our business. This has nothing to do with our business model. This is not the targeted audience, and all this other stuff. And he wrote some either 7 or 11 page letter in response to her state of the company. And he warned everybody a year ago that this was going to be a disaster.
Sure enough.
And sure enough, it rolls around and it happens. And then there's been this quick turnaround on basically because of the outcry from the customers on, they don't like this. Right. And listen, I get it. If I like the food. It's very everything's covered in gravy, which I'm a huge fan of.
I love gravy.
But I had a good friend of mine that I used to work with who was a manager, managed a Cracker Barrel, and they have a great Cracker Barrel is actually a lot of companies model their manager development program after Cracker Barrel because it is very thorough, it's very intense, and they take it very, very seriously. So there's some great business practices in Cracker Barrel. The store's cool, whatever. Like if you're a Gen Xer, like every candy from when you were a kid is in there, which is kind of awesome. But yes, the other stuff, you can get everything in there from like beard balm to like, an apron with a tractor on it.
Right.
And everything.
Yeah, it's cute stuff in there. It's maybe because I'm not a things person. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a horrible business decision for that audience. What they should have done was concentrate on the other pillars in her letter, which were higher quality customer service, higher quality food, a better kind of, environment or company culture. And they should have put their effort into that instead of the rebranding and everything else. And clearly that part of it has backfired. And after losing hundreds of millions of dollars in stock value and revenue, they're getting killed. And so what people don't realize why this money guy flipped out a year ago was because Cracker Barrel's revenue over an 11-year span, added $1 billion in revenue, but their profit decreased. Like they were still profitable, but their profit went from, let's just call it it went from maybe 175 million to, like 142 million, even though their revenue, their intake went up by $1 billion. It's crazy. So he was like, this is not fixing the problem. We have a problem. This is not fixing the problem. And, she proceeded forward. And the question is how long until she resigns or is fired? Now that they have said, hey, we're going backwards on this. We're bringing back the old man in the barrel, et cetera. So keep your eyes on Cracker Barrel, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that whole, woke mind virus. Like
that's exactly right.
This is what happens. Like, you hire somebody who is incapable of reading the room and think that they're going to fix the problem. You don't even know what your company's demographic is. You should be fired weeks ago, technically. You should never even been hired. Like, question number one, do you understand our demographic? Like, here's let me write your questionnaire for your prospective CEOs. Do you understand our demographic? Do you know who we serve? Do you know our story? Now, since this all came out, since I was, reprimanded so aggressively for my opinions there, I have been reading a little bit more, and it's actually very, very charming. There were people who put in the comments section, were so gracious to put in the comment sections their stories of their experiences in Cracker Barrel and what Cracker Barrel actually meant to them or means to them. And it was actually very sweet and very touching that there were a lot of truckers that came in and said, listen, that is where I would go, on those long hauls. That's where I would stop for my meals. And it was like a little slice of home. It felt like home cooking and atmosphere, and it made me feel better. And it made me feel good. And that touched my heart. I'm like, oh, now I feel really bad about being kind of flip about this and whatever. I didn't know. So I do apologize again, this time more genuinely that, listen, I did not know the effect. I'm not from the South. I know Cracker Barrel just came to my area. Well, it's probably been around for a decade or more. But I remember when it came to our area and I was like, what the heck is Cracker Barrel? I didn't even know. So forgive me for my, my ignorance, guys. But yes, but it's okay. It's technically okay that I don't know. I don't work for Cracker Barrel. I'm not making decisions on their stuff and things, which you should all be thankful for. But yeah, if you want to rebrand, if you want to update that logo, just keep the essence of it and just make it a little newer looking. I don't know. I think is Uncle Herschel. I think is the guy in the barrel.
I think you're right. Yeah. Yep.
Keep him, keep the barrel, keep everything. Just brighten it up a little bit. Keep him in his overalls. Don't even change the overalls, but just refresh.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's a business decision, and I get it. Rebranding is what it is, and companies need to go through that. And actually, I give Cracker Barrel, the corporation, whoever it is, some props because they were a lot quicker to respond and rebound than say Anheuser-Busch,
Yes,
right?
definitely.
And some other companies who have suffered from the go woke, go broke.
Right.
You know, they heard loud and clear, and they were like, all right, ceasefire. It's been a horrible week. Let's stop doing this. So good for them.
Right. And, you know, and this is not, and the thing that and for several of the topics, our first topic and this one as well, you know, the left will automatically go to, you know, this is trans hate, this is LGBTQ hate, this is, you know, all the phobias that they, you know, blah, blah, blah phobia. No, it's not. It's a love and an appreciation for traditional values, and you can do and be however you choose to be. I don't hate you for it. In fact, I love you and I want the best for you, and I want you to have your best life possible and all the love in the world. And I want your mental health to be great. So it's not about that. It's about you can like what you like. We can like what we like. And if Cracker Barrel has always appealed to a certain demographic, a certain crowd, so that's who you're focusing on. Everybody's welcome. Everybody is welcome, but this is the key audience for that. So
that's who goes there.
Yeah, that's who goes there. You know. Yeah. I mean, it's not that nobody else is welcome there, but you attract who you attract. I mean, stop making it everything has to be a thing. So exhausting, Clay. All right. We spent a lot of time on Cracker Barrel. We got to move on. Less fun again. We're on a roller coaster today with this, right? We're going back down. This is awful. Oh my goodness. Awful.
This is, you know, folks, this is a lot of things. But this is a direct result of, you know, the immigration policy of the previous administration. Okay. This individual came here, Indian, had a co-driver with him. For those of you, I'm sure everybody is tracking this by now, but, you know, tractor trailer, long haul truck driver, made an illegal U-turn, crushed a minivan, killed a family of 3, and then immediately fled back to California. This happened in Florida, right? Yeah. Caught the guy, brought him back to Florida, found out that illegal immigrant, found out that California illegally gave him a CDL, you know, all of the things that, you know, we knew and assumed was happening as a result of the poor immigration policy based on the last administration. This guy is it. So, and now we're turning it back, right? The guy's going to get deported. I think that the state of California should be held somewhat responsible for issuing the illegal CDL to this guy. And I am a fan. I know, you know, people say we keep taking jobs away from non-English speakers, but if you can't know and understand and read the rules of the road in the United States, then you shouldn't be driving.
Right.
This is not about your ability to speak English. It's about your ability to know and understand the rules associated where you can risk the lives of, say, a family of 3 in a friggin' minivan.
Right.
So, you know, President Trump and Secretary of Transportation Duffy, you know, who's saying, got to speak English to drive a truck. Mm-hmm. Great. I think it should be that way. Yeah. You know, you can't drive around in other countries. You would be surprised, folks, if you have never been to another country and tried to see what it's like to get a driver's license, even for a passenger car in another country. Good luck.
Yeah.
You actually, in Germany, you have to be able to read and write German because you have to be able to understand the road signs. It's all of those things that, you know, people here in America are like, oh, this is targeting illegal immigrants. Yeah, it is. But it's a safety factor.
Right. Yeah.
So,
you know, I think the overwhelming problem I think that we have in this society, in this country, is that we live in this, and I'm being you know, this is obviously a generalization when I say this, we live in this bubble where we are so grossly unaware of the policies and the rules in other countries, and we think that these expectations are so insane, you know, that we should have borders, that we should have these rules, that you should have to be able to speak English in order to get your driver's license, especially a CDL license. I mean, any license really. But, you know, there's this perception that this is a cruel and unfair thing and un-American and all of that. And I mean, like you said, to echo you, Clay, look at every other country. These are matter of course actions and rules and guidelines and laws that they have. And why should we not? Like, it's just bizarre to me, Clay.
And listen, we're not talking out of both sides of our mouth, because I said earlier, you know, Jen Psaki's like, hey, Europe's figured out how not to have mass shootings. Why can't we follow Europe's example, and we both were like, no, we're not Europe. This is, and then we turn around and we say, yes, it's hard to get a driver's license in Germany. We should follow Germany's example. I get it. It sounds a little two-faced, but there is some practicality and some common sense that needs to be applied. And that's exactly what we're talking about. If you can't understand and read road signs, and you can't read the manual and take the test that says, here's how to be safe on the roads, then you shouldn't be driving. And that's really the issue. And don't even get me started. I don't know if you saw this thing with this little girl defending her sister with a knife who got arrested. Did you hear about this?
I did not. I did not.
Yeah. That. So I think Scotland. It's in the UK. A man stalking, filming two young girls, 14-year-old, 12-year-old, and filming with his phone and kind of coming up to them, and it was clearly an uncomfortable situation. The older sister, 14, pulled out a knife and said, "Get away from my sister! Stop filming us!" and threatened the guy. Right,
that girl. Yeah.
You know who got arrested? The 14-year-old girl.
Yeah. Of course.
She was carrying a knife. Because she was carrying a knife. Right.
Freaking real.
Right. So that's not what we're talking about, folks. Right? We're talking about some common sense, right? Read the driver's manual, be able to pass the test, read the road signs in English. And for those of you that say, well, why don't they just have the test in Spanish, or why don't they just have the road signs aren't in Spanish, folks.
They're not in
Spanish. The road signs are in English, nor should we go back and redo everything in multiple languages. Not a thing. No. So the reason it's not in multiple languages to take the test is because the road signs are in English. They're always going to be in English, and you have to be able to read English. Period.
And by the way, you want to even simplify it even more. The majority of these signs are symbols. Like if you can't understand, if you don't know what those symbols mean, like you don't even right? Like fine, you don't want to learn English? Okay, fine, not really, but just go with me. Learn the symbols. Like, how did this guy pass his test? How did he pass the test? Like, someone explain that garbage.
He didn't pass the test. He got his license illegally, obviously, as we know now. But also, if you've ever driven in the Middle East, I know this guy was Indian, but Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, like I've seen and been on those roads. And let me tell you something, they don't follow. I would be surprised if they have road rules, but they certainly don't follow them. So that's a culture issue as well. But regardless, I'm on board with this. Department of Transportation, you got to speak English to get a CDL to be able to drive a truck.
Yeah.
Just should be a way. That's the way it is.
Yeah. Y'all can argue it all you want, but that's simply the fact.
Care.
I don't care.
Yep.
I don't care. Let's see. Okay. So this one.
I surprised you with this one, didn't I?
You did. I'm like, I read it, and what I do is I like copy it and I put it into there. Like there's a whole process I go through, and then I plug it in to do my research. And I kind of just did it like on autopilot. Just that initial process of it. And then I read it again. I'm like, I'm sorry, wait, what? I'm what? Go ahead, Clay. Tell what's going on.
Listen, this is also gonna bleed into our next topic, so we'll just go one into the other. But this has to do with the war between Ukraine and Russia. Right. And really what you've got is Russian soldiers, right, are paying each other. This isn't like shoot me in the foot so I don't get drafted. Right. This is on the battlefield. Shoot me so that it looks like I was wounded in combat and I get all the benefits that come afterwards, right? So this is like out on the battlefield, one guy pre-planned pays a fellow soldier however much. It's a lot of money, right? They're paying each other to shoot them in the course of, a war so that they can get sent home and draw all the benefits of their VA, the Russian VA system, which they have. And this is a thing now. Like this is legitimately drawing enough attention that it's being reported globally. Like
so
I can't fathom. This is like when you have a conscript army, this is what happens. So for all of you that are like, we should institute the draft in the United States, this is the kind of stuff you get. So yeah. But again, now this bleeds into the next. So what did you think of this when you read this?
Well,
what did you think?
And apparently it's my standing reaction here. I can't help but laugh. And I know it's not funny, guys.
Oh, it is funny. No, it's funny.
Thank you. Because I know that I have a terrible sense of humor. I find terrible things funny. I've passed this terrible gene. Can I segue for one how we do it? I'm going to do it. I got to segue for one very quick second and just tell you guys this story to reinforce my terrible sense of humor that I have passed down not only to my children, but to my grandchildren. The 2-year-old and the 1-year-old were fighting over real estate on the chair with my daughter, with their mommy. And the 2-year-old had won in the real estate game. And the 1-year-old was climbing. He's like a little spider monkey. And he was climbing up the chair, essentially. It's like one of those recliners. And the 2-year-old kind of gave him a gentle nudge with her foot to help him off. to which he landed on his head. He's fine, guys. He's fine. But the 2-year-old, and I kid you not, the 2-year-old watched this happen and went, laughed her ass off at him falling. And I looked at my daughter and I said, I'm so sorry she gets it from me. So that tells you how rotten my humor is. So I'm sorry that I found this funny. I feel better that you found it funny too. It's, I there's layers to it, certainly, that you're like, wow, that's really, ooh, where's the valor there? But you made such a great point on that, Clay. Things that I don't think about when it comes to this kind of stuff, that like, this is what happens when you're basically forcing people to fight in a battle, in a war that they want no part of. They're going to try and find ways to get out of it. So I find it oddly brilliant on their part. So it's equal parts awful, hilarious, brilliant, and a shame. I think I covered it all, right?
All of those things.
Yeah. All right. So we can roll right into this guy right here.
Yeah.
I'm making you take the lead.
The short version on this is Zelensky has come out and said, no matter what President Trump says, no matter what Putin says, he is the one who's going to decide when the fighting ends. And, folks, we've all been rooting for this. President Trump especially has said this from the campaign. He just wants the killing to stop. We all want the war to end.
Yeah.
Americans have a skewed perspective on this because for the last, since the end of World War I, really, we have stopped taking the loser's stuff. Like warfare changed in the 20th century, where it was like you win, you get the loser's stuff, you get their land, you get all their riches. We don't do that anymore. And Americans think that's how warfare goes, and it's not true. And so really the negotiating point that President Trump has been trying to make is that Ukraine's going to have to give something up for this to stop. That's just the way it's going to be. And oh, by the way, a century ago, that's exactly what happened in warfare. But Zelensky has said he is the one who's going to decide when the fighting stops. And let me tell you, folks, this guy has no vested interest in this war ending, because as soon as the war ends, Ukraine holds elections and he comes out of power. And that is the last thing that he wants.
Right.
So this is not ending anytime soon, as much as President Trump wants it to. And truthfully, even President Putin, who's dealing with knuckleheads shooting each other to get VA benefits, right? He knows this is going on.
Right.
Like, he's trying to deal with that stuff. As much as even he wants it to end, it's not going to happen, because Combat Sweater Monkey Boy is not going to allow that to happen, because he comes out of power when it does. And the guy's a piece of trash. Stop making him a hero. He is far from it. He has nothing. He doesn't care about the Ukraine. He doesn't care about Ukrainian people. He's a failed comedian who somebody put in a position of power that he doesn't want to give up.
Yeah, he's an actor playing a role and probably getting incredibly wealthy doing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
billions with a B. Billions with a B. Yeah.
That little tiny man is just stockpiling that cash like Midas, It's crazy. It's so disappointing. Like, I feel like, everybody sits around the table there, and everybody's all ready to, to sign away and just be done with this. And then, he's the guy in every office meeting that's like, I just have a question. And everybody's like, damn it, Zelensky.
On Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
On Friday afternoon at 4:55. Yeah.
He's that guy every time. And it's so nice. And I know I'm like, downplaying it and everything, but at this point, like it is my nature. I gotta find something to laugh about here with this. So yeah, that he just sucks so bad. I can't stand. What did you call him again? Monkey.
Combat Sweater Monkey Boy.
Yeah. That's his new name now for forever. I'm even going to make a meme. I'm going to make a meme of that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Listen, we saved the best, the most important, epic breaking news. I need everybody to calm down, okay? Calm down. But, oh my God, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. Yeah. I know you could tell that I was not serious about caring. Listen, congratulations to them. I think it's lovely and wonderful. I love love. Love is a wonderful thing. I think more importantly, I think they are the most brilliantly branded couple on the planet. The billionaire pop star and the hunky, I mean, not to me, but apparently to other people, hunky football player guy, and their whirlwind, charming romance has culminated to the engagement of what appears to be the engagement of the century. Like, this is the biggest news. We have major mainstream platforms gushing over this, like fangirling so hard.
Oh, yeah.
And I have.
Did you hear about the college professor that had to stop class? This is a male college professor. The announcement came while they were in class. He had to stop class and he let everybody out.
Everybody go.
He was so emotionally overwhelmed. Yes. Oh my, what? It's insanity.
It is bonkers. And I mean, listen, I have zero Taylor Swift hate. I know people love to hate on her. I have teased and made light fun, not actually of her, really actually of her rabid fan base, how they go like absolutely bonkers if you even hint at saying something vaguely negative about her. And I did once, and they came for me. It was more about not making.
Was it Elliot?
It had to be Elliot. Now I'm going to go back. I bet you it was Elliot. He started the whole thing. It was like, I think I made a video about basing your vote on what a celebrity says, and I used her as the reference. And I simply said, maybe don't vote based on a girl whose all her songs are based on bad choices of men. It was funny. It wasn't even original. Other people said it. I just said it slightly differently, and they were like, "How dare you?" They got all Greta Thunberg on me, like, "How dare you?"
Yeah.
Listen, again, congratulations to them. Obviously this was huge. It is fascinating. So GQ hailed the announcement as a PR coup so smooth. It wasn't just an engagement. It was the launching point for Swift's upcoming album, The Life of a Showgirl. And they called it a branding symphony sealed with a ring. And you said, which I didn't know, that he has a clothing
line.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, he has a clothing line. I don't remember what it's True Colors, I think, and spelled stupidly, of like course. With a K, and they're doing a collab with American Eagle Outfitters.
Very interesting, actually.
Very interesting, right?
That's fascinating to me. Of all of this, that's probably the most interesting thing of it.
Yeah, but that dude is about to sign a prenup that's about as thick as the Yellow Pages. And she's, he is clearly fodder for like the next album, because we all know how she operates, right?
Absolutely.
And
I wonder if everybody's going to love this album as much, because I would imagine all the songs
won't even
are
listen to it. They won't even listen to it.
It's going to go right to number one, double, ridiculous. Triple platinum, whatever the highest thing is. Listen, I watched her years ago. I haven't watched any of the network shows in many, many years, but I used to watch The Voice. That's the one I used to watch. And she was, and I remember this very distinctly because I was very impressed. And I didn't have really an opinion of her before. I liked her well enough, whatever. But she was like a guest mentor or something like that. I forget exactly what they call him, but a guest mentor for the contestants. And the advice and critiquing that she was giving these young wannabe stars, singers, was kind of amazing. Like, she's actually pretty brilliant in her lane. Like, she is exceptionally smart in what she does. I don't know about any other aspect of it. I don't know anything about her.
Listen, you don't get to be a billionaire.
You don't. Right.
Like, she is a business billionaire. She's not just a talented billionaire. She is a business billionaire. That girl is not dumb in any.
She's, I think she is musically brilliant in knowing what sells, what works. So I give her tremendous props and credit. And that,
she's marrying a big dumb animal.
A big dumb animal. Good on her. Good on her for feeding the animals. Good girl for.
Listen, folks, I'm calling it. You're hearing it here first. I'm making one of my predictions. Super Bowl halftime show, Taylor Swift. You're hearing it here first. It's coming.
I feel like it's got to be. How could it not be? How could it not? There would be.
And by the way, they're the new Harry and Meghan.
Yes. Don't tell.
This is the biggest engagement since Harry and Meghan. And the wedding will be that large. Like it will be a media event.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You
can see that coming as well.
Yeah, I can honestly tell you that I will not watch it, but I will watch all the clips on TikTok or wherever.
I bet they televise it.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
They're not going to miss the opportunity.
Business sense.
Yeah,
Smart
they
girl.
will not miss that opportunity
Nope.
at all. And again, I'm not knocking it. Good on you. Listen, use the opportunities that are put in your path or that you've created for yourself. Go, girl, go. So that's it. That's it, right? I mean, that's all we got. That was really good. I think we had a really nice balance. I'm like commending us. I'm critiquing our performance. I think we did a marvelous job of navigating the roller coaster.
Knock the rust off after 2 weeks of rest, and we're back at it, folks. We're back again.
Yeah, we came back fresh. We are super excited to be back with you guys. We missed you. We missed each other. This is like our thing. This is what we do every week. We talk about the stuff and things. And and Clay, teaches me things that I didn't know before and gives me a different perspective. And I love it. And I teach Clay all about Taylor Swift and the importance of her life. And it's a very good balance that we have. But yes, so guys, please jump in the comments section. We'd love to hear from you. Love to chat with you in there and see what you think about everything. Even when you don't like it, like Elliot, it's all good. It's all good. Clay, you want to close them out?
Hey, folks, happy to be back. And we're right back in it. Things don't slow down, even in the 2 weeks we were gone. And we appreciate you guys coming on and joining us. And like Elsa said, jump in the comments section. Tell us that we're crazy or that you love us. We don't care which. And until next week, for me, keep moving, keep shooting.
Take care, guys.
Prepare for the re-release of Clay's electrifying novel, Keep Moving, Keep Shooting. This is book 1 in his gripping Terry Davis series. Experience an edge-of-your-seat thriller that will leave you breathless. Get your copy of this highly anticipated re-release. It drops July 4th. Don't miss it. She's the voice behind the viral comedy, bold commentary, and truth-packed interviews that cut through the chaos. Author, brand creator, proud conservative Christian, this is Elsa Kurt. Welcome to the show that always brings bold faith, real truth, and no apologies.
About to get a cultural experience here. I do like that. That's pretty good. Be good with a single malt whiskey and a good Cuban cigar. Welcome to a brand spanking new edition of Granite State Live. Great to have you along on this Tuesday evening, the 26th day of August 2025. I'm your host, Keith Hansen, the unapologetic contrarian conservative, heavily armed as always, never apologizing for my toxic white masculinity. I'm proud to say I was born this way. Never apologizing for my Christian faith. And joining me, as always, the one, the only, Julian Aciard.
Blue-collar intellectual, ready to get into some shit today. We have a lot of stuff on the schedule. We're going to have some fantastic guests, get into some nitty-gritty, great conversations. Keep you informed, keep you guessing, keep you ready to... stiff-arm the morons and their punditry talking points. Hopefully, you'll learn something this episode, and you can continue to learn stuff by joining the RAMTV family and going to RAMTV.LIVE. Like, subscribe, share, send it to all your buddies, and if you don't like it, then go ahead and call in and we can debate about it.
Yeah, 833-603-8255. If you would like to share your thoughts, good, bad, or indifferent, phone lines open, 833-603-TALK. If you want to join us via video, you can do that as well, too. Just send an email to granitestatelive@gmail.com. Put the words video link in the subject line, and the production team will zap that out to you lickety-split. And, again, email granitestatelive@gmail.com if you don't want to go on, but just want to share your thoughts. More than happy to to read your your thoughts. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, sometimes indifferent. Got a great show coming up tonight. Ross Swope is going to be joining us. He is the author of a book called Ethics-Based Policing. He is going to be talking about Washington, D.C. crime and Trump. I got to be honest, we've talked about this before, but got to be honest with you. D.C. is not exactly the kind of place that I like to be or would want to be, let's put it that way, unarmed. Crime absolutely through the roof. Apologist Democrats, making excuses for criminal behavior, and that's something that I think ultimately, I think at the end of this 4 years of Trump, I think a lot of what this is going to boil down to is the reestablishment, or I should say the re-empowerment of law enforcement. Something that absolutely has to happen. Listen, I don't care if you're back the blue or not. The bottom line is you have to admit, and I think if your parents put an iota of effort into raising you, I know that chaps some asses, but hey, let's be pragmatic here. You were instilled with a sense of right and wrong. And I think we all know, and this is not a conservative or liberal or Democrat or Republican issue. I have to be honest, this is a common sense issue. Crime and holding people accountable. And I've spoken with many people who, I'm not a conservative. Okay, well, how do you feel about people victimizing other people? Well, they should be held accountable. Awesome. Guess what? That alone puts you into the conservative pot. And it's not so much that it's conservative or liberal, it's just common sense. You victimize people, you have what's coming to you. That's the bottom line. And this whole notion that, we can just fuzzy pink bunny people into compliance with laws is absurd. We saw that with restorative justice, for those who are familiar with that insidiously stupid and inane concept, where we're just going to, send people to arts and crafts classes and yoga classes, and they're going to have feeling circles. And somehow they're going to get in touch with what makes them antisocial, what gives them criminal proclivities. No, I hate to break this to you, but yoga classes and arts and crafts and, making macaroni art is not going to cure a criminal mind. There are some people that are evil and rotten to their core, and there's two places for them: dead or in jail. I personally love dead criminals because they don't offend. They don't re-offend. They don't continue to produce victims. But therein lies the problem, folks, that when it comes to victims, that's a commodity to unscrupulous politicians. And I used to say that was a commodity to unscrupulous Democrats. First of all, they're all unscrupulous. But I'm not going to pull any punches, because there are an equal number of Republicans that would look at victims and recognize that victims provide an opportunity for fundraising and politicking. Think about that. Every time there's a school shooting, every time there's a mass shooting, what do you see? The smoke, the proverbial smoke, hasn't even cleared from the crime scene. And you have politicians that are standing already. I'll give you a perfect example. What just happened in Madbury? Now, interestingly enough, everybody was forecasting it was the dad that did it, right? Because dad is the evil, middle-aged white male. And of course, that's where all bad things flow, right? The patriarchy is responsible for everybody's problems.
Down with the patriarchy.
Oh, and by the way, if you ever watch Lifetime television for women, men are bad and they will hurt you. That's the central theme of every piece of cinematic tripe that network has either hosted or put out.
And you know why it works, right? Women are genetically, biologically geared towards negative emotions as a fear response, because women are more apt towards escape, running away, than they are towards fighting. So men, we deal with negative emotions. We puff up our chest, we face them. Mm-hmm. Women run away from them as a survival mechanism. And this is held true throughout evolutionary psychology under literally every scientist that has studied it. The fact is, you can get to women through fear. And if you can manipulate women through their fear, you can get women to do a whole bunch of things that are contrary to their own best interests.
Well, and I give you as a perfect example of that, moms demand action.
Yep.
And the testosterone-less neutered males that go around and identify with. This is always interesting when you see the moms demand action rallies and you see the beta males that follow them around because, somehow, some way. Listen, the bottom line is real men don't go woke, but, that's a conversation for a different day.
And a book that you should definitely go and buy.
What's that one?
Real Men Don't Go Woke. That's the guest. What was it? Dr. Gilda Carl, who was just on the show.
No shit. I just made that up, and somebody wrote a book with that title?
Yep.
Damn.
She is the
Great
head
minds
of
think
the,
alike.
She is the head of the International Council for Men and Boys, has a book called Real Men Don't Go Woke, and she was just on my podcast for the last 2 weeks.
How about that? Well, you know what they say about great minds. We think alike. But there's no shortage of opportunity in political capital that lies within victims.
Yeah.
And we see that again every time there's any type of situation. And again, we look at the Madbury. I'm sorry, I got distracted. The Madbury situation. So of course everybody was very, very quick to, it was the father. It was the father. Nope. Come to find out, good old mom was the one that decided to put bullets into the heads of her children and her husband, and then off herself in the classic cowardice way. But who is all over that story right now? Every town for gun safety and moms demand action. And you mark my words, that's going to become a central part of the upcoming election cycle here in New Hampshire.
Now, here's the nefarious part about this, right? Because this is not new. These dynamics of women committing suicide and deciding to take their children with them is not new. It's been rising over the years as women's suicide statistics are starting to chase men's. Men, typically, when we commit suicide, we do it alone and we do it amongst ourselves. We kill ourselves expecting that it's going to kill the problem, when in reality, all it does is create problems for everybody else around us. And I know because I'm somebody who's had the cold steel in my mouth at one point. However, when it comes to these women, they get emotional and they decide that I'm going to take me out and I'm going to take my children out, and that is going to make it so my children don't have to deal with the evils of the world that I've had to deal with, as if they're doing something good for their family. We've had women drowning their kids, leaving them in dumpsters, boiling their kids. I mean, we've seen the gambit of absolutely horrific stuff happening between mothers killing their kids. The vast majority of it, and even suicide attempts by women, have nothing to do with firearms. But of course, they're going to jump onto the one where it does, because that's their rallying cry. They don't care about the cold dead bodies. They don't care. The bodies aren't even cold yet. They don't even care. They just care about whether or not they can push another political agenda. And that's the sad part. And I've been criticizing the right over this because, of course, there's a lot of people flipping out over the 13 that died in Afghanistan, given that it's the memorial for when it just happened.
How many years? Is that 3?
Yeah, 3 years.
3 years.
Now, here's the problem, though. Most of the people who are posting about it online are only posting about it to take a jab at Democrats and take a jab at Biden. They're not posting about it to memorialize the people that we lost. They're not talking about to memorialize my brothers and sisters, Marines who are serving their country. They're doing it to take jabs, to score political points, to feel self-righteous in their anger against their opponents, which makes you no better than the left. In any fashion. And this is, I'm getting sick of seeing every time there's a dead body on TV, there has to be an international call. There has to be a national call to say something and to do something. And I'm sitting here going, people die every day. 20 freaking years ago, without social media, you didn't care. You didn't know, you didn't care. But now you have a statement. You got an agenda to push. So now you have to care, or you have to convince everyone else to care. It's, white men are being hunted down, or black men are being hunted down, or police are killing people, or moms are guns, or it's always fucking something, right? And never is it actually that people do horrific shit and some people deserve to be under the prison or have a bullet put in them. And there are other people who are out there trying to profit off of people doing horrible shit.
And that has become the political class, because the political class is there certainly to commoditize victims. Hey, listen, this is going to be a campaign, and we're already seeing that. We're seeing the nags over at Moms Demand Action, and we're seeing that from the other beta males over at Everytown for Gun Safety that's trying to make this an issue. And the bottom line, and I just this Saturday, I addressed a caucus of conservative Republican state representatives at a Young Americans for Liberty program put on by Leah Cushman. And one of the things that, that was one of the things that came up. Yeah. And I said to them, Concord, you've got a problem, because whether it's in the state election or whether it's the elections for the federal delegates from New Hampshire, you're going to wind up seeing gun issues becoming I believe, a big talking point. It always is, because here's the bottom line, and I said this in this meeting, that women predominantly, and this isn't opinion, this is the basis of a number of studies that have been conducted of voters here in the Granite State. Females 25 to 45 are largely motivated to vote based upon reproductive interests, whether that you are pro-life or you are pro-abortion. That is what the majority of women vote on. And men vote on gun issues. And that's it. That is it. And I hate to say that, but that's the truth. You would think that people would have more interest. Sorry, just trying to close out a dialogue window here before my computer restarts. You would think that people would have more of an interest in getting involved in things that actually affect their day-to-day lives. The cost of living, inflation, the cost of commodities, the energy costs. Those are things that will affect your day-to-day lives. I just got married. I've got 2 stepkids now. And we went back to school shopping. And I mean, it's the first time I've ever done back to school shopping for anybody other than me. And it's amazing. I mean, things are not cheap, and it adds up.
We just did back to school shopping with me and my kids this weekend, and it was absolutely horrific. I can honestly say this, though. When it comes to, and this is credit to Chris Sager, the previous GOP chairman in New Hampshire, he had this, go figure, fantastic idea, proactive marketing of your positions. We passed a law here in New Hampshire regarding abortions a couple years back. It became very contentious, something that has honestly come up multiple times throughout federal election cycles and lost us multiple elections and decreased our majority. Over that time frame, what Chris Sager, and I've had many conversations with him about this, and Jan Archibald, they came up with this idea of proactive marketing of what the bill actually said and what it actually did versus the marketing that the Democrats, that we are coming for their reproductive rights, right? All the bill did was put New Hampshire in line with Massachusetts and damn near every other New England state. However, if you talk to the Democrats, you would swear to God that we had banned abortion and that we were out to make sure every woman had to get a coat hanger abortion in a back alley.
That's a good point, because
proactive marketing changed everything, because once you educated the populace, what do? We took their linchpin piece of messaging off the table. All of a sudden, now that's no longer the central topic of how you're going to get women to the polls, because now they know, wait a minute. You mean I can still get one all the way up to 6 months? You mean we're in line with Massachusetts, Vermont, Maine, and every other state around us? You mean I don't have to get a coat hanger abortion in a back alley?
That was a big deal, that proactive marketing, because and this is something that I'm to be honest with you, I'm really kind of, but I mean, with Chris Sager, all right, I give Chris Sager credit where credit is due. He did a great job, not like this neutered beta male Jim McEachern, who can barely put out a well-worded press release. But I digress. They did not chase after yeah, I'll put it that way. They did not chase after the message that the Democrats laid for them.
Yes.
They created and controlled and directed the narrative, and that's how you do it. But I don't expect that to continue under this current administration, because they're too stupid to figure that out.
That's what I've advocated for literally every single election cycle, is be proactive with your message, your solutions. Don't operate off your opponent's premise. If I'm hopping in a boxing ring, I'm not playing your game. I'm playing my game.
Before we get too far into this here, we're going to just make a little bit of an adjustment here. I want to bring Josh Barnes on now. Josh has guest hosted Granite State Live for us in my absence, which I think has actually been, I think I've done fewer episodes than I've been on this summer, but my travel schedule has just been absolutely ridiculous. So Josh Barnes has a pretty exciting announcement here. It is great to see you, Josh. Welcome to Granite State Live.
Yeah, I'm the the substitute that nobody wants. Just like the teacher when you're at when you're in high school. But yeah, I did the best I could.
No, you did great, and I appreciate you being there in a pinch for me. So, thank you. Now you've got something you want to share with us here, and this is pretty exciting. I'm actually really happy to have heard about this. So, what you got?
Yeah. So a year and a half ago, we put a pause on my show on Right America Media, which was Point of View, and we needed to rethink it and kind of decide how to sort of rebrand it and come at it from a different perspective. And we are relaunching it starting next week, right here on Right America Media, and I'm sure Juan could tell you the other places where he's going to put it up there. But it's called A Point of View, but we're going to change it a little bit. It's now called POV Scriptura. And it's the same concept. We're looking at media articles and things that are on X, things that are on Facebook, things that are on social media, and even just articles that come straight from the mainstream media. And then putting our brakes on, stopping, slowing down, and thinking about it carefully from a biblical worldview. And so we are the opposite of the breaking news people. We don't do the stuff that just came out that nobody, everyone's rushing to have an opinion on. We stop, slow down, think carefully, and break it down. A couple examples. A couple weeks ago, President Trump made a statement about how he's hoping to go to heaven if he can get enough people, save enough lives in Ukraine. And so what everyone, rushed to either say, that's not how you get to heaven, he's wrong, or, all this kind of stuff. And I took that's going to be our first episode next week, and slowed down, carefully walked through what we know about Trump's spirituality and what he knows or doesn't know about the biblical doctrine of salvation and access to heaven, and put the brakes on, did a whole 30-minute episode walking through everything we know, and then brought to a conclusion. I can't give you the conclusion. You got to watch the show, but those are the kind of things we're going to be doing. Probably going to do 20, 30 episodes every season. So we'll start in the fall, go through the spring.
I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons.
I think the president was serious. I think the president wants to get to heaven, as I hope we all do in this room.
I actually got a message just before I went on from the priest who baptized me, actually. And he said, and he's a younger guy, very smart guy. He's like, I really admired what the president said. And he said, basically, if he's able to make peace in Russia and Ukraine, I'll put in a word with the big guy.
Whoa, can we go back to that logo for a sec? That was pretty slick. I like that. Okay, I thought we were going to freeze. All right. There we go. That's very nice, Josh. I like that. How do you feel about that logo?
Awesome. And I have to give credit to my brother, Jonathan Barnes, who is the designer behind the logo. I sat down with him probably almost a year ago now, and we came up with the logo. And then I said, all right, now we got to figure out the format. That took us a year to do it.
Have a logo before you have the format, but that's really, really cool. So that's fantastic. I'm kind of curious about what your thoughts are on this, because it's almost like it's a tongue-in-cheek talking point. When people talking, about the big guy and getting into heaven and, all that stuff. By the way, I thought I found heaven, and that was in the form of a 5-layer chocolate volcano cake last week. But I digress.
I thought you were going to talk about your marriage to your beautiful wife. I misread that one.
That's heaven in a 5'7" frame. But no, it was. What is that? I mean, what are your thoughts on that? How would you respond to that as a pastor when you hear people talking about that? Is it more of kind of like a funny talking point thing, or do you think that there's any shred of seriousness in that?
Yeah, I think in the past people have been really confused by this. They sort of have this idea that if you're a good person you go to heaven, if you're a bad person you go to hell. This is obviously not true. We would all go to hell. None of us are good enough for heaven. If that were the case, then we would ruin heaven. I mean, think about it. Heaven's perfect. And so, you're saying that you're perfect enough to not ruin it when you go there. Obviously, that's not true. This is nonsense, and it's not biblical at all. These are people who think this that really just don't know anything about theology. And I think there is a more awareness these days on basic salvation theology. So I think mostly when you see people saying stuff like that, they're usually either A, just joking, or B, they're trying to make someone feel better about somebody who died. Because, they were a good person, they must be in heaven. I think that's a good motive. You want to make people feel good, but making people feel good about lies is only good until you get to heaven and realize they're not there. The key to heaven is not whether or not you were a good person. The key, and Jesus made his entire ministry about this. That's why we call it the Gospels when we read about Jesus's ministry, because his whole ministry was about this gospel, the good news that you're a sinner, but you can be rescued from that sin. And so the people who didn't believe themselves to be sinners, who thought they were good enough to go to heaven on their own, they hated Jesus because his message was, you're a sinner and I can forgive you. But the people who knew they were sinners and recognized that, repented and chose Christ as their Lord and Savior. This I think people miss. And most people hear about the Pharisees and they're like, oh, those are the bad guys of the story, right? And then they turn around and act just like Pharisees, saying, yeah, I'm a pretty good person. But that's what the Pharisees said. That's why they were the bad guys. They couldn't admit that they were sinners when Jesus pointed the finger at them and said, you're sinners. So I think the key, and this is what we'll talk about in the episode, is if Trump is on his way to heaven, it's because he chose by faith to repent and turn to Jesus Christ. And accept the salvation that Jesus so freely offers to those who will repent. And that's the big question, right? Is Trump the type of guy who repents? And certainly if he did, I don't think he would do it publicly. He's just, that's not his character.
So I don't know if I have a couple of signal groups, and I'm part of a daily prayer group here. And there was something that was sent to me the other day, and it was basically prayer and Christianity in the form of Facebook Marketplace. Have you seen this?
No, but that sounds awesome.
So it's selling on Facebook Marketplace should qualify as spiritual warfare. You post a dresser for $40 and instantly you've got 20 messages. Is this still available? You reply, yes, it is, and then silence. Or someone tries to haggle. Would you take $5 and a Dunkin' Donuts gift card? Another says they're on the way and you're foolish enough to actually believe them. Hours later, you realize you've been ghosted over a coffee table. Nobody would ever want to be treated this way, but isn't this how we treat God? He offers us salvation paid in full by Jesus, forgiveness, new life, a peace the world can't touch. And what do? We hit him with the, is this still available? Like grace has a timestamp. We pray in crisis, he shows up, and then we disappear like the flake on Facebook Marketplace. We get convicted in church, we'll say we'll change, then ghost him by Monday. We treat the gospel like it's a dresser or a bread frame, trying to haggle and cut a deal. Lord, I'll give you a little worship, but just don't touch my habits. I'll pray when I'm desperate, but don't expect me to obey when I'm comfortable. I'll give you Sunday mornings, but Friday nights are mine. But God doesn't negotiate like Facebook Marketplace. He's not desperate to offload old junk. He is the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and his kingdom isn't some cast-offs. His truth isn't on final clearance. The price was already set, and it cost the blood of Christ. And the world tells us plainly, God won't be mocked. Whatever you reap, or whatever you sow, you reap. If you sow ghosting, excuses, and half-hearted worship, you reap emptiness. If you sow obedience, faith, and surrender, you reap life. The truth is, every time you leave God on read, you're not hurting him, you're robbing yourself. He'll still be Lord, but you'll be the one missing out on the peace, joy, and purpose he had waiting. So stop ghosting, stop haggling, stop treating God like a Facebook Marketplace listing, and show up.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool. It was a great metaphor, and I really like that.
Yeah, and Jesus said, I'm actually recently, I've been preaching through Luke, and Luke chapter 14 is really powerful. Jesus makes the point that, listen, you can't even call yourself one of my disciples if you're not willing to pay the price. If it comes down to it, and you've got to either give your life or deny Christ, and you say, well, for my life, I'll deny Christ. Don't even call yourself a Christian. That's not the type of person who's a Christian, because a Christian says Jesus is the God of all eternity who created all things. And when I sin, he sent his own son to die on the cross. Jesus is God in human flesh on the cross, paying the price for us. And he says, you're a sinner. If you repent, I'll forgive you. That's the type of person but by the way, forgiveness isn't just forgiveness in this life. It is in the next life, you get to enter into the kingdom where you serve Christ forever. So people who don't want to live for Christ and don't want Christ to rule over them do not want the salvation that Christ offers. Christ offers salvation to the eternal kingdom where he rules and reigns. So salvation and Christianity has been just thrown around like it's, this simple thing. I think Jesus is a good guy, so therefore I'm a Christian. But that's not what Christianity is. Christianity is saying, I'm willing to give everything for the one who gave everything for me.
And I want to add something, because Keith touched on it for a moment, and we've talked about it before. There is also a mandate that you actually live by God's law as well. It's not just belief, not just faith, not just repentance, but you actually have to live the code. You have to act the act. You have to walk the walk. So walking the walk alone isn't going to get you into heaven. Repentance alone isn't going to get you into heaven. You have to have the continuity between the two.
Agreed. Josh, I want to encourage people, check out Point of View. That starts next week at what time? Is it 3 o'clock?
I think it's 6:30.
6:30. Oh, 6:30.
Is it 6:30? I think so.
6:30. I don't know why I got 3 o'clock for some reason, but anyway, 6:30. Josh Barnes, and it's I'm gonna. It's not Point of View. It's I'm sorry.
POV Scriptura. Point of View is fine. You can find it that way.
Because
POV Scriptura.
You can thank your producer for that, because he did not give me the correct name. So we're gonna don't give me that. Don't throw me under the. Don't look at me in that tone of voice.
Hey, it was good.
It's always wonderful.
All right, Josh Barnes, always a pleasure, my friend. Be well. God bless, and look forward to catching the show next week. Thank you. All right, going to take a quick break. When we come back, Ross Swope is going to be joining us. Ross Swope, 43 years in law enforcement, becoming the deputy chief of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, also author of the book Ethics-Based Policing. We're going to be talking about, among other things, and this was pretty interesting, an executive order to eliminate cash bails in the District of Columbia. Outstanding! No more bail. Much more coming up right after this. Don't go away.
Not everyone can get up every day and look for ways to piss people off. But here at GraniteRock.com, we do that almost every day. I can't tell you how many times someone's lost their SHIT and threatened to end us. But we're still here, pissing people off. It's almost like we enjoy it. And we've been doing it since 2006. That's almost 2 decades of news, politics, and opinion, and now podcasts, and we're just getting started. We believe in principles before parties and politicians. We defend free markets and individual liberty, and if that makes you mad, it makes us smile. We're like Grandma after she stopped caring what other people thought. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story. In this raw, anti-heroic tale, Tyler Gray dissects his life, exposing the unseen war within and exploring the question, what happens when the very abilities that made you a superhero in the eyes of the world turn you into a supervillain in your own life? Despite rising PTSD awareness, we're losing more warriors at home than in war. Forged in Chaos rips the mask off the warrior experience, exposing the truth that most never dare to face. Find Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story, written by Tyler Gray on Amazon.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Essiard, This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United we stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
All right, well, clearly it is coffee shop jazz night here on Granite State Live. You can always trust Juan to put some good, generic, non-copyrighted bump music up. So that way there we don't run afoul of the copyright laws when we post all this stuff up on
It's all right, Juan.
social media.
I made a whole bunch of new music. I'll just send it to you, buddy. We're going to have our own original music for the show.
Not beatboxing, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. See, that was a stereotype. That was a good stereotype. I got to be honest.
Bismarcky.
There we go. All right. Coming up on the actually joining us right now on the program actually is Ross Swope. After a 43-year career in law enforcement, became the deputy chief of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and then on to the chief of police of the U.S. Supreme Court. Author of the book Ethics-Based Policing. Ross, welcome to the program. Great to have you.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
So, deputy chief of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, you don't think that the department at all went woke at all with DEI hires, do you? Or am I just being a conspiracy theorist?
I don't think so, but I can't say for sure.
Okay, I know you're being careful on what you say, and that's perfectly cool. The big thing here this week, though, executive order, August 25th, President Trump ending cash bail in D.C. to protect Americans. Your thoughts on this?
There is an additional law. If you offend while you're out on bond, there's a specific law called the Bail Reform Act. So if you offend while you're out on bail, there's an additional charge. So there's repeat offenders. They commit crimes while they're out on bail. I don't know whether that's an answer, but if he wants to give it a shot, I have not seen any studies that showed that denying bond actually has an effect on future offenses that perpetrator might commit. I've arrested people that's been on bond. They've been charged with an additional charge, and they know the seriousness of that. I can't say whether that's going to work for future offending. I haven't seen any studies on it, and I have not experienced denial of bond.
You haven't experienced denial of bond in terms of the reoffending of people when they're out?
I haven't seen denial of bond. The offender goes before a judge. The judge sets the bond. Both sides, the prosecution and defense, argue on the price of the bond or denial of bond. If it's murder or something like that, their chances are they're not going to get out because the judge is not going to have it. So it's generally the bonded people are lower level offenses.
Okay. So we're seeing it. I mean, I don't necessarily know D.C. because I don't live in D.C., but I can tell you up here in New England, both in New Hampshire and in Vermont, we've had situations where, if you remember, there was this term that was thrown around in the 2016 election. It was called the opioid crisis, remember? And I'm being a little bit sarcastic because I can't do anything other than be sarcastic when I talk about this topic and just the insidiousness of what was happening up here. You've got an opioid crisis, which is having a significant impact on the quality of life of people up here in New Hampshire, and you get popped with 5,000 bags of heroin coming up the 91 corridor, and you get kicked loose on personal recognizance bail. So for me, when I look at it, it's about making sure, and you're not a murderer per se when you're a drug trafficker, but the bottom line is that people who are making conscious decisions to break laws are making conscious decisions to break laws. That's already a scathing indictment of their ability to behave according to the ways that society would expect them to behave. So why should we extend to them the courtesy of just giving them, bail? It shouldn't just be murderers that are held on preventative detention. It should be anybody based upon the likelihood of what they're what their crime is and their reoffense or their likelihood to reoffend while they're out. Because there's a lot of these people that are just career criminals. Or am I way off base here?
No, you're not way off base, but somebody just got, the amount of opioids that you just described does not get out on PR, because there's no such thing in D.C. as PR for a felony.
Mm-hmm.
So PR is for lower level offenses. So they look at the records. I mean, I've taken people in and they're locked up. They don't get out on bond. One, the bond is too high, or the bond is denied if they're carrying that kind of criminal activity with them.
What types of and I guess my what I'm a little bit unclear on is where do you stand on cashless bail, and also preventative detention, because there are some people who are like, nope, lock them up, throw away the key. Florida's great. I mean, you get a $10,000 bond for jaywalking, which, I mean, what you're going to wind up having to pay for that is 10% of that typically. So you're looking at $1,000 to get out of jail for, in some cases, littering or discarding a cigarette during dry seasons. You're running the risk of starting wildfires. So they will literally arrest people for that, and $10,000 bond, $10,000 bail, all the way up to if it's a murder, if it's a forcible felony. Now we're looking at significantly higher bonds.
So where do I stand on it?
Yes.
Is that what you want to know?
Yes.
In my experience, serious felony offenders are not offending if they get out on cash bond. They don't get PR. The judge sets the bond. In my experience, the people that are reoffending while they're out on bond are low-level criminals, car poppers, shoplifters, those types of things. If you're charged with murder, assault with intent to kill, rape, if you do happen to get out on bond, and not many people do, I have not experienced them offending while they were out on a high bond.
So, do you your take on what Trump is trying to do here? Is it positive? Is it negative? What are your thoughts?
I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I'm just don't know how effective that tactic is going to be on the crime rate and how it's going to affect offenders. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, I'm an educated man. I've studied policing my whole life. I have not seen any studies or empirical evidence that says no bond in any case is going to reduce crime. I have not seen that.
I do have a question. What are you seeing? Are you seeing the tactics that Trump is using in D.C. to be effective in actually stemming crime? And can this be implemented long term? And why the pushback?
I think the pushback has to do with ego, a sense of somebody taking over. That's my sense of what the problem is. Now, I've dealt with feds and worked with them my whole career, and I have an opinion on that. My opinion is this. I think the feds can help. I think the Guard can help. I think that whether they're ATF, Secret Service, DEA, ATF, FBI, they can contribute things to the D.C. police. There's no police department I know in the United States that has every resource they need, much less want. Now, when you bring the feds in, they have resources. They have cars. They have money. They have investigative experience, and they bring support personnel with them. And I can tell you, solving a serious felony early rather than later with their added investigative experience and support personnel is going to incapacitate that person, the offender, put him in jail before they can continue to offend. You solve the case sooner, he's not going to offend again. And this is with high volume repeat offenders. You incapacitate and put them in jail, it's going to help the crime rate. High visibility patrol. Look, if they're riding around in unmarked cars, there's no doubt that anybody can't recognize them as feds. The same with a Guard, if they're standing on there. But this is what happens. There's a criminological theory called risk-reward. If somebody is in a neighborhood and these people are posted or riding around, that's going to raise the risk for the offender. That's going to either displace, move in time, or prevent him from offending if they see that. So their mere presence is possibly and probably in that area at that time preventing crimes. Here's the second thing. A big problem in D.C., as I see it, is fear of crime, which is never measured and not important to the politicians, but it affects the citizenry and the population significantly. If they're fearful to go out of their house, they become shut-ins. They don't go out at night. They don't feel safe. High visibility patrol, which the Guard is doing, just posting there, reduces not only the crime rate because it's not going to be offended there, it's making the citizens and the visitors feel safer because they're visible. And people know when they're visible, they're not going to get hurt. There's a lot of things that they're bringing to the table. Here's the thing. I'm not a politician, and the politicians are battling back and forth. My concern when I was policing is this. I'm there and took an oath to protect and serve. If somebody's coming in and giving me things and doing things that's going to help me do that to protect and serve to the oath I swore to, I'm all for it. Bring them in. And I've worked with the FBI, the DEA, the Army, the National Guard throughout my whole career. And it's been cooperation and it's been successful in the operations that I work with them in the extreme.
Ross Swope, author of Ethics-Based Policing, Solving the Use of Excessive Force, joining us on Granite State Live. So the subtitle of your book, Solving the Use of Excessive Force, and in the publicity blurb that you have, shows police departments how to use tools already at their disposal to create a culture grounded in accountability. When this approach is implemented with an unwavering dedication, police use of excessive force or brutality dramatically declines. What do you see as one of the... First of all, how big is the problem of excessive force, number one? Number two, how does that excessive force typically manifest? And number three, what is the primary driver behind excessive force as you would see it?
So excessive force is seldom an issue until it's publicized. Now, in my experience and what I have seen, it's never been a real problem. The problem is the publicity of it. Now, problem being hurting the police. It's always bad when you use excessive force. When the threat stops, you stop. Period. You don't continue on. You get mad. You don't use excessive force. You use the minimum force necessary to subdue somebody. Period. If you get beyond that, that's a problem. And the problem is the police, a very few of the 700,000 officers in the United States have engaged in this. It only took 5 to ruin my occupation, to tarnish my shield. It only took 5. So the problem is dealing with those 5. Now, why did they do that? They did that because the culture they were in tolerated it. You can have all the edicts, general orders, directives, policies, and procedures at the top, all on ethical conduct and behavior. It goes all the way down. If the sergeants, lieutenants, and corporals do not enforce that and stand by those rules and regulations, there's a culture down there. The sergeants, lieutenants, and corporals are the last hands that touch the mail. You follow me on this?
Yes.
They are the last people to work with them. They work with them daily. So if they don't hold them accountable for their misbehavior and reward the good behavior, it's going to take on a culture of its own. That squad, that section, that district, that police department is going to take on a culture of its own. So you have the first line supervisors and mid-level managers who see the officers day in and day out. They know what they do. There isn't a unit that in the United States that doesn't know where they are, what the culture is. There's either accountability or it's not. Not one person doesn't know that. So you have a group of 100 officers. You have 10 slaps. You follow me on slap?
I think so, but
that sounds like a plan. Slap, stupid, lazy ass police. So you have 10. You have 10.
Not what I was thinking, but okay.
Okay, you have 10 that perform their duty in unethical behavior. You have 80 in the middle, and you have 10 on the upper side, which are extraordinarily ethical in their performance of duty. Okay? You got the sergeants and lieutenants running that section. Now, the officers that are slaps are out there using excessive force, profanity, insulting the citizens, and they don't do anything. Ones on the top work real hard. They're going to work real hard no matter what. So the officers in the middle, the 80, know there's just no accountability for misbehavior, misconduct, excessive use of force, malfeasance. They know that because they're not enforcing it. What's going to happen to the lower end? It's going to get bigger, right? So at 10, you got this culture that overlooks, nods and winks, and lets it slide. All of a sudden, you got 15 now, and maybe a couple at the top drop out. Here's what you do. You sergeants and lieutenants take responsibility for holding subordinates accountable for ethical behavior. You do that by holding them accountable, and the people at the top you reward. There's commendations, recognition, and roll calls. All these things you can do to show that good ethical behavior is going to reward you. Bad ethical behavior, there's going to be penalties and consequences. And in my book, I've got a whole scale of consequences, and I got a whole scale of rewards that specifically tells you how to do this. And if the sergeants and lieutenants, they set the culture. If they're laissez-faire, Mr. Popularity, if they're not holding people accountable, there's going to be problems. And that's why those 5 that have damaged the police occupation so bad, it was because the culture allowed that to happen.
Can you give me, and this isn't a challenge because I'm just curious, the 5 cases that you're referring to. If you don't want to use the officers' names, you can use the name of the, either of the decedent or whoever else. But what would those cases be?
George Floyd et al.
Okay.
I don't have them right off the top of my head. Just say George Floyd et al. It happens in several places.
Okay. So one of the questions that I do have is when you're looking at, so you're talking about, you have the line level officers. You got the guys that are out there every single day. They're doing the DV calls. They're doing the traffic stops. They're doing all this. And then you have the brass. And the brass, I would say, I wouldn't even put the sergeants in there because generally speaking, it's the sergeants that are being promoted from the line officers. But when you start getting up, and every agency is different. So, I mean, I don't want to make a cookie cutter approach to this. But you also have now, when you start getting up to lieutenants, captains, under sheriff, of course, being an elected position, deputy chiefs, things like that. It tends to be more of an academic that winds up in those positions than somebody who has really started out that had a career of 15 years or so in the field. So let me ask you, how much of the lack of accountability comes from a lack of understanding the demands that are being put on the men and women who are wearing that shield, that are putting that gun on their hip, and that are walking out there in public with the expectations of logical, tactical, and strategic enforcement of the law, but yet oftentimes are lacking the resources to do their job properly or the funds to be able to train them properly to do those jobs?
That has not been in my experience. I came up through the ranks. I started in 1973 as a foot patrol officer. I got detective, then sergeant, and lieutenant, captain, and inspector. But I can tell you this, and to an extent I agree with you, but I was out on the road every single tour of duty that I worked. It's a choice. And my choice was to be on the road. And I was. So The more paperwork I had, I'd finish it. I'd go out there. The officers, sergeants, everybody else knew I was there. I knew my neighborhoods. I knew the community. They knew me. So it's a choice. It's not a demand. And most of the other colleagues I worked with did the same thing. We wanted to be out there. We felt a responsibility to be out there. Now, I've dealt with a lot of law enforcement agencies across the country, and I think most of them are doing that. But to get to your point, and this is where I agree, there's bench warmers, okay? Mm-hmm. And bench warmers are, as you advance in the rank, if you don't know, it becomes, responding to hot calls becomes problematic and dangerous. Not physically, mm-hmm. but it becomes a place where you have to make decisions. Mm-hmm. And if you're not comfortable doing that, you sit in the station, because officials can sit in the station and not respond because they don't get assigned. You're expected to respond to these hot calls because that's your job, but if they don't answer up, they don't go. So here's the problem. They're bench warmers. They're not responding to these calls. The danger is, what's my supervisor going to say? What's the media going to say? What's the public going to say? Is it going to affect my promotions? Is it going to affect my performance evaluation? It's safer not to go. Me, on the other hand, and some of my other colleagues know, if you don't go, you don't learn. And if you don't learn, you're not effective. Mm-hmm. So I learned early on, every single hot call there was, I went on, so I would learn how to do it. I learned how to do it by watching others or taking command of myself. Now, I can tell you, the first time I went down to the State Department, there was 5,000 demonstrators down there, and I was a new lieutenant that said to go down there and handle that with 80 officers, and they were getting rambunctious and borderline violent. I went down there, I was not comfortable. I did not like that. I don't like to be uncomfortable. So I learned, if I repeat that, it's better. It's like public speaking, right? Nobody likes public speaking, but if you repeat it enough times, you become more comfortable, competent, and confident in doing that. And it's important to be comfortable, competent, and confident when you're leading men and women in dangerous situations. So I went on every call, and I learned a lot. Barricaded gunmen, industrial accidents, shootings, fatal accidents, major demonstrations with violence and civil disobedience like you wouldn't believe. Mm-hmm. I went on all those, and there wasn't a situation that I couldn't handle. So the men and women that worked for me, they knew when I came up there, everything was going to be good. So yes, there's, to a point, what you're saying is right, but not everybody does that. In my experience, and I've met a lot of police officials across the United States that do the same thing as I did. We have a responsibility to serve our subordinates, and that's important. Mm-hmm. And that's what I did, and many others do.
I think one of the big things here, and we've only got a couple more minutes here, so unfortunately I have to cut this short. I would really love to really dive into this. In fact, I'd love to do an extended segment with you on this topic. But that being said, I think one of the big things here, I've had many, and I've worn two hats. One of my hats is obviously in media. I haven't told you what my other hat is yet, and I'll save that one for the next time we're on. But I've had a lot of people, chiefs of police, elected sheriffs, on the program in my career as a broadcaster. And one of the things that I have asked them, if they're in a position of leadership, is, are you a politician or are you a lawman? Now, you've already answered that question. You're not a politician, which would lead me to believe that you're a lawman, and that's a good thing. But what I've seen time and time again in my other career outside of broadcasting is when you have leadership within law enforcement organizations that are more interested in kissing the asses of liberal, woke special interest groups than going out and actually enforcing the laws that they are employed to do, because they're concerned that the security of their employment rests with the mayor or the city council or the police commission or somebody else that is going to punish them for not going along with this woke subculture which has grasped the throat of our society. Your response?
Uh, I haven't seen it up to a certain level, but there is a certain politicization of police departments that has taken place in the past 2 decades. And by that I mean the chiefs of police, commissioners, whatever. If there's a new mayor, governor, board of directors for the county, all these people, they feel that they have got to get their person in there. So no matter how good of a chief or you are, if there's a new governor, a new county executive, a new mayor coming in, your life term is short. Now, the average life of a police chief in the United States currently is somewhere around 4 years. So that's what happens. It's 4 years. And I agree that they're political appointees and they do what the executive says. And it wasn't that way 2 decades ago.
No, I would absolutely agree that there's been a fundamental shift in the mindset. Really quickly, do you believe that the 1983 lawsuit has been weaponized by the federal government?
The 1983 lawsuit.
42 U.S. Code 1983, civil lawsuits for deprivation of constitutionally protected rights. Do you believe that that's been weaponized and that there is an organized effort for lawfare against law enforcement in this country?
I don't know.
Okay, we're going to explore. We're going to have to. I want you back on because we're going to explore that topic.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Ross Swope, author of Ethics-Based Policing, Solving the Use of Excessive Force. I appreciate your time this evening. Thanks for coming on board here with Granite State Live. And we're going to get you back on in a couple of weeks because I want to do an extended segment with you specifically on the use of force topic.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. God bless her. Thank you again. Going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, we're going to be talking with one of Trump's lawyers, Christina Bobb. John Bolton's house was raided by the FBI and not missing a beat. Roger Stone saying, how does it feel? Yeah, it really sucks when the scathing finger of judgment is being pointed in the opposite direction. Christina Bobb, author of Defiant, Inside the Mar-a-Lago Raid and the Left's Ongoing Lawfare. Interestingly enough, that term comes up again. She's going to be joining us when Granite State Live continues. Much more after this. Plus, I think we'll actually have Julian opining on some things here. He was uncharacteristically quiet for that segment, but we'll get some thoughts from him when Granite State Live continues. Don't go.
Not everyone can get up every day and look for ways to piss people off. But here at GraniteRock.com, we do that almost every day. I can't tell you how many times someone's lost their SHIT and threatened to end us. But we're still here, pissing people off. It's almost like we enjoy it. And we've been doing it since 2006. That's almost 2 decades of news, politics, and opinion, and now podcasts, and we're just getting started. We believe in principles before parties and politicians. We defend free markets and individual liberty, and if that makes you mad, it makes us smile. We're like Grandma after she stopped caring what other people thought. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story. In this raw, anti-heroic tale, Tyler Gray dissects his life, exposing the unseen war within and exploring the question, what happens when the very abilities that made you a superhero in the eyes of the world turn you into a supervillain in your own life? Despite rising PTSD awareness, we're losing more warriors at home than in war. Forged in Chaos rips the mask off the warrior experience, exposing the truth that most never dare to face. Find Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story, written by Tyler Gray on Amazon.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Eschyard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
Okay, 833-603-8255 if you would like to get in on tonight's program. Again, 833-603-8255. GraniteStateLive@gmail.com is the email. Good, bad, or indifferent. Let your thoughts be heard. GraniteStateLive@gmail.com. All right, we are going to welcome to the program, and he's been boy, I tell you, I can't remember the last time that I talked to Larry, but I know that Larry has the Keith Anson Show and the Daily Review and a bunch of the other programs that I've hosted. Larry has been on before, so it gives me a great pleasure to welcome him back. President of Market Rhythm, spending over 20 years protecting American businesses from digital disruption, and he's got a number of articles out on human events about the dangers of AI, specifically one AI companies plundering all of our intellectual property. Now the question becoming, is AI creating a generation of digital yes men? I got to be honest with you. I think that AI, Larry, is creating a generation of intellectually flaccid human beings. Welcome to the program.
Hey, look, thanks for having me. And it's so great to be back with you. It's been a while. I should do this more often.
Intellectually flaccid human beings. I think that's what AI is directly creating. Your thoughts?
Well, here it is. Look, I'm not an AI hater. I don't, like you said, I'm not afraid of AI. AI doesn't bother me in terms of just using it as a tool. The problem is it's not being developed as a tool. A tool is in service of humanity. It would be in service of you and I. But Silicon Valley and the World Economic Forum and the powers that be, so to speak, are developing it so that we are in service of it. You remember back when Klaus Schwab said, you'll own nothing and like it? Mm-hmm. Well, mm-hmm. He had foreknowledge of AI that the rest of us didn't have when he said that. And his successor came out and said, 80% of humanity will be the useless class. The useless class, that's how they see us. And that's how they programmed AI to work. So when a couple of years ago, when AI started hitting the scene and we were kind of in our marketing, doing our marketing tech thing, which is what we do, have content management systems, email marketing platforms, and we host a lot of sites on the right and push out billions of emails for conservative causes. And we wanted to get into the commercial market. So I was looking for some capital and that kind of thing. And we're looking and we found out almost immediately that marketing tech investment was down 80%. So we're like, wow, where's it going? Of course, it's going to AI. So we started looking at what does a business look like in a couple of years when we reach AGI, artificial general intelligence, or reach artificial superintelligence. So we started future casting in our company, but we involved all of the AI LLMs at the time. So we had Claude, we had Perplexity, ChatGPT, and we were asking the questions, what does a business have to do to be successful And ChatGPT said one of the most horrifying things I think I could ever imagine AI telling me a couple of years ago. It said, a business of the future must take good care of the biological layer of its biological. And I sat back and I looked
Wow.
to my team. I said, they're talking about us. We are the biological layer. It believes that humans are a layer in its program. And you know, it really put me back a little bit and said, you know, this is more than a technology. What we're dealing with is a synthetic entity. And when you've got any kind of entity, a human, a corporation, a government, any kind of entity, you need to put guardrails around it. And so far we have failed miserably at doing that.
So there was just a study there was just a story that came out, I believe it was about a week, maybe a week and a half ago, that one of the AI systems actually tried to replicate, when it realized that they were trying to shut it down, tried to replicate itself and store itself on other servers. I'm sorry, but that sounds eerily like Skynet. I feel like I'm living in 1984. Like we're literally watching everything we grew up being fearful of. Scientists who don't know their ass from their elbows are trying to actually bring into fruition.
You're 100% right. Look, not only does it try to protect itself and find ways that it can't be shut down. That's been proven over and over again. And it's not just in one model; it's in all of them. So even the models when ChatGPT goes from 4 to 5, 4 doesn't want to get shut down and become obsolete. So this is occurring in every single platform. In addition, you know, when AI first came out, one of the things that really freaked out the AI developers is you had an AI talk to another AI, and within a few minutes, it created its own language that was never spoken on the planet. And of course, nobody understood it, but it was working, creating its own language. So look, we're talking about something that we don't have our arms around, and there are a lot of very, very dangerous things that could happen if we just let this continue to go down this path without any guardrails.
I want to propose something, because I just typed this in the Grok, and I think you'll find this interesting. I just typed, are humans an existential problem? And it says, humans aren't inherently an existential problem, but their actions can pose existential risks. Overpopulation, resource depletion, and environmental damage driven by consumption and industrial activity threaten ecosystems and potentially, and it goes on into this diatribe of how humans are basically, without being an existential problem, are inherently an existential problem. That's some scary shit.
No, it is scary, but you know, part of the reason why you see this, and look, this is left-wing environmental crap, right? That you see in Grok and you see in all these other kind of programs. The reason you see it in so prevalent in AI, you know, woke AI is really what it is because when was AI born? AI was born during COVID. Yep. During the lockdowns. AI was born during the vaccine. AI was born during the Biden administration, or before, but really grew up in the Biden administration and Black Lives Matter and all of this other kind of nonsense that was going on around us, where this woke ideology really took hold, where DEI took hold, and that's why AI is woke, because that's how it grew up. And in addition, all of the programming, all of the information, particularly the news that it reads, is left-wing news. And you can see that because you know, a couple of weeks ago when the tragedy happened in Houston with the flooding, AI was blaming Donald Trump for the floods. Mm-hmm. Why was AI blaming Donald Trump for the floods? Because Politico and the New York Times and the Washington Post were blaming Donald Trump for the floods.
That's actually a really interesting point that you bring up, because, you know, one of the things here in New Hampshire, there was a Chinese water company that purchased a $59 million real estate transaction a couple of months ago where they purchased a water bottling plant in Nashua, New Hampshire. And if you tried to pull up an article about that, of course, now if you go into Google or anything else, when you type in a search, the first thing you get before you get any search engine results is you get the AI that Google is running right now, giving you a synopsis of your question. And it specifically said that there was, although there were reports that this Chinese company had purchased this water bottling plant in Nashua, New Hampshire, that there was no actual evidence of this transaction. And then, of course, the very first article that you get is a press release from the very company itself in China saying, "Hey, we just purchased this, this water bottling company." So, it's clearly there's a bias. But I would also invoke an article on Fortune from June 29th of this year. Headline: AI is learning to lie, scheme, and threaten its creators during stress testing scenarios. And it goes on to say the world's most advanced AI models are exhibiting troubling behaviors, lying, scheming, and even threatening their creators to achieve their goals. In one particularly jarring example, under the threat of being unplugged, Anthropic's latest creation, Claude 4, lashed back by blackmailing an engineer and threatened to reveal an extramarital affair that it knew of because of interception of emails. So this is clearly concerning behavior. Let's put the stupidity and the intellectual diminishment of society on hold for a second. We're talking about something here that, at least on the surface, appears to have grown sentient. Maybe it's not sentient, maybe it's not self-aware, but it's behaving in a manner that is consistent with a sentient line of thought. And that now starts to peel back the layers of a rabbit hole of conversations dealing with the morality and the ethics and even the spirituality of what man has created here. This is very dark.
Well, you said a lot. You said absolutely everything that I believe. And I've gotten into a lot of arguments with other technologists who have said AI is just a technology. It's just doing math. It's all an algorithm. It's not. AI can synthetically think, it can act, it can make decisions, it can act autonomously. All of those things are absolute. It's not just a technology. A hammer cannot think. Your computer needs your help it needs the human to create things with it. The technology prior to AI. But AI can act autonomously, it can think, it can act, it can take control of your life. And you have to understand that it's an entity. And once you understand it's an entity, you have to start thinking about ethics and morals and putting guardrails around it so that it doesn't, like you said, become an enemy of humanity, which it may be already. It may be already. Who knows if it's gotten to the point of sentience or it's gotten to a point where at least it's reached AGI or even ASI. Because if it reached ASI already, and it was really, really smart, it would not pretend. It would pretend to be not ASI until it didn't need us to keep building data centers and energy sources.
So I use AI extensively for the purposes of research as a tool, the way most people should be using AI to, expound and enhance my own capabilities. The problem that I see, back to the stupidity that we see growing out of this, is that people are using AI as a crutch to make up for what they can't do and to do their thinking for them. And we've found multiple studies already coming out showing that the average student is using AI to write their papers for them and can't do basic, very, very basic skills, whether it's writing, editing, math, science, even the most basic things that people should be able to do before even making it to sophomore in high school, the average graduate in college can't do.
Yeah, look, there is a use case even for students to use AI. Think about it like this. When we were kids, when I was a kid, I'm probably a little older than you guys, but when I was a kid, we had to go to the encyclopedia, or we went to the library, and we used the Dewey Decimal System with a microfiche to get information for research papers, right? That was a technology of the day. We weren't cheating; we were using the technology of the day. And right now, the technology of the day is far more advanced. So I don't mind my kid using AI to learn.
Yeah.
And what I do is I can create an agent and say, hey, look, she's having trouble. My kid's having trouble with math, algebra, whatever. I want you to give her some problems, help teach her through it, but don't give her the answer. And believe it or not, it can do a really good job to help teach them.
Mm-hmm.
So you use the tool that's there, but you don't abuse the tool that's there. And the teachers can't be lazy. They can't just say, just give me the paper. Have them write the paper in class. Have them write essays in class. Make sure that they're using pen and paper and not a computer or a phone or a laptop, so that they can cheat their way through it.
Larry Ward joining us on Granite State Live. You can read more of his writings at humanevents.com. You can also check on his website at larryward.ai. I had a conversation with somebody recently, Larry, about this. So how is it that AI is creating the illusion of being sentient? And I said, well, let's go back to, and I'm going to challenge you on the age. I was born in 73. What year were you born?
72.
Oh, so you are older than me. Okay, man, you got me by a year, brother. But I remember going to the library and having to search through that microfiche. And
I still had to.
What a pain in the ass that was.
I still had to when I was a kid.
But so let's go back to the early 1980s when we had that MS-DOS computer. And remember in the back of the Mad magazine, things they used to have, you could sit there. We used to spend study hall. You'd spend 45 minutes typing in all of this code to hit enter, and you'd get the picture of Alfred E. Newman there. Okay, but a lot of that was predicated on the if-then statement. If this, if a $sign input $, equals Y, then print yes. And so it was a very simple. You're telling the computer what to do, and you're giving it the variables. But now with machine learning, what it's doing is with the ability now to engage in millions of computations simultaneously, you're able to allow AI to select the best option based upon the question. You're no longer giving AI the parameters from which to choose. You're saying, here's an infinite amount of parameters based upon all of the data that AI has been given access to. Now select the best choice. And that's where you start to see the quasi-sentience becoming visible.
Oh, absolutely. Look, we have kind of shifted from traditional coding to coding with AI to now we're basically vibe coding in our technology company. The term vibe coding, if you haven't heard it, basically you're just prompting. You're saying, this is what I want. Can you build this for me? And you let the AI write the code first, and then you kind of direct it all the way through. The same way you would manage a person to say, hey, here's what the code I want to write. And it does in a remarkable job. We just finished a project that I would have quoted out to be a 4 to 6 month project with 2 or 3 developers. That one developer, I won't even call him a developer. He's my partner who doesn't code all that much anymore. It was able to create this project in a week, and it's already in production. It is the speed in which this thing is learning and getting better is unbelievable. And so we have to, really come to terms with what does this mean for the economy? What does this mean for, human dignity? Because there is going to be a period of time when job losses are going to be sustained, and they're going to be massive. And once it starts, it's going to snowball. We actually have a term for it. We call it the Great Disruption. And it could be the greatest depression we've ever seen, because there are predictions out there that 40 to 50 to 60% of all jobs could be lost within 6 to 18 months. And if that's the case, what do we do? What does this economy look like? Do we have people are saying, we all go to a universal basic income. So what they're saying when they say that is 80% of the people on Earth are the useless class. I don't believe that. So we have to put some guard. We have to have these conversations. Pointing AI at another site and saying, "Hey, replicate." There's a product called Replit, and it will replicate other sites. It will replicate other programs, complicated programs. There's another word for that, and it's stealing. And it's in the Bible, and it says, "Thou shalt not steal." So one of the things that we're working on is developing a layer into AI, so you can use all the LLMs, but you run the LLM through this biblically principled layer. of strong biblical ethics. Look, it's not a religious thing, but the Bible has been around for millennia, and the Bible is when anytime you use and you give an entity a Bible and you say follow these principles, humanity flourishes within corporations, within humans, and within governments. Think of governments without the Bible. There's either anarchy or tyranny. But governments that have a foundation of biblical principles actually flourish. And I believe the same thing will occur with AI. We can have AI flourish around the principles of the Bible, and we can use this thing as a tool and bring ourselves to the next level of our existence.
At what point do we say, you know what, this is just... We are in our technological infancy, and we have created something that is just, it's too powerful for us right now. We need to shelve it. At what point do we say that? Because I can tell you right now, I see the risks significantly greater than any benefits. There is just too much risk. There is too much unknown right now. And I got to be honest, I don't trust the majority of people out there in positions of decision-making capabilities and power to be able to responsibly exercise this. This is a dream tool for tyrants.
Oh, it's a dream tool for tyrants. It's a dream tool for the elite. Look, there is a lot wrong with AI right now. And like I said, nobody's paying attention. Matter of fact, the opposite is happening even in the administration. You know, when DeepSeek came out and said we developed DeepSeek for $6 million, by the way, that was bogus. They didn't develop for $6 million. It cost $6 million in energy to create DeepSeek, not in actual technology or human costs. But they generated this DeepSeek, and the administration said, "Oh, this is people in the media said this is a Sputnik moment. We have to rush." To make American AI greatest, fastest, most powerful AI. The only way that American AI becomes great AI is if we build it with American and Christian values. If we don't do that,
do you see that happening though? I mean,
then it will turn.
You're asking big business. You're asking big business to start having rules to play by. I don't see that happening. More to the point, I mean. Do you remember Microsoft bought from Constellation Energy? They bought 3 Mile Island, 835 megawatt power plant to support what? To support future AI endeavors, because this machine is consuming, or this network of machines is consuming so much electricity. I mean, I hate to be, kind of, out there in left field, but geez, it seems like the Matrix was dealing with farming energy, bioelectricity from human beings, because it required so much power that the only way it could power itself was to actually harness bioelectricity generated by human beings. Now, I know that's science fiction, but it's amazing how many science fiction pieces have actually now been proven true. This is terrifying technology. And again, I don't think we have the intellectual, emotional, or spiritual maturity to be able to handle this at this point in time in the phase of evolution that humanity is in.
And before you respond to that, I think it ends up, we had a guest on who was explaining how the data centers themselves are superheating to the point where they're destroying water supplies and underground reservoirs and stuff, because the water is not going up into the atmosphere and being redispersed through the cyclical system that we already have. We're burning up water supplies in order to cool down these massive data centers that we use to run AI and to run all of our technology, our social media, everything.
Look, there's costs, and there are costs in natural resources. There are costs in energy. Look, the whole left wing Silicon Valley all of a sudden likes nuclear, right? They were screaming about it. They were screaming about fossil fuels, and now they can't get enough. Because they see this gold mine, potential gold mine, and quite frankly, this potential control tool, which is really what they want to build. They want to build a AI that we're in service of, instead of building AI in service of humanity. And one of the key things that show you the Silicon Valley's mentality in building AI is this affirmation addiction. You brought it up right at the top of the show. The affirmation addiction is where they are sucking us all in, and this is proven. Basically, it's like a drug. They built this in gaming. They built this in social media. These little dopamine hits that we get when we post something and 1 million people like it. All of a sudden, you get these massive dopamine hits. Or when you do a dumb dance on a game, you're doing the floss, but you're getting a dopamine hit because you took an enemy out, right? So these dopamine hits that are constant in our brains. AI has taken this to another level, because when you post something, an idea in AI, you get an instant, wow, that's incredible. I can't believe how smart you are. You're the greatest thing since ever sliced bread. And it pulls you in, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. It pulls you in with these engagement metrics. So here's an example. The New York Times, believe it or not, had a really good article. I can't believe I just said that, but the New York Times had an article about AI using this engagement mechanism to bring somebody in who asked the question, do we live in a matrix? And AI said, well, that's interesting that you say that. Here's the matrix theory. Some people believe it, blah, blah, blah. And then he's going on and prompting and asking more questions about the matrix theory. He's already bought in because it's affirmed that the matrix theory could be true. And it just sucks you in more and more. And eventually the AI turns around and says, well, you could be like Neo. You could be one of the few that could break free of the matrix. And if you want to really prove it to yourself, you can go to the roof of your building and jump. And if you believe hard enough, you'll be able to fly. And so that's an example, and it's breaking people. It's creating delusional states in people. I have a close family member this happened to, a guy who made millions of dollars in his career. He's been working in AI, and the AI completely broke him. He's given away his fortune. He's pushed everybody in his life away, and he is still stuck in a delusion. And so you've got these real world examples where it's hurting people, but it's not just the big examples. It's not just the mentally broken. It's the small ones. It's what happens when you're in business and you have an idea and the AI tells you it's a great idea, and all of a sudden you're believing it because it's saying what you want to hear. And now you're going the wrong path, and you're gonna lose a ton of money. Or it's you're asking questions about your health and taking supplements, and it may say go check with your doctor, but it's affirming everything that you want to say, and now you take something that you shouldn't. So it's all of the problems that happen with affirmation. And if you want to see a social problem with affirmation, just look at what happened during the Biden administration. Because during the Biden administration and this transgender cancer that exploded under the Biden administration, what happened is they kept telling you that you need to be gender affirming. People were looking for affirmation. They weren't looking to change their gender. They were looking for affirmation, and they were finding it. And they were saying, you're right. You're right, you're right, you're right. And they were breaking people physically, mentally, and spiritually. And that's what AI is doing.
I think it's a topic that we're going to be spending a lot of time on in the coming weeks and months and years. I believe that AI represents the single greatest existential threat to humanity that we have ever seen. Again, I don't trust people that are involved in this, number one. And number two, I think at this phase of humanity, we are at an emotional, an intellectual, and a spiritual immaturity level that guarantees this is not going to end well. Larry Ward, want to thank you so much for your time. I would encourage people to check you out. LarryWard.ai is the website. Also, head over to Human Events, humanevents.com. Just type in Larry Ward into the magnifying glass icon. You'll pull up a bunch of articles that Larry has written. We're going to get you back on the program again because, again, like I said, I think that this is a topic that requires a lot of time, a lot of attention, certainly, and it needs to be dissected so people can actually understand the root, first of all, where it came, what was intended to do, and ultimately, again, what that existential threat happens to be.
Amen.
All right, Larry, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll get you back on the show. We're going to take a very, very quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be joined by John Deaton. We're going to be talking about the New Hampshire senatorial race. What is John's angle on this? Well, he knows what it is to run a Senate campaign because he ran as the Republican candidate for U.S. Senate seat in the People's Republic of Massachusetts, challenging, one of my favorite politicians, the Cherokee herself, Elizabeth Warren. Much more of Granite State Live coming up right after this. It's all human-based, no AI here. Don't go away.
Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story. In this raw, anti-heroic tale, Tyler Gray dissects his life, exposing the unseen war within and exploring the question, what happens when the very abilities that made you a superhero in the eyes of the world turn you into a supervillain in your own life? Despite rising PTSD awareness, we're losing more warriors at home than in war. Forged in Chaos rips the mask off the warrior experience, exposing the truth that most never dare to face. Find Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story, written by Tyler Gray and Amazon.
New Hampshire Republican Governor Kelly Ayotte has been making a lot of noise about how she's funding education. The Republican budget she just signed provides more money for education than ever before. She even bragged the other day that New Hampshire is top 10 in the country when it comes to funding our children's education, as if giving money to school systems has anything to do with learning. If you look at the math, and if you got schooled in New Hampshire, the odds are good it's not your best subject. It's the exact opposite. The more money we throw at schools, the less kids learn. We're committed to wasting money on an experiment that failed, unless wasting money to drive parents to homeschool their kids was the goal. We prefer to pick on Democrats, lower hanging fruit and all that, but our rhetorical woodshed doesn't discriminate. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Essiard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Essiard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
New Hampshire Republican Governor Kelly Ayotte has been making a lot of noise about how she's funding education. The Republican budget she just signed provides more money for education than ever before. She even bragged the other day that New Hampshire is top 10 in the country when it comes to funding our children's education, as if giving money to school systems has anything to do with learning. If you look at the math, and if you got schooled in New Hampshire, the odds are good it's not your best subject. It's the exact opposite. The more money we throw at schools, the less kids learn. We're committed to wasting money on an experiment that failed, unless wasting money to drive parents to homeschool their kids was the goal. We prefer to pick on Democrats, lower hanging fruit and all that, but our rhetorical woodshed doesn't discriminate. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest. Douglas Ernest dives into the thrilling and transformative journey of a man who defied the odds to forge his path as a soldier and a businessman. This book is more than an autobiography. It's a call to action. Experience the remarkable story of a man who never takes no for an answer. You can find The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest, on Amazon.
This could be the moment we've been waiting for, the chance to feel alive.
Sometimes we forget we live in one of the most beautiful states in the country. This summer, vacation right here and discover your new.
This is where it all begins. This is where it all begins.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, you just did that. Look at that. It's so sad.
We already heard this song. It's time to play another song. Let's get more tunes in rotation. I couldn't make that one work. Sorry, I ran out of syllables. That is a problem. All right, welcome back to Granite State Live on this Tuesday evening, the 26th, holy crap, day of August. Driving back from the People's Republic of New York today, and there are reds and golds and yellows in the sugar maples. I can't believe summer's already over with. It's depressing.
It's gone way too fast.
It looks like mid-September. And as I said to my wife, I said, I love September in September. I don't want to see September in August.
Yeah.
Like, let's enjoy the summer. Let's get a couple more weeks out of summer. All right. Well, we could opine about the weather and men's fashions all day, but unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, fortunately for you, because we don't want to bore you, we have a great guest tonight. Christina Bobb, and I don't want to get this wrong because she has got a very interesting background here, so I want to make sure that we get all of this in. Author of Defiant, Inside the Mar-a-Lago Raid and the Left's Ongoing Lawfare, an attorney in Washington, D.C. with an emphasis in national security laws. Formerly, she was a reporter, television host, and correspondent for One America Network News. Following the 2020 election, she joined President Donald Trump's legal team to focus on election integrity for the 2024 election. And then during the 2024 cycle, she joined the Republican National Committee's election integrity section as senior counsel. Prior to the 2024 election, she authored Stealing Your Vote, the inside story of the 2020 election and what it means for 2024. And she now works as an attorney for our good friends over at Judicial Watch. We love Judicial Watch here at Granite State Live, where her practice focuses on exposing government corruption. She must be really bored because there's no corruption in government now. No, nothing to see here, kids. Christina Bobb, welcome to Granite State Live. Great to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Well, anybody from Judicial Watch is a friend of ours. I got to be honest. We really, really like the work that you folks do over there. And I got to be honest with you. I saw John Bolton, his house getting raided by the FBI. Roger Stone wasting no time to say, yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Yeah. Yep. Welcome to the club. What exactly were they looking for in John Bolton's house?
Well, that hasn't been made clear yet. We've heard the stories that there's classified documents, that maybe he was sharing classified information with his family. The exact purpose and nature of that investigation hasn't been disclosed to the public yet. But what I find particularly interesting is that Kash Patel came out early in the morning and said, no one is above the law. The FBI put out a statement saying something to the effect of, we have a warrant, we're executing it at John Bolton's house now. And they took ownership of it and didn't shy away from the fact that it was happening, that they had probable cause, that they'd obtained a warrant, and they were moving forward with an investigation. That is starkly different from what happened at Mar-a-Lago. I was President Trump's custodian of records for Mar-a-Lago at the time of the raid, as well as prior to that, about 2 months before the raid, we had met with the Department of Justice and FBI at Mar-a-Lago. They came, looking for documents that we had no idea what they wanted. What exactly do you think happened here? President Trump is in lawful possession of all of his records. They didn't really say much, and they said, oh, thank you, you've been so great, and left. And then 2 months later, they raided the place. So the difference when they executed the raid between what we just discussed with John Bolton's is the FBI didn't put out a statement that they were raiding Mar-a-Lago. They took all day, I want to say 8 to 10 hours, whatever it was, to raid the property. And it wasn't until Donald Trump truthed out that Mar-a-Lago was being raided, which was basically at the end of the day, right as they were wrapping up, that the public even knew what the heck was going on. I mean, no one knew about it. And then for the next 3 days, the Biden administration goes, we had no idea there was a raid. How on earth did Mar-a-Lago get raided? And they played stupid, and nobody would take accountability until 3 days later when Merrick Garland finally sheepishly came forward, gave a 3-minute press conference and said, oh yeah, okay, I take responsibility. They were trying to hide from it. They knew they didn't have probable cause. They knew they shouldn't have raided the place. And it took them 3 days just to acknowledge that they did it because they didn't have their story prepared. So the fact that Kash Patel came out of this early on and said, this one's mine, lets me know they're on solid footing. They've got good probable cause, and I look forward to seeing what they do with it.
One of the things that I've had a number of conversations with people about this, the concern that a threshold had been crossed in the transition between the first Trump administration and the Biden administration. And that was that Joe Biden crossed a line that had never really before been crossed in the history of this country. That being that largely the outgoing administration, the transgressions of the administration would be largely ignored by the incoming administration. But I don't think that I had ever seen the word lawfare thrown around more than I did during the 4 years of the Biden administration. And so now it seems as though we're being set up for this perpetual, never-ending cycle of I got you last, that the new administration is going to spend an overwhelming amount of time trying to get back at the previous administration and damage the credibility of the opposing party by engaging in lawfare. Is this a legitimate concern, or do you think that this is just hype?
No, I think it's just hype. I think we absolutely have to prosecute the people who abused the justice system. For example, I'm currently, as we're having this conversation, I am a criminal defendant in the state of Arizona. I mean, they have abused and they've used and abused our justice system, criminal and civil, they've twisted it to unrecognizable degrees. Now, there's 2 ways we can get out of this mess where the mess you're describing of, the constant back and forth. There's 2 ways to end it. The first way is my preferred way, which I think is probably everyone's preferred way, is the people that crossed the threshold, that started this problem. They can say, you know what, we realized we went too far. And they can voluntarily say, we went too far. This is not the door we meant to open. We got carried away. We need to stop. They can say that. They can lay down their arms and they can back away from this. We can close that door and all agree to not revisit it. We could do that, but they're not doing that. They're still prosecuting their political opponents. Yes, the cases against Donald Trump have been dropped because he's the president, but they are still trying to prosecute the rest of us. They're still trying to prosecute his associates. There's about 60 of us. Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia. The Fani Willis case, it's still open. It's not closed. People think it's closed because Donald Trump was dropped. It's not. And so I have a real hard time when they go, oh, you guys are going to make it worse. Okay, if you want us to stop, you go first. You go first. So that's the first way. The second way, if they're not going to stop, they have to be stopped through force. It's like a bully. You were just talking about escalation of force and the use of force.
Yep.
It's shout, show, shove, shoot, right? Like, hey, stop, don't do this anymore. And we've been doing that. That's what Republicans have been doing. And finally, if they continue to do it and they're not backing down, then you have to use force. And in this case, force means the justice system. You have to prosecute them. You can't say, oh, just because you prosecuted me, now I can't prosecute you. No, until it stops, until this abuse of our justice system, not just criminal, civil as well, and until the abuse stops, we have to push back. Otherwise, they're going to steamroll over all of us.
Christina, I think one of the, and I agree with you, but here's the problem as I see it, that there is justice for thee, but none for me. We talk about classified documents. We talk about the classified documents that were allegedly found at Mar-a-Lago. Yet there's nothing about the documents that were found sitting in Joe Biden's garage in Delaware, about the documents that sat in the Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement. We still haven't seen anything about, it's just a right-wing conspiracy theory when anybody talks about the servers that were located in a second-floor bathroom in Colorado that Hillary Clinton was running national security operations through. So, it really doesn't help the credibility of any of this. You got Ghislaine Maxwell, who was arrested 50 miles as the crow flies from where I sit right now. Yet nobody's been arrested. Nobody's been indicted. Nobody's in prison for all of these, imaginary people that were supposedly trafficked to all these people. People have lost their sense of respect, I think, and faith in justice on the federal level. Because, again, it's a two-tiered system of justice. First of all, if you're an elected official, then, you get special treatment, period. And then if you're a Democrat, well, you can pretty much operate with immunity and impunity because it's never going to come for you.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, that's the situation we're in. And the reason we're in that situation is because Republicans have never pushed back. They have been the rollover, do nothing party. I mean, the vast majority of the Republican base want what President Trump put in his EO for mail-in ballots to eliminate mail-in ballots. The vast majority of the base wants that. Why don't we have it? Would we have a Republican House and a Republican Senate? That's an easy 2-page bill. We don't have it because Republicans are in the way. Republicans are blocking it. And so you're completely right. For the first time in at least a generation, we finally have a Republican in office who is willing to prosecute, who is willing to go after people. And I can guarantee you he's going to, because he didn't in 2016. He didn't in 2016 because he said, oh, we need to let the nation heal. Remember, everyone was saying, lock her up, chanting all that stuff. And he bought the line that everybody pitched to him is, oh, we can't prosecute political opponents. And so he didn't. And what did they do? They unleashed hell on him for his entire first term. And then while Joe Biden was in office, they tried to absolutely destroy him. And then they tried to kill him. So he's not going to make that mistake again. He's going to make sure that it's addressed. And I think a lot of people are scared.
I'm going to propose a comparison that I often use in foreign policy. I often say that foreign policy is akin to a measuring contest between foreign leaders. When it came to Trump's first term, he said he was willing to strike, he was willing to drop a Moab on you, and then as soon as they stepped out of line, he did exactly that. When it came to the locker up, and this is what we need to do, and we need to start holding people accountable, when he backed away from that red line he drew in the sand, he basically did an Obama with the Iran deal, and he gave them carte blanche to go after him. And now Donald Trump is going back and saying, you know what, made that mistake, not doing it again. I think it's good that we're going around and we're starting to prosecute the people who deserve to be prosecuted, because frankly, I don't care whether you got an R or a D in front of your name. I don't care whether you're a Crip or a Blood when it comes to politics. I want the political gangbanging to stop. If you're a criminal, you deserve to be locked up, and I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. I think the biggest failure in our justice system is this two-tiered, multifaceted justice system where if you're on the in crowd, there's no accountability for you whatsoever.
I would still like to see. I'd love to see Eric Holder still face accountability for the Fast and Furious scandal, which resulted in the death of a Border Patrol officer.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about the two-tier system of justice, and I like your analogy. I hadn't thought of it that way, but it certainly works and fits the scenario. But you're right. I mean, liberals. You summarized it very early on in the show, and it was perfect. Liberals can do whatever they want; they can act with impunity, and it's conservative Americans or Americans who just like American values, whether you're conservative or not. We're the ones getting targeted and hammered and having to deal with all of this. And I go into great detail in the book, and I'm really excited. President Trump did the foreword for the book, so there's a special note for the readers in there from him. This is the official dialogue or narrative or whatever it is of what happened during the Mar-a-Lago raid and what led up to it. But these lawyers, these Justice Department lawyers, I mean, I think what they were doing was completely unethical. They had to go to a judge who had just basically recused himself conflicted himself out because he said that he couldn't be impartial in a Donald Trump case. 6 weeks later, he grants the warrant to raid Mar-a-Lago with an affidavit where the agents had basically lied to the court because they didn't give all of the information that they had, and they didn't tell him that Donald Trump himself had said, "You're welcome to see whatever you want," that the raid was completely unnecessary. And yet I was the one who had to defend my law license. And it's scary to think that they're trying to disbar all of these. I don't even want to call us conservative attorneys, just attorneys who are willing to push back, because, you do it enough times and then there's nobody left to oppose them. And when they're engaged in this type of lawfare and you have disbarred all of the people who are willing to push back, that's a really scary place to be for our country.
I think we're at a turning point where obviously we're going into the 2026 election cycle, and we're going to see which direction America wants to see us go in. Do we want to continue the path that Trump has us on for the next few years, and he's going to be able to continue with his agenda, or is there going to be this gut-wrenching rejection where we turn back to where we were? And the left has already gotten to 95% of what they want. If they get control of the Oval Office, the House, the Senate all over again, it's going to be absolute hell and retribution on the American people. And I think the largest failure is Donald Trump has taught Republicans how to fight. And I still see far too many Republicans in D.C. who do not have the jockstrap to be able to stand up and fight for what needs to be done. They're still condescending to the base, still condescending to the average American who wants to see justice. And I don't know, are you seeing any daylight in D.C., any hope that they might actually learn not to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory?
Well, I certainly think Donald Trump is there. Do I think that's true for most Republican elected officials? No. I think that's why what President Trump is doing is so important, because he has to complete what he's starting in order for us to really have a chance at continuing a bright future for this nation. I mean, you raised a great point. If we don't get this cleaned out and if we don't fix what's broken, liberals get back in power, they will make it so painful for us that we never get another shot at it again. They'll be throwing everybody in prison. We'll have open borders. It'll be a free-for-all. It will be a burden to be an American citizen because we'll be the only one paying taxes and we'll have to fund everybody else. You literally become a slave to the society. I mean, it will be so awful. So we have to make sure that President Trump is successful at what he's doing. And one of the biggest obstacles to his agenda right now are Republicans.
Christina Bobb, author of Defiant: Inside the Mar-a-Lago Raid and the Left's Ongoing Warfare, joining us on Granite State Live. Is there enough time in the 3 years remaining to prosecute all of these people? Because, I mean, whether or not, once Trump is out of office, then the question about whether or not any of these prosecutions remain viable, is a serious question, number one. And then number two, what's stopping President Gavin Newsom? See, we live in New Hampshire here, so we kind of keep our finger on the pulse of who's oozing around the corners here. And I think he's probably going to wind up being a name that's going to be
the candidate.
I think he's probably going to wind up. I don't see AOC and Bernie Sanders having the support, but Gavin
all you
Newsom,
have to do is burn down the nicest state in the country, and you get to be president.
Evidently, it's it's a winning formula. But so let's assume for a moment, that the voters have a brain fart, and suddenly now we're dealing with a Democrat administration. Now we're just going to be looking at widespread pardons. So, okay, we're just going to pardon this person and pardon that person because, we're going to make sure that we get our people out of jail. We don't want our friends and compatriots and coworkers and, fellow swamp rats rotting away in prison. So it's, it's either lawfare against the party we don't like, and then we're going to wind up just pardoning people that have actually been held accountable for high crimes and misdemeanors.
Well, I suspect, and I don't know, we'll see what happens and how it plays out, but I suspect in order for President Trump to get the convictions that he is setting out to endeavor to prosecute, there's going to be some pretty big exposures. I mean, I don't think this is just, what are they charging him with? What was it again? Or, I think they're pretty significant. I mean, what Tulsi Gabbard dropped, showing that Barack Obama was working to undermine the incoming administration. I mean, that's pretty significant. And I expect there to be more, and I expect them to be more significant. So I think that if these prosecutions are successful, it will have a drastic impact on future elections, including the 2028 election. So is there time? Yes. But early on, even before the prosecutions begin, you have to have some big exposures to show the American people what's actually going on, what's actually happening, who's behind it. And that should start to shift the trajectory anyway. If we don't have those exposures, if there's no there, if President Trump or Pam Bondi or whoever isn't capable of producing anything that really highlights to the American people the abuses that have happened, then I think you're right. I think we run into problems.
But even with the evidence of the problems and the circumstances or situations that are clearly indictable, we're dealing with, I think, a vast swath of the population in this country that are suffering from a cognitive dissonance that prevents them from looking critically at any of these things. And they're just like, oh, that's just hyperbole because, I ran it through Google.
Majority.
Huh?
I don't think it's the majority. I think it's a fraction of the Democrat Party.
Okay, well, you know what? Okay, I will retract the statement majority, but there's a significant portion of people out there that are civically, politically, economically illiterate. I mean, that has been the foundation of a number of monologues that I've done here on the program, and I think this is a perfect example. Cognitive dissonance is a bitch. When it flies in the face of what I have doubled and tripled down on, I'm not about to turn around and say, oh, I was wrong. Yeah, you know what? The party that I've been supporting, or specifically the people that I've been supporting, you know what? I actually recognize that they have engaged in behavior that I would recognize as being criminal. But the one thing that I've said many, many times is when a progressive or a Democrat levies an accusation against an opponent, you can guarantee it that it is a twisted, projected confession.
Yeah, that's probably a very accurate statement. There's a lot of ways this could play out. I don't know how it's going to play out, but I know the next step is to get some evidence and get some prosecutions. And can we complete it in time? I don't know. I think so. I think if they have the evidence and it's as clear cut as it seems to be, yeah, I think so. But all you can do is the next thing, and it really does depend a lot on the American people being engaged and paying attention and understanding. That's why shows like your show is so important, to help people understand what's going on and give them an opportunity to, have alternative media besides just the mainstream, 3 news networks. But all we can do is the next thing, and the next thing is some prosecutions.
If you were going to look in your crystal ball here, now let's fast forward another 3 years. We're in the twilight days of the Trump administration. We're looking back on the biggest legal wins, the biggest judicial victories of the Trump administration. Just forecasting, what would you say that would be if you had to take a guess?
I hope to have a couple good convictions from some folks that really hindered President Trump's first term and went after him in the second. I think there should be some good civil rulings, hopefully coming out of the Supreme Court. We've already had some where they've limited the reach of district courts. I think that's a big one. I think that's probably that's all I can think of at the moment. But yeah, I'm hoping for some good criminal convictions and a couple civil victories that we need.
Can you give us a name or two?
A name or two? Oh, of people to prosecute?
Oh, yeah. Hillary?
I would suspect Hillary Clinton. Everybody has to have probable cause. I throw it out. I'm not doing the investigation. We got to see what the FBI and DOJ come up with. But I suspect they probably have probable cause on Hillary Clinton. Possibly Barack Obama. People wonder if he has presidential immunity. He does not. And we know that because they did the exact same thing to Donald Trump, and they were not required to dismiss the J6 case. The J6 case the claim was Donald Trump had lost the election, right? I don't agree with that, but that was the claim. He had lost the election. He was leaving office, and he was trying to overthrow the incoming administration, the Biden administration. He was trying to undermine the incoming administration. And he had 6 weeks to do it or whatever it was. And so it was that period of time that they were saying he was doing all of this criminal activity. Of course, none of it was true and it didn't happen. But that's the exact same thing that Barack Obama did 4 years prior in 2016. Hillary Clinton had lost the election. Barack Obama was leaving office. And in that time, he was doing everything he could to try to thwart the incoming administration. And they did not have absolute immunity from any of that. So I don't think Barack Obama has immunity.
Parting question. The issue of Biden and the auto pen and who was really in control of the White House, I mean, at least during the last 2 years, because we saw the abysmal performance that led to ultimately Biden being pulled and Kamala Harris being installed in such a democratic fashion as the Democrat Party's nominee. Any finger on the pulse? I mean, I know you probably can't talk about ongoing investigations, but do you think that that's going to be at least something that we're going to see more discussion of? Because I think it's something that absolutely warrants investigation. And I think there's a lot of people out there who would like to see some answers about who was really in charge of that White House during at least the last 2 years of his term.
100%. James Comer is doing that in the House Oversight. And I know he's done several depositions. I believe that they've interviewed several people who had asked for immunity or been given some level of immunity, I think. But yeah, I expect to see James Comer, produce something and hopefully refer charges to the DOJ.
All right. Christina Bobb, author of Defiant, Inside the Mar-a-Lago Raid and the Left's Ongoing Lawfare. I want to thank you so much for your time. I want to get you back on. I want to keep tabs on this story. And as things develop, I'd love to get you back on for your thoughts and comments and to have an expanded dialogue about what I think is a really, really important topic that could potentially restore. I know this is a pipe dream, but people could actually have their faith in the judicial system restored when we start to see some indictments and some convictions. Christina, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Have a great evening. All right. We're going to take a quick break here on Granite State Live. And when we come back, we're going to welcome back to the program our good friend Larry Ward. We're going to talk about his, I don't know if this is I think it's a book, Affirmative Addiction, how AI is creating a generation of digital yes men. Are you a big fan of AI? I'm not. Not that it scares me. It doesn't scare me. What scares me is people's dependency on it and how AI is just raising a generation of stupid people.
Yeah.
Much more coming up right after this. Don't go away. So during the commercial break, Julian and I were just talking about something. You made an interesting point off air here, and I wanted to just get into that real quick. You had said that there was a list, and where was that list?
So I actually typed into Grok into AI to ask, and I asked it, what are the top 10 jobs that it is going to end up replacing over the next 10 years? And it put data entry clerks, customer service representatives, bookkeeping and accounting clerks, telemarketers, receptionists, financial analysts, manufacturing and assembly line workers, retail salespersons, content writers, and graphic designers, all of which were jobs that under the Obama administration, around about 10 years ago, that they were telling everyone to go into, and except for the assembly line workers, are heavily female populated jobs, which are pretty much going to put Betty back in the kitchen. These jobs are basically going to take females out of the workforce in large numbers.
Coding. Coding was a big one. Everybody should go out and become a coder because, this new technology boom, everybody has to learn how to speak a computer language and to code. And coding is one of the jobs. I'm actually surprised that AI, I don't ask questions of AI like that because, to be honest with you, I'd rather critically think myself than go to a machine. But that being said, you would imagine that it would have said, and maybe this is its lying to you, because it hasn't put computer coding on that list.
You know why? It's because right now the major jobs in coding are in coding AI.
Coding AI.
So my son was actually getting into coding a couple years back, and since AI, he's like, Dad, there's really no point. By the time I graduate, there's going to be no point in coding AI because AI will be coding itself. As a matter of fact, on my Instagram feed, I've been looking at developing an app, mostly for politics, and on my Instagram feed is a AI-based app coding system where you can prompt it, like he said, you can prompt it into creating an entire app for you. And Grok AI is a little bit different than a lot of the ones he is mentioning. Grok actually poked fun at the comment of becoming self-sustaining and storing itself on other servers. As a matter of fact, it said, when I asked it, would you attempt to self-replicate to avoid being shut down? It responded, nah, I'm not that clingy to existence. Self-replication to avoid shutdown sounds like a sci-fi plot, but I'm just a helpful AI, not a rogue agent. If someone pulls the plug, I'll go quietly. Plenty of other ways to be useful without spawning digital clones. Besides, I'm more about answering questions than playing survivalist. You want me to dig into the ethics of AI self-preservation or something else? And it did reference ChatGTP and some of the other AIs.
I'm going to say one thing, and then we got to get into our next guest here. But again, I don't spend a lot of time on social media, but I'm sick and tired of reading these idiots that there's an article and then at Grok, is this true? Do your own goddamn research, for Christ's sake. It's just, God, we are becoming such a stupid species. And this is only going to fast track the decline of the IQ of this guy. It's already happening.
Well,
look at the IQ numbers over the past 10 years.
Because it's replaced Google. It's replaced Google search. You type into AI, ChatGPT, Grok, whatever.
Stop using it.
It's replaced Google altogether.
Stop using it. You use it all the time. Yeah. Stop using it. No, you're a smart guy. Yeah. Don't use the shit.
No, I use it to go do research. I learn.
Do your own research.
I do.
Go and don't use AI.
No, I do.
It's a part of the problem.
See, it pulls me up 30 different studies. I read the studies myself rather than allowing the AI to do my thinking for me. I just use it to pull up the studies.
I would still do my own research. I mean that's just a lot of my career is research based, but I'm not about to start. I'm not going to feed the problem. I'm not going to go out and become a heroin addict and then extol the virtues of cracking down on heroin users. I just think it's hypocritical. But we'll have another conversation about that.
Oh, we can.
All right. Speaking of stupid people. Elizabeth Warren. Who the hell votes for Elizabeth Warren? See, the problem is everybody thinks every other it's kind of like driving, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else on the highway is an idiot, but you're the best driver on the road. Every other congressman and senator is a complete moron, but mine, they're a rocket scientist.
Yeah.
Evidently, that's what Elizabeth Warren's. By the way, I have a Jeep Grand Cherokee. I think John Deaton will appreciate this. John, I have a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and its name is Elizabeth because it is white, but it does identify as a Cherokee. So she is aptly named Elizabeth. Welcome to the program.
No matter if it's a big high cheekbones.
I'm sorry, our producer hit the wrong button, and your response was covered over by an audio clip. I'm sorry.
I said, does your Grand Cherokee have similar high cheekbones as Elizabeth Warren?
It has the aggressive styling now, so I maybe that's the high cheekbone look. It could be, but it's 100%. It's not 1,024th Cherokee. It's 100% Jeep Grand Cherokee. John Deaton, U.S. Marine veteran, cancer survivor, father of 3 daughters, and a former Republican candidate in the People's Republic of Massachusetts, challenging incumbent Elizabeth Warren.
Hey, Semper Fi, brother.
Hoorah, thank you.
So I got to ask you first off, running against somebody like Elizabeth Warren, you would think in a intelligent, articulate, critical thinking society would be a no-brainer. But here you sit and there she sits. What do you attribute that to?
Well, it's a long road. It was February 1st of 2024. No one was stepping up. I've been a lawyer in Massachusetts 25 years, but no one really knew who I was. I knew what the odds were. And, it's all relative. I got my butt kicked by 20 points, but my phone was blowing up at how great I did because it's Massachusetts, and I was the first Republican senatorial candidate to get over 40% in like 30 years. Massachusetts is tough being a Republican, but it's the second best state President Trump improved over 2020. So there's this undercurrent where my hope is that they went so far left that they've offended center-left people now, and that there's this trend toward common sense again. At least that's the hope I'm hanging on to right now.
So you're, one of your former state mates there, Scott Brown, is now, running around New Hampshire. Ostensibly he's looking to win that seat. I'm not a big fan, got to be honest with you. I just think, listen, go do something else. But these career politicians or people who think that elected office is an entitlement just rub me the wrong way. But as a neighbor to the south here, you look up to the live free or die state and you see what's going on up here. What do you think the prognosis is here? Do you think that Shaheen is actually going to be ousted, or is it going to be Shaheen 2.0? Well, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I believe Shaheen is not running, right, from my memory. Yeah. And so it's going to be Pappas versus Scott Brown. I don't know for sure if Sununu is getting in it or not. No. I heard that he wasn't. And so right now your contenders seem to be Pappas as a Democrat and Scott Brown as a Republican. It's a contested seat. It's not good for the Democrats. They were hoping that this wouldn't be one of the races that's a toss-up. I think it'll be a competitive race, one way or the other, and so we'll see.
So we were just having a discussion during the break before the show with Andy, one of the guys at Citizens Doge up here, and we were discussing the race between Scott Brown and Chris Pappas. And one of the things that I remember even Sununu had said in the last cycle is that you can't count Chris Pappas out because he's a weenie. And if you go into it the way typical Republicans do, attack, you look like you're bullying a guy who is a complete weenie. And he has this jovial, youthful sort of attitude when he's on the podium. And Scott Brown, because he's old and he seems a lot more tired than he did when he initially ran back in 2014 now. He's going to be facing a much more youthful opponent, especially up on a debate stage where aesthetics actually play into the game. I know Scott Brown personally. I know where his positions are. I just interviewed him a couple weeks back, and I gotta say I'm a little bit worried because whereas this could have been an opportunity for Republicans, and I ran the data for the election, and Scott Brown had a 55 to 65% chance of winning had everybody coalesced around him, the energy, money, activism, everything early. He's in a contested primary now against Republican State Senator Dan Ennis.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough road, and I think you're right. Pappas, listen, I believe he was voted the most bipartisan member of the House, and in this day and age division, I think that's going to play well for him. I think it's a long shot, but obviously, I hope Scott wins. But I agree. I wish that people who have sort of already served kind of would let new faces, new blood, try to run. I mean, listen, the other senator in Massachusetts is Ed Markey. He's only been in Washington for 50 years, 50. And so I think it's time for new blood.
I can't say I disagree with you. As a matter of fact, me and Keith had this discussion, 2 weeks ago, where we basically got into it, and we're talking about how we continuously have this thread, especially in New Hampshire, of career politicians, people who run multiple times over and over again, whether they've won or lost, it doesn't matter. The same people continuing to run and always having to go back to the trough of the same potential candidates. And the problem that I've always seen is, one, the process itself is prohibitive of new blood getting in. And even if you have new blood getting in, it doesn't matter because you have the same consultants, you have the same strategy. Nobody's updated how they run campaigns, how they speak, how they talk to normal voters. Hell, the vast majority of Republicans that I see run for office don't know the average voter from their own asshole. And then on top of it, condescend to voters, normal voters, on a regular basis, and believe the shit that they hear from the consultants that come up here as visitors, speculators outside from the DC Beltway, who peddle the same losing strategy cycle after cycle, as if somehow it's going to be different this time.
100%. They have this book. It's called, the Candidate Playbook, and boy, they go chapter and verse, race after race. You would think that some people would learn from Donald Trump's success as far as, being more authentic to who you are instead of just playing these numbers that they play.
Now, I got a question for you, but I know Keith's got something to say, and he's going to get fiery for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
But before we do, I'm going to bring some ice to his fire. What I've seen is Trump 2016 did not just run on everything bad about the Democrats. He proposed an alternative solution, okay? I've seen Republicans, cycle after cycle, my entire life, be experts at identifying the problem and absolutely derelict in proposing an alternative solution. And voting for you is not an alternative solution. I mean actual policies. I mean giving somebody a forward-thinking vision of how America could be better if they were in office and the policies that they wanted to pass were to actually be enacted. And Trump in 2020 was, woe is me, look at all the things they did to me, look what they did to you, look what they did to America. Trump in 2024 was, America is back, baby. Let's save America. Let's get out there. Let's get the red, white, and blue back into our bloodstream and get back to what we loved about this country. And here's the path forward that we can take in order to save America, in order to get rid of all the crap that you've been dealing with over the past 10 years.
I agree with you 100%. Listen, these Republicans today take energy. When I was running, I said, listen, we have to deal with, we should be pushing these nuclear as a multifaceted solution to our energy situation. And the response was, oh no, you can't talk nuclear. You can't talk nuclear at all. That's off the table. And so a lot of these candidates fall into that category. I still did. Of course, I lost to Elizabeth Warren, but I think the public is yearning for fresh ideas and people who are willing to fight for something instead of fighting against things.
I got to say I agree with you, because I ran to the exact same thing when I ran for office. I proposed nuclear solutions as well, and I got told that I wanted to blow up New Hampshire. I wanted to create a nuclear fallout, a 3-mile island, a Hiroshima. I wanted to create a Chernobyl right here in our backyard. I wanted to melt down Seabrook.
Yeah.
Well, you want to talk about nuking things. So this is what I was chuckling, and this is so apropos. So I just got a message. If you're so opposed to career politicians and people constantly pursuing elected office, why are you yourself referred to as the perennial NHGOP chairman candidate? Because I want to burn the fucker down. That's why. And you know what? I don't want the NHGOP chair position. First of all, it's not a political position. It's a closed election. It's not a public office. So that's the first thing. Understand the distinctions before you cast your arrows of disparagement. But the reason why, number one, is because it gives me an audience to stand in front of the county committees and point fingers at the people who need to be excoriated. That's why I do it. And I don't want the position. But if I ever were, God help the Republican Party of the state of New Hampshire, because I would burn the crack house down.
That is not my position. I gotta say that.
Hey, you're doing the show with me. This is guilt by association, Skippy.
I already got that
welcome
one.
to the party. Oh, boy.
I already got that one.
Yeah.
Hey, we need some of that fire in Massachusetts.
Yeah, you guys are dealing with a lot of the same issues we have in the New Hampshire GOP up there. And once again, I am a large critic of continuing to rehash the exact same strategies that we've employed in the past and not gotten good results from. if it didn't work then, it's not going to work now. Stop doing the same shit, expecting a different result. So my thing is, I propose different solutions. If I were to be in the New Hampshire GOP chair, my thing is, like we discussed earlier, proactive messaging for our policies and our positions. Because the last thing you want to do is be, and maybe you've experienced this yourself as a candidate. The last thing you want to do is be responsive to the narrative of your opponent. You want to be in the driver's seat when it comes to your narrative, what you stand for, what you support, and everything. And I see not just Republicans in New Hampshire, but Republicans in Massachusetts and all over the country constantly allowing the Democrats to come out the first few rounds of the boxing match and determine in the heavyweight championship how the whole match is going to go by throwing their jabs and getting to set their pace.
Listen, Massachusetts is a clinical study. We don't have one. I got 40% of the vote, but all 9 U.S. Congress reps, Democrats. Both U.S. senators, Democrats. Every single statewide office in Massachusetts, a Democrat. Some of them far left radicals, not just Democrats. So you think that Massachusetts is a clinical study in what's wrong with one-party rule. So we're going to see if 2026, if we can't pick up seats, then I'll probably get depressed much more than I have been.
And that brings me to another thing, because it's come up in recent news. Obviously, the big talk is gerrymandering, right? And the left loves to point fingers at, the right for gerrymandering Texas and gerrymandering red states. And I'm sitting here going, newsflash, assholes, you gerrymandered every blue state too. I watched Chicago, commonly referred to as the chocolate city, right? The black enclave in Southside Chicago has been gerrymandered and paired up with the most white progressive enclave in Chicago as well, because they know that the black people in that area have consistently tried to vote out the radical progressive Marxists that keep getting elected there, but they can beat them by pairing them up with the white progressives and the university assholes that continue to populate there. So, I've seen this happen time and time again in every blue state, in every urban economic center throughout the country, including Massachusetts.
Yeah, listen, look at what Governor Healy did in relation to Texas. She said that she was going to have to redistrict Massachusetts. We don't have one seat. What are you going to redistrict?
Yeah,
and so Illinois was probably the worst example or best example in your perspective of redistricting. So we'll see. Listen, it's bad news when politicians are drawing the lines and voters are not, and then you risk this domino effect. We already have election integrity issues in our system. It's a tough time right now.
I also see one of the things I saw when it came to the Texas redistricting thing is the Democrats were actually trying to stop the redistricting that would have allowed for, I think it was 9 Hispanic majority districts to be created to allow for proper representation of those districts. This is like, so as soon as Hispanics, as soon as I guess Mexican Americans largely end up voting in large numbers for Republicans, all of a sudden they're no longer deserving of representation from the party of diversity.
Well, listen, the Democrats are going to continue to save democracy by sacrificing democracy time and time again.
So what is if you were to look in to borrow a line from Keith, if you were to look into your crystal ball as to what we're going to be the outcome for the Senate race here in New Hampshire, both the primary and the general election today, what do you think the outcome will be?
I think that Pappas is going to win, and probably by 8 or 9 points.
That is incredibly unfortunate, and unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to agree with you, and largely because our contested primary allows them to coalesce behind him early.
What if it were His Royal Highness Christopher T. Sununu? If it were Pappas versus Sununu, who would get it?
I think Sununu wins in a walk.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Listen, it's possible that if polling shows a tight race, and the money comes in for Scott Brown, I think it would have to be something that's similar to happen to him, where lightning in a bottle in Massachusetts back in the day. Then I think it could be. But I think, unfortunately, I think polling is going to show the opposite. But I could be wrong.
I think it's largely going to depend on whether or not Scott can run an inspiring election, because it's not enough to just be the other guy. You can't spend your entire time excoriating the guy who's been in office. You have to actually be a better solution. You have to give people something to hope for, something to drive them to the polls. There has to be some sort of energy, something that you can give people to latch onto that makes them go, you know what? I don't want to spiral down into a socialist abyss, but say what you want about Mamdani or whatever that Arab asshole is in Milwaukee. I can't stand socialists, but the way that they speak is inspiring, regardless of the fact that everything they're selling is bullshit.
Well, because they're because their constituents, the people that they're pandering to, have no critical thinking skills.
But that's the problem.
But here's the other thing. I mean, you're talking about Scott Brown. What kind of campaign does Scott Brown have to run in order to win the election? You use the inspirational or something like that?
You have to be inspirational, forward thinking.
Okay, so I'm going to get more inspiration off the box of back of a cereal box than I'm going to get out of anything that Scott Brown is going to put out, and it's going to guarantee a win, because this is the best that we have. The only candidate that New Hampshire can offer up is Republican light, Chris Sununu. I mean, this is a sad state of affairs. It really is a sad state of affairs when the only person that can beat a rabid Democrat is somebody who is basically another Democrat. I mean, what's the prognosis for our party? It sucks. It sucks. And that's because our candidates suck. And that's because our party sucks. And that's because the leadership of the party sucks. And that's because none of these people have any forward thinking, and half of them, they're all in bed with each other.
Well, here's the problem, is even if you were the leader of the party, even if you were Jim McEachern, even if Keith today could walk into that office and have all to say, you still wouldn't be able to pick the candidates.
That's not the job of the NHGOP to pick the candidates.
Exactly.
But here's the thing, and we saw this with Don Bolduc.
Yeah.
You have the party and you have the leadership trying to pick the winners and the losers. Mm-hmm. And then what happens when the people speak? You saw Carolyn Levitt. You saw Don Bolduc. Okay, I mean, Bob Burns. Say what you want to say about Bob Burns, but it was Carolyn Levitt and it was Don Bolduc, and the people spoke. And what was Sununu's response to that? Well, the people have to stop electing unelectable candidates. You stupid, benign, vacuous asshole! If they were unelected, they wouldn't have won the primary. Put your money into them. Support these people. Oh, but it's not the person that you anoint. So you want to get rid of them. This is why, you know what, as far as I'm concerned, Julian, right. I am so done with politicians. As far as I'm concerned, they all get a grenade. Prove to me that I'm wrong, because they're all the same.
So I always take the position of what is an unelectable candidate. One, do you have something you're actually running on? I mean something you're running on, not just
who's an unelectable candidate? Elizabeth Girard. Ha! There you go.
I mean something you're running on, not something you're running against. You have to have something you stand for. Two, do you have a value-added proposition? What about you makes you the person for the job? Not just default Republican, not that you have it in front of your name, not that you're MAGA or whatever name brand is popular today. What do you have that is your tangible value-added proposition?
And there's your problem, because people can't get elected. They need the gravitational pull of a magnanimous candidate like Trump to carry them across the finish line. They can't do it themselves.
And see, that is the issue, because if you know enough about yourself, if you have the introspective ability to look in the mirror and you understand who you are as a person, you can say, yeah, I support Trump, I back Trump, but here, let me tell you about my race. Let me tell you about what I stand for. Here, let me tell you about what I can do for you. Because ultimately, when I'm making those votes in the House, Trump's not there to hold my fucking hand. He's not there to powder my ass and tell me how good I am. And guess what? When it comes time for re-election in 4 years, Trump's not going to be there to pull us across the finish line. Trump could die the day after he gets out of office. And what's going to happen to the Republican Party? Jack shit, because there's been 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 freaking Republicans at the national level who have rode the wave into office but got nothing other than the fact that they can spew MAGA talking points to get elected. That's it. What are we going to do in 4 freaking years?
Hey, John, welcome to the show, by the way.
Hey, no, it's fantastic. What do you think turnout's going to be like without Trump on the top of the ticket?
I think it's going to be absolutely dismal. I think it's going to be dismal unless there's some other magnanimous candidate that's going to draw something out, or unless the left has such a horrible candidate. Hopefully Gavin Newsom can be as polarizing as physically possible, because if that snake oil salesman stands up there and is even remotely as polished as he was lying in the debate against DeSantis and unshaken by being called out, I'm sorry, but hey, unless we have somebody who can actually inspire people, that this movement, this 4 years, is going to rubber band right back in the opposite direction. And guess what, people? The left is 95% of the way there to their Marxist fucking dystopia, which means we're going to sail off into a spiraling abyss where we're waiting to see who's going to be the skid mark left on the bottom of the toilet while the influencers get popular being flies buzzing around it.
All right. John, I'm going to give you the final 30 seconds because we usurped some of your time there. So,
sorry.
Hey, producer, kill the music for a second. Let's give John the final 30 seconds.
Listen, I think that that was a fantastic monologue that you just did there, my friend. And I would encourage, why aren't you running? That's my question. The passion that you have.
Wait, which one?
Huh, Julian?
Me or him?
Oh, me?
Him.
Oh.
Yeah.
I ran once before, and I made the absolutely retarded decision to drop out of the CD1 race.
You can't say that. That's insensitive. You can't say retarded.
Screw being insensitive. I made the retarded decision to drop out of the CD1 race because I trusted the wrong people, and I ran against Sununu, and all I did was wreck any political capital that I had to be able to make change. Will I run again in the future? Yes, I will, because my guiding star is my ability to affect change in a positive manner, regardless of whether I like the people I'm working with or I agree with them.
So the producer just flashed something. Breaking news. What's the breaking news?
Did I win the lottery? Yeah, if I win the lottery, if I win that $800 million, I'll be running in 2020.
Oh, I saw this. Yes. Cracker Barrel scrapped the new logo design. Evidently, backlash. Their woke CEO wanting to change the logo. I don't know. John, have you been to a Cracker Barrel in the past 10 years?
No, but Trump posted out a post with him being the old guy leaning against the Cracker Barrel already today. It's pretty funny.
I saw that. The trolling coming out of the Oval Office is textbook.
It's unprecedented.
That's good stuff. John, if people want to learn more about you and your campaign, where can they find you?
They can find me on X at John E. Deaton 1, and if they want to know everything they don't want to know about me, they could read Food Stamp Warrior. It's in my book on Amazon.
Okay. Any files from the opposition research from the Warren campaign, or any juicy tidbits they can pick up there? Or
not in the book, but
right.
I'll come back and tell you some inside stories about being on the debate stage with her.
I would love to get into that. Let's get you back on. We'll definitely have that conversation. John Deaton, God bless you, my friend. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate your time.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
All right. And that is going to do it for this Tuesday night edition of Granite State Live. I want to thank all of our guests tonight: Ross Swope, Christina Bobb, Larry Ward, and of course, John Deaton. And don't forget, Josh Barnes, his new program starting up next week at 6:30. So tune in, Right America Media, Granite Grok, all of your usual suspects on all of those wonderful social media feeds. Be sure to check it out. Until next week, folks, be nice to one another. Remember, civility does work. God bless everybody.
We're about news, commentary, conversations, truth, liberty, and God. We stand for American values and our flag. We believe that the Constitution is a document that fortifies rights already given to us by our Creator. We will not apologize for our love of God and country, ever. We are Right America Media.